we are now connected. I'll return the host powers back to you. You are all set to go now.
Was there I probably missed it. Was there like a little image that you put up during breaks?
Yes, it was in the email that I sent yesterday. It's towards the end. There's a link for it.
Okay, I'll find it.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, thanks.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great day of reviews today.
Hope so.
All right, see you.
All right. Tristan, are you on? No. Good morning, folks. Just so you all know, we are live streaming on YouTube already. So keep your language clean.
Are you talking to us?
Yes. Kevin Howard is going to join us actually this morning in the 10 to 12 slot. So that's good. That equalizes the amount of critics. But you know, Kevin is the one that's he has an architecture degree from the University of Washington. He's from Seattle. He also has a planning degree and an urban design degree, and is a principal at Code Studio here in Austin. Prior to that, he was a barista in Ballard. So he's from Seattle, obviously, and he knows it very well. So I thought he would make a great addition to our panel today.
Dean, is he going to be in the second group as well, or did he
No,
switch to the morning?
He's not going to be in the second group, but the second group has another visitor.
Yeah.
Last name is Cleckley. I don't know who he is. I'll have to look up his bio on whatever Tommy sent around. So there'll be 3 in the first session. I've already talked to Wilfried Wang this morning, so he's sort of clued in on what we've been doing this semester. And then we have 2 in the afternoon with Juan and David Heyman. But that'll be sort of Portland. So we're going to Seattle, Portland. Basically what we're doing. I'm going to grab coffee from my espresso machine over there, and I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. All right. Hopefully Brian knows how to get in. He was on the review yesterday, one of the reviews that I was on yesterday. So presumably he knows the deal. I don't actually have his email address, so at the moment I can't send him a link. So give me 1 second while I see what I can find here. Okay, so we're still waiting for Brian and Kevin Howard, who I've already talked to this morning, so I know he'll be on in any second, presumably, if he can get in. And then we can get going. All right, I'm going to send Kevin a little note here. So he's having trouble accessing it. So let's see. Participants, invite. All right, I just sent Kevin the link. Brian, I'm not seeing. I don't actually have his contact information.
Another cold morning in Austin.
Yeah, every once in a while, it's nice to break out the LL Bean clothing.
Wilfried, are you in Berlin?
Yes, it's dark and gray and cold.
Oh my. Oh my.
It's already completely dark.
That's at least it's cold here, but it's blue and sunny, you know, pretty reliably.
So, you know, this kind of weather calls for
Go to sport.
Yes, it does.
rum raisin nuts.
Yum. My favorite's the marzipan.
All right. Let's see. I confess, my mother gave me one of these Nespresso machines, you know, for my birthday, and it's in my office right here. So this morning I've had Cuban coffee, and now I'm having Costa Rican coffee.
Travel the world.
I'm still not seeing Kevin. All right, here's Brian. All right, hold on. That's a good sign. They're having trouble getting in, so I'm trying to send them links.
Also dann wird diese Linie später anfangen und dann weiter in die Richtung kommen, sodass du halt so die Leute so rauslässt. Weißt du? Also du fängst so an.
Also das ist doch nicht jetzt beides in eine Richtung.
Ja,
Das ist
ja, das
den ersten.
wenn du so viele Stufen brauchst. Also du gehst einfach gucken.
Arg. The links are not working for them. Copy invitation.
Und das wäre ja auch fast ein schön, wenn man dann das auf so ein Podest bekommt. Also dass man praktisch in der räumlichen Sicht so eine.
Sorry, guys, just bear with me. They're trying to get in for some reason. Are not able to.
I don't know if you're the administrator of the meeting, Dean, but sometimes UT meetings have like the security box checked that outside UT can't enter the meeting.
I know. All right, here's a let's see if this works. I think when I sent him the link, it didn't send him a passcode. Maybe that'll help. I went through all of Tomi's instructions and set all my settings the way she told me to set them. So hopefully we'll be good in just a minute. Wilfried, I've already told you what we're up to, so I can't waste time by going over that again.
I'm fine. We can start.
Yeah, so we've got 4 students this morning. Let's see, who's this?
Tommy has just joined us.
Yes, Dean, I've gotten a message from Brian Bedrosian, who is unable to join your session. So I'm wondering if your session wasn't set up to allow for external guests to be able to join.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue with Kevin, but I thought I had gone through and done all the settings the way you wanted them set. In any case, let me make sure. So it would be under security, yes?
Let's see, are you accessing Zoom through an
YouTube.
application or through the web browser?
Ask through the link on the schedule that you sent out.
Okay. So if you, what would be the easiest here? Okay, Dean, if you click on the green shield at the top left that says meeting information.
Hold on one second. So let me stop sharing. Maybe that'll help me with this. All right, so green shield at the top left.
Yes, of this Zoom session.
I don't have a green shield.
Oh, interesting. It should be next to the live on YouTube.
Oh, up there. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay, if you click on that and
Yep.
then you click on the gear, the cog at the top right of that window that popped up,
Yep,
does that give you a settings window?
yes.
Okay. Then from there, okay, cool. From there, go to the profile tab and then click on view advanced features, and that'll open a web browser
Okay,
and may ask you to log in. So go ahead and log in.
all right. Okay, I'm logged in. So the waiting room is on. That shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, on the left-hand navigation,
Yeah.
click on meetings,
Okay,
and there you should be able to see either under upcoming or it might say previous at this point, the current session that you're running. You should be able
right.
to find that.
Day 9 to 5, final review, Almy, whatever.
Yes, okay, so if you hover over that,
Yep.
you should have an option to, you should see 3 buttons, start, edit, and delete. If you click on the edit button,
I see join, end, and edit.
okay, go to edit.
Uh-huh.
And there we can hopefully verify. Okay, if you scroll all the way down under the meeting options,
Yep.
where it says require authentication to join, does it say sign into Zoom guest?
It says require authentic to join. Oh, it says UT Austin.
Okay, so that's the issue here. So
Okay.
that needs to be changed to sign into Zoom guest and
Okay.
save it.
All right.
And you may or may not have to, okay, well, I do see a guest that joined now.
But it's, yeah, by phone. They came into the waiting room.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't know who that is, but
So if you save that setting for sign in to Zoom guest, that's the option that allows for external folks to join your session.
okay.
Now, what I don't know is whether you need to completely close this session in order for the settings to kick in. But we can certainly test it and wait to see if Brian or your other reviewer can join with this in place now.
All right, so Kevin's in the waiting room. So someone just got in. Kevin just got in. Hi, Kevin.
Hello, I made it.
Yeah, there was this, I confess, I had a setting issue that caused issues here.
I was listening to your tech,
Brian
your
is in now.
tech support. So
Okay. So Tommy, we're good.
All right, thank you. And I sent
Tommy.
Brian a message just now, so hopefully he'll be joining here shortly.
I'm
There he
in.
is.
Thank you, guys.
He's here. Okay. Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it. All right.
Sorry, Dean.
Yeah. So we're going to get rolling here. So Kevin and Brian, just real quickly, I've already sort of discussed this with Wilfried. So we're using the vehicle of the Green New Deal Superstudio as an excuse for the semester. That's something that Penn and the Landscape Architecture Foundation and Columbia are doing sort of nationally to discuss, societal and environmental issues and how can we engage with the principles of the Green New Deal, in various ways through design as an agency. That's a kind of loose association with that. But what I really sort of put out there as a sort of provocation to the students was to investigate this idea of what's called the 15-minute city, which is that, one of the sort of mechanisms for engaging with sustainability is to, look at proximity of diverse programs, housing, culture, recreation, jobs, movement, all those things sort of being more, things being more sort of in proximity with each other, right? So basically that was sort of it. And then we're looking at, so each student was asked for the first couple of weeks to kind of map something about Cascadia, which was interesting. They don't generally have GIS backgrounds, so there was some learning curves there in producing those maps. And then they could choose either Seattle or Portland, and then they had to map a sort of another set of analytical drawings for that. And then within their chosen city, they had to pick a neighborhood that they would identify as a potential 15-minute city. And they had to look at it and analyze it in terms of the larger issues that they'd already been looking at, in terms of what's there in that district, what's not there in that district, what kind of, let's call it, interventions might one want to do in order to kind of bring it up to the level of a 15-minute city. And then they did some precedent analysis of urban housing. And then they had to choose a district, choose a site or sites within a district, and make a housing proposal. And that housing would likely include other kinds of programs as well, if they were identified as missing. And what kind of housing also depends on, their analysis of demographics and other sorts of things that were kind of going on in that area. So so every student did this completely differently in terms of developing their own thesis. And I'm going to let them sort of describe, their trajectories and just sort of leave it like that. The first group is Kat and Christy, and they decided after sort of doing the sort of individual kind of regional analysis to work together. So it's kind of a joint presentation for the first group. And I'm just going to leave it there. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Dean. Okay, so I should be able to share. Is everybody seeing my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, great. So like Dean mentioned, a lot of this semester was grounded in kind of research and mapping. So that's going to be kind of the first section of what we talk about here, because it was really foundational in terms of our approach to this whole project. So we started at the mega region scale, as he described, which is Cascadia, kind of ranging from Portland through Seattle up through Vancouver. And separately, as he mentioned, Kat and I were investigating both the kind of natural disaster risk of the region, which ultimately kind of learned that there's some serious flood risk in this area, as well as largely tied to earthquake risk. And that so much of the population, which is the yellow here, is along the coast. And so especially in Seattle, that's a particularly prevalent threat. And then Kat was mapping issues of toxicity and environmental equity within the mega region, because it's a very shipping heavy, industrial heavy area. And so kind of the combination of how these two factors, we were both very interested in these environmental considerations and kind of the intersection of these issues with the social justice consideration of the population centers, drove us to Seattle because of those kind of intersections you saw there. So then when we zoomed in at Seattle, you see our maps here kind of color are inverse, but they're still very related. On the left is a map analyzing both the income inequality within the city, as well as the amenities. So amenities are the yellow dots, and you can see a real concentration, obviously near downtown, up along this a little bit wealthier up here, but there's a serious lack down in the south along the Duwamish, I never know.
Yeah, and
Yes.
the kind of the same trend showed up in the map to the right, which is kind of about concentration of toxicity. So as you see, the darker the color, the more concentration there is, which, you know, really heavily relies and follows along down the Duwamish. So when we compared these two together, it was pretty obvious that this area down here needed some love.
And so that brought us to Georgetown, which is a region down here kind of called out. And then specifically, what really caught our eye was this really interesting geometry of a very small existing neighborhood. This is a residential area, this little hockey stick looking cut with a little section of residential here as well, which we'll analyze a little more closely in a minute. But that was what initially caught our eye. And it's right up on the Boeing plant. That's this entire stretch here, and it extends off the map. The Boeing plant is obviously an enormous industry in the area, and it's one of the main drivers of this region. And kind of going right onto this shipping canal. And so there's some major manufacturing and kind of warehouses in this district. But first,
yeah, sorry. So we wanted to kind of understand this area a little bit more. So we found that obviously the Duwamish is not naturally cut that way. So over here we have these diagrams of how kind of industry has shaped the actual form of the Duwamish. And so basically in the 20s, they started to do some dredging and filling to kind of develop this area to become a little bit more livable and have, you know, a little bit of a wider space to live. So as we see, this oxbow shape is really flat in the middle of the neighborhood that gets filled in.
And it also proved that there was like a historic reason for this strange kink in the grid. That was one of the first things that caught our eyes, the strange shape of the area.
And just quickly, like this area does have like an interesting history, not only because it's a pretty much really old settlement area, but the Boeing plant, basically World War II area has a lot of charged history. The top image we love because Boeing built a fake neighborhood on top of their plant so that from the sky, potential aircrafts and bombers could not read it as a plant. But basically during that time, the area was really active, and that kind of sets off a trend where post-war the area really turns to be all industrial. So there was a big kind of push with this hat and boots to kind of bring in people from, you know, the surrounding highways into this neighborhood that was kind of becoming evolving into like a really heavily industrial area.
But in contrast, this is more a glimpse of what the neighborhood looks, or what the whole area looks like today. So this is getting along the waterfront. This is a massive new Amazon warehouse that's pretty central. But then just generally, this is the language of these mega things, mega structures of just shipping. And but there are holdouts where there's that small residential area that's mostly single family houses. They're old, but they look, based on Google Maps, pretty well upkept. Clearly just like a community that really feels strongly about continuing to live there. And then there is also, especially over in the East, a language of some really interesting and rich historical buildings, but there are moments where you can see that it's kind of falling into disrepair, or at times it's really just a facade to keep kind of a wrapper on the street of this like really gorgeous old brick style of building. So when we were looking at it more closely, this was one of the most telling maps, was laying out what the zoning of the area is, because officially this is the only area that's listed as or zoned as residential, with this little snip here as well. Anything that's not a color here is zoned as industrial. So these people are living right on top of the industry. Closer analysis showed that that's not 100% true. The true, what we think of as industry, you know, heavy manufacturing, metals, that kind of emissions and stuff, is mostly limited to this stretch along the water. That's where the really big plants are. But this central area in that infill is almost exclusively these large scale wholesale shipping industry kind of buildings. And again, the residential is just kind of sandwiched between all of that and the Boeing plant, with a few up here. There are little tiny single family houses, very few restaurants relative to the whole livable space. So just a clear lack of what's needed for a true vital city livable space.
So to take the toxicity kind of interest a little bit further, we needed to map out where these facilities are actually located and how much they were actually emitting. So as you can see, based on these little buffers, I mean, there's not really any part of the area that's untouched by, you know, all the pollutants and whatnot.
And then in terms of issues we wanted to address with our neighborhood, one of the biggest things facing this region is that it's a food desert. This we call grocery stores and food marts, but that really means grocery stores and gas stations. This right here is the only true grocery store, and it's also specifically a Japanese grocery store. There is no like Safeway or, you know, their version of H-E-B or anything. So it's that Japanese market there, and then 4 gas stations along these 2 main roads. And there's just nowhere else to get food they have to go to the other side of the highway or the other side of the water to get their groceries. And similarly, as stems from this very heavy industrial area, it's just not livable in terms of public space, because there's very, very little. At the moment, these are the only 3 parks in this entire area that has like public space, greenscape, you know, accessible. And then this kind of showing the inverse is anything that's gray is impervious cover. When you look at it in Google Earth, it is just solid concrete all the way around, aside from some people's lawns pretty much, and then some like interstate underpasses, and then these parks. So that was kind of laying the framework. And then we have from that, a big chunk of our semester was trying to determine what would be our urban scale strategy to turn this kind of area that we have defined as our 15-minute city into a livable residential area.
Okay, and so there's a kind of thought of these as a series of phases, because we found that there's a lot of intervention that needs to take place. So the first decision we made was like, okay, we are going to cut a new canal that kind of separates this industrial band along the waterway from the actual neighborhood. And anyway, go to the next one. I think that might help a little bit. So once we've cut this canal, we address the size of these giant blocks that have kind of created in the middle from those wholesale retail warehouse typology, basically because the current grid system is not very well connected. So we obviously needed to break down the central area in order for, spots on more of the south side of the neighborhood to be able to connect to the north. And then with those canals, we are intending them to kind of be constructed wetlands to kind of act as a first layer of filterization. So obviously not a lot of green infrastructure needs to take place in this area since we have all that flat pavement and all this rain that's contaminated, just collecting chemicals as it flows back into the Duwamish, which is already horribly polluted. So we are proposing not only the constructed wetlands, but also this green ribbon that kind of follows the old oxbow of the original river, mainly because the geometry just kind of exposed itself that way. There's kind of a natural grid shift and density shift in this central area. So by putting that green ribbon, we're kind of hoping to kind of centralize and reactivate this central area. Next one. And the next step is really just adding green streets and kind of a flow of water systems that can carry this water out to the neighborhood and then clean it before it hits the wetlands.
So in terms of turning this into an actual functional urban center, we have come up with a series of 3 typologies that we are proposing be implemented across this entire 15-minute city in order to activate it. We're calling them wrappers, and that's going to be pretty much just bar buildings that could be, well, I guess we're going to walk through them one by one. So these are the wrappers, bar buildings that can kind of be implemented in a multitude of different forms ultimately, but their function is to kind of serve as creating that urban density that currently lacks, because so much of this downtown space in particular are these massive islands just floating in the middle of what right now are huge paved parking lots. We're really trying to activate that and kind of bring the scale to a level that people can interact with it on a more human basis. These could also have housing, as you will see down the line in our proposal, but they're also going to be a pretty main driver of bringing in, smaller scale commercial, being able to walk along these green streets. You'll see that that's a real driver of where these get implemented, is along the green streets as a way to try to activate some pedestrian space in a way that isn't really available in this neighborhood or in this region right now. Then the next typology is called aliens, because we got the name from the movie Alien. But the concept is there's such infrastructure here. And while obviously this is a radical proposal in terms of we are just blowing a lot of things out, saying that this needs to be totally retrofitted and changed, there is still so much built environment that would be worth reusing in terms of a lot of these warehouses. So this is kind of a selection of warehouses we've identified as being potential alien hosts, essentially, where this is a typology that then comes out of the top. You retrofit the warehouse. There's a plethora of different ways those could be reused, whether they are gutted to be commercial space themselves, maybe they become parking, maybe they become, as you'll see down the line of the proposal, kind of public amenities. But then you're able to kind of loft something above that and become the housing on a different plane. And a big part of this typology is also really wanting to emphasize the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to play well with the existing area. It might break the grid. It might be very expressive in a way that the existing kind of bland warehouse typology is not. And that's something we definitely wanted to lean into with introducing this type, to kind of create a very visually dynamic space and create kind of a new plane up on a higher level. Did I just skip one? No. And the third typology we're calling parasites. It's very similar to aliens in terms of trying to use retrofitted space, but it's a bit more respectful. We thought that it was necessary to introduce these as separate, particularly because of the historical region that's over here. There's a real scale shift across the entire neighborhood, as you can even see from the footprints, where it's the smaller historic buildings, low one-story brick structures over here versus the massive warehouses, which could also have parasites. You know, Amazon maybe doesn't want us taking over their warehouse, but we might be able to kind of latch onto it. But in particular, trying to think of ways that additions might interact with existing facades without really or taking over the existing building if that building is still serving a good purpose or a useful function.
So with that, all that being said, we've really kind of located 2 sites where we felt like we could kind of, you know, dive into what these typologies could look like. So the central site here is really selected because it's kind of nested between 3 major arteries. 2 of those are ones that we create, which north-south is running a green street, which kind of becomes the main artery connecting this inner downtown area with the surroundings. On the north side of the site is one of those new like grid breakdown streets that we've introduced, hopefully kind of creating a main street within this area. And the one on the south is an existing road that's pretty heavily used, as you see, to connect the 2 different highways. And then the one on the north, obviously we picked because it was all on the canal, and basically cutting that canal and kind of getting rid of all these certain buildings kind of allows an opportunity to kind of take up a lot of space and introduce something, you know, pretty large. And that also is kind of acts as the starting point of, you know, this filtration system kind of weaving into the city.
So diving first into that central site, also just giving the quick disclaimer that we did ultimately end up only developing an alien and a wrapper building. We consulted with Dean with that, so there is no developed example of a parasite at this time, but 2 of the typologies give a pretty good idea of how they'll be implemented across this whole site. So this is the central site, again, called out here, but zoomed in a bit. And what this is proposing, there's an existing warehouse here at the ground level that is currently, it's a wholesale florist. It's very big, and then this entire lot otherwise is a parking lot. So that immediately caught our eye as just ripe for the opportunity to take that space that currently is just straight impervious cover and activate it as a public amenity. And one thing we did very quickly was tried to establish a grid for being able to implement these aliens both on this site and any other site across the board. And when we were researching, we found that a structural grid of 40 to 50 feet is very common in these warehouses because of the scale that they are. So we took that grid and continued to use it at the ground plane, as well as in our building. And it helps create a structural logic as well as wayfinding, materiality, just kind of helping define all of those things. We wanted to be able to read that organization from the ground level as well. So this is kind of how we're imagining the plaza and ultimately being realized, so this is a housing alien popping out of the top of the warehouse, but there is still kind of that public access to a degree. And this is just a place that could be used for outdoor markets. Again, introducing a lot of that green space that's currently lacking in this area of the city as a place for people to be able to begin to gather. And I guess we did circulation first, but the key is really wanting to separate the housing completely from the warehouse below. And so that's the concentrated circulation of, 2 main vertical cores. And then there's the concentrated way to get across them, even though they look like separate volumes. You can actually circulate between them. But then the other purpose of this site is for the water. filtration?
Yeah, so obviously we considered, what is happening on the ground plane, because felt just putting architecture on top wasn't enough. We needed a way to kind of connect it down to the ground plane and allow that to kind of shape adjacent spaces and kind of form future developments. So we're imagining, this public space is becoming kind of a central spot or a stopping point for some of the water. So we're using these like striations that, match the grid of the warehouse and the aliens to construct, more artificial wetlands and ultimately kind of connect into the larger system of the water filtration. So not only does this become a public space, but it kind of becomes more, almost like a public identity of this neighborhood and this connectivity of, cleaning the water, cleaning the air, and becoming ultimately a living space.
And also the grade changes within the site was part of the striation strategy as well, where when we're trying to consider water flow, we were trying to create a thing that becomes not only a central plaza for the gathering of people, but it becomes kind of one of the main foci of where water flows in this new constructed landscape by having all of these like small steps that water would flow to this central plaza that is porous and then kind of get cycled back under in the water system to be filtered and processed correctly. Then the second site is the example of a wrapper building, but at a dramatically different scale. Again, we think this typology could be used at a variety of scales, but we chose this site up here in the corner particularly because of its adjacency to the canal, which we thought was important to address, but also the fact that it kind of becomes the anchor of this corner, which we hope obviously that this kind of infrastructure would be able to extend beyond the neighborhood we defined exactly, but kind of creating this definition of what this corner is going to look like. It also creates a way, we wanted to find a way to address how our urban strategy might be able to handle all of these kind of grid shifts that happen within this neighborhood, because it's very common just because of the historic structure. And so how we did that was by having the bar of housing across the top running parallel to the canal, while having the shift happen internally, and the piers on which the building rests and that serves as the commercial base is true to the existing grid that it's trying to connect into. And so that allows for the building to kind of pull in these landscapes, pull in the green streets, as it all, again, filters into this canal that we are trying to introduce and kind of determine how it's going to relate to the rest of the city. Again, it's a much bigger scale. And so one of the first considerations for us was being sure that there was enough vertical circulation for emergency exits. So they are spaced per code. But ultimately what we just determined with this was that it's going to be a single loaded building. So it's all the circulations along this face, allowing for the residences to all be along the canal side face.
And one thing we decided pretty early that this building needs to have some kind of screening system, considering that, you want to have access to outdoor space, but we're also aware that at the moment this area is still really polluted and it's going to take time to clean that up. So we wanted to create not only continue this like water filtration system, but also create a screening system that allows people to maybe be outside without having direct exposure. And so having operable, screening systems that can allow people to have, a certain degree of transparency to the exterior.
Which you see expressed a little more here. And there's the possibility that it would have, green infrastructure incorporated into it as well. But ultimately, the key is just knowing that it is still operable and able to kind of create that barrier between the two. And that is the the presentation. All right, no, it's long.
So in your proposal, do all the existing businesses that occupy this industrial space, do they remain open?
For now, by industrial space, do you mean the industry kind of islands where we pushed them off?
Well, there's the industry islands, and then there's also the warehouse kind of, you know.
Oh, like that we built the alien on?
Correct.
We think that there's possibility for kind of a site-by-site analysis of that. This one in particular is, like we mentioned, a florist, which at wholesale, maybe it doesn't, but it does seem like they're active in their community. So there's a few different options where, again, if you're going to retrofit it, maybe half of the space is still commercial, while the other half is kind of doing this filtration system, or maybe the whole thing becomes a public facing, you know, filtration process that allows for interactive aspects. Others might become parking, because some of them are just, we're not envisioning them staying. We recognize that we are going to be fundamentally changing the nature of this neighborhood to an extent.
And is that the ultimate goal? Is that the, forgive me for my ignorance when it comes to the ultimate premise here, but is the goal of the 15-minute city to basically eradicate this current zoning and basically replace it with a neighborhood?
For this project, yeah.
Okay.
In particular, because
eradicate is a
That's a strong
prejudicial
word.
word. I don't know.
but we
that
weren't shy about it.
subscribe to that.
One of the main things we were considering, though, was, you know, Seattle is a booming city in a lot of ways. That doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And this is an opportunity to introduce a lot of density in a space where you're not necessarily displacing people that currently live. It's wanting to kind of introduce housing without displacing other people. And that does displace maybe some of these businesses, but places, I don't know. Part of our logic was Amazon can move somewhere else.
So,
Money.
so I guess the question I have then related to that is, and feel free, everybody, you can smack on me. I may be out of my wheelhouse here, but you've got an industrial area, like a toxic industrial area that's along the river, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've created a channel to try to create some buffer to that. Yet this industrial warehouse area feels like a natural buffer between where people live and this very toxic area. Is there, to me, it seems challenged to suggest what we really need to do is move people as close as possible to that toxic space and take away the buffer that naturally exists. How would you respond to that type of question?
First,
Well, you want to go?
I was just going to say that for starters, when this whole warehouse area is so heavy on shipping and all of these like large scale things, I wouldn't argue that it's that much of a buffer because it is still very detrimental to the environment and to health of the area. And then also that this historically was such a vibrant neighborhood. There is still that kind of holdout on the eastern side that we were considering. This is still a place that people are living, are trying to live and have a good life. And so we were interested in reclaiming it as a whole neighborhood to try to activate it that way. Did you want to say something, Kat? Add to it? Sorry.
I mean, that's pretty much, I was going to argue, like, right as it is right now, like, there's not even enough buffer, frankly, for how much these these industrial buildings are emitting. So we obviously were like, okay, we need to cut these off physically so that we can create an extra layer of, you know, some kind of filtration system that actually interacts with only the city, but also the toxicity. Yeah, I guess that was adding a little bit more, but basically what Christy said.
I mean, I do.
Can I say one
ahead.
thing real quickly? I'm not going to
Please
say
do.
much, but I think it's a slightly different proposition, although I think your point about what happens to all the light industry is right on the money, right? I would say, you know, the idea of the 15-minute city is to rebalance programmatic mixtures, right? And maybe the problem with this neighborhood is it's sort of 90% light industry but it's not just as that diagram suggests, it is not just a warehouse district, right? And so we're finding in cities all around the country, Dallas for sure, LA, that these sort of distribution districts, like the design district in Dallas, for example, which were once all warehouses, are now becoming more multivalent. So the question for me is sort of one, how do you insert the missing programs, including housing, that you need? And I would say without removing all of the light industry. And so maybe some sort of analysis of which of these buildings are actually quite active and which of these buildings are actually, kind of underutilized would be useful. But the other thing is, I would say, is that there is a serious need for affordable housing, especially in South Seattle. Kevin could maybe talk to that. So the second question is, how does the function of light industry distribution warehouses still work? Trucks and things that need to get in and get out within this sort of chain system. The other one is, how do these three sort of types of interventions begin to address the question of housing equity in the city? And then I'll just shut up for the rest of the time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't sure if I was just going to say that one of the things we had considered with regard to the housing equity was that was part of us wanting to introduce this modularity and this scalability of all of our typologies, where the possibility of different, I guess, tiers that's a bad word, but like in terms of whether it's affordable housing versus just more mass housing or maybe some high end, but being able to take the typology and implement it in the way that's best for that need in a certain site in the neighborhood was part of our logic of trying to create a system that could be implemented across the whole neighborhood. Sorry for cutting you off, Kevin.
No, that's okay. I think that Georgetown's a really interesting place with a really interesting history that is, in a very curious position within the city as far as its role and its geography, right? I don't know if you looked at much of the planning for Seattle, but this area here has been designated a industrial jobs preserve, where a lot of the other villages are very much what we're talking about, these livable neighborhoods with, that are supposed to be full of amenities and densely packed and so forth. This area is designated as a preserve to maintain blue collar jobs, which are, in very short supply in Seattle, much like Austin, Seattle has seen a massive growth of white collar, tech jobs and so forth, even more so than Austin in a lot of ways, just due to the concentration of the housing and the scarcity of the land there, and the way that that's impacted kind of opportunity to engage with the economy has been really challenging. So since the 80s or 90s, this has been designated as a place to preserve those blue collar jobs, specifically because of this really complicated dynamic that happens when you open light industrial up to other uses of land, right? Like commercial and residential. The value of the land as light industrial is far, far lower than the value of land as any other use almost, other than perhaps open space. And so in that, there is this massive there's a massive gap, right, between the highest and best use, one might say, from an economic perspective of this land area and where it is today. It's artificially, by regulation, being held down in value so that we can maintain the not a very high density of them, but maintain the blue collar jobs that do exist in Seattle. And so I wonder if this, there are some amazing things going on in Georgetown. Georgetown Brewery is probably one of my favorite breweries in the entire country. It's amazing, and they only recently started canning because of the pandemic, and I'm very happy about that. You know, and those kind of public access industrial spaces are this amazing sort of thing. And I'm working in the arts district in LA, where they're dealing with a lot of these same sort of things, where they're turning these warehouses into amazing spaces. But you know, they're going from warehousing, where a very few number of blue collar workers are getting employment, to very posh restaurants and very expensive office space and very expensive lofts and condos. And that's when they're exploring it, the conversion of the space from light industrial to a very high density of mixed use, right? They're saying this, we're gonna close up that land value gap really quick, and we're gonna just go straight from low land value artificially to really like highest and best use. And that means from an economic perspective, right? So I think that this project maybe hasn't resolved the position of where Georgetown's role within the city of Seattle, right? What is Georgetown's role today? What is it in the future? Is it a 15-minute city in the future? Maybe it is. What is the future of light industry in Seattle? What's the future of blue collar work in Seattle? And I think that housing equity question, we're facing that every day in Austin, right? Yeah, we need a lot of affordable housing for a service industry. We need a lot of affordable housing for the folks that are retired and used to live in Austin in a whole different world that it used to be in, where housing was affordable on the east side and they could live on Social Security. These are a lot of the questions that Georgetown is really at the crux of. The housing, that single family housing that they have in Georgetown, used to be super blue collar because it was environmentally unjust, right? Housing was cheap because you're next to a bunch of really crappy industry and air pollution and no grocery stores or amenities. That's clearly changing. And if you look at the housing values of those single family houses today, I bet you that none of us could afford them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's not an amenity rich place. So there's I said, okay, so there's the one issue of the role of Georgetown within the city. And I think, I want to, the next part, I want to emphasize, like, your typology approach is really fascinating. And I thought it was really interesting to kind of hear you guys talk about it. And the result was like, amazing, otherworldly, and kind of awesome. But what I think, when we're going to make this jump, if we're going to say this isn't going to be a low value land use place, and we care about ability, we care about the environmental health of this place, and we care about housing equity, the moves that you make from the low value land uses and buildings, a lot of them are just really crappy pole buildings with sheet metal siding, right? To preserve those and create appendages that are actually very low density is not really taking full advantage of that land, or this massive opportunity gap that isn't being taken advantage of. So it's almost like you're treating it like a Roman ruin, right? These like really shitty land uses that are producing low density jobs and poorly using the land, and you're just kind of barely touching it so that we can kind of continue to preserve it forever. But you're not actually doing that, right? So there is a kind of a conflict there. And so, why didn't you just blow them all up and make a bunch of towers and perimeter buildings? That's one question I would have. And then, I mean, I think there's still obviously something very fascinating about these buildings. And there's actually a precedent. Capitol Hill, the Pike Pine corridor, they have kind of a parasite model where they've essentially forced everyone to preserve the facades of the historic buildings. It was a auto row, essentially 19. Dean, if you're commenting, I can't hear you, you're muted. Okay. It's an old auto auto row where in the 1920s and 30s, they were a bunch of auto dealers, and they're all 1 and 2 story. And so they have actually gutted those entire buildings, preserved the facade, and built full on 8-story, 12-story buildings behind them, because they know the value of that area is so high. But they wanted to capture the history, the kind of layers, without blowing it up and creating something shiny and new that was disconnected from its history. So and that's very different than what you guys did. You guys did something far more delicate. And then my third and last, sorry, I'll stop ranting. I just love Seattle, and this is fascinating to me. But the last piece, other than the role within the city and kind of the relationship of land value and opportunity value, and that change, if you're going to make it, is that it's kind of two-part. The ability for this to be a 15-minute city is the modes of mobility through the place. That's one, transportation, right? Is it still auto dependent like it is today, or freight dependent, we could say? In which case the land use needs to reflect that, and the amount of parking and so forth needs to be reflective of that. Or is there a new future where this is somehow connected via, active transportation and transit? In that, there should be a clear representation on the site plan of how people, where are the priority people streets? I saw the walk streets, but what I didn't see was a clear representation of how the buildings were relating to that walk street. What was the experience that is necessary in order to create a high quality, amenity rich, high density human experience of, that makes walking and biking within 15 minutes of your residence a place-based and convenient thing to do. Sorry for my rant.
No, I totally, it was all great.
So I do want to kind of hear what you have, how you think about that, and if those thoughts and how you relate to those concepts come up in your project.
Well, there's a lot.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. But it's natural because we picked this site, this whole area, because we're like, this has so many issues, and there could be a million different ways that we could start to try to solve all of them. I think the first question I don't have an answer for, but I think it's interesting, is like the transition between low value, high value, and like, why don't we just blow out their warehouses? I think we're trying to imagine this as like a stepping point, I guess. Christy, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Well, and also I would say part of it is that our hesitation of totally blowing it all out was that we did blow out so much of it. And if we just said we're going to raise this entire city center, that would be too much of a scratch to start from for a like half semester project. And B, we just didn't really think that was reasonable we recognize already it's like obviously a pie in the sky kind of proposal. But also when it came to preserving blue collar work and then also like delicately touching the warehouse, part of that was, even though we ultimately ended up proposing that this warehouse was going to be at least half for like the water filtration functionality to kind of create a central hub for that, we were also considering the possibility that a lot of like some of these light industry warehouses could continue to function in the way they did if we were able to like have our housing be completely separate from it. And that was part of the logic behind the like light touching, although certainly the smaller footprint is a totally valid critique in terms of efficiency of space.
And then
use.
I think in terms of like mobility is something we didn't necessarily flesh out all the way. I think our big idea was kind of about, the edge of recreating like these wetlands and having like a coastline kind of situation, and then having this green ring that almost separates the whole neighborhood into different districts, which actually all have different kind of typologies within them. Like you've got the single family on the south, you got those big warehouses, and on the top you just got everything. But using that green ribbon in the canal front and using, green streets to kind of connect all of them, so that in an ideal world, like, we hopefully don't have any more cars, and that we can essentially just use green infrastructure to get around. But that's
Well, and part of it too.
Flushed out.
Well, and part of it too was the thought, we certainly never addressed like bigger scale transportation within the whole district. But part of the proposal was trying to create this density in a way that, in theory, someone living in this bar is able to walk along these more friendly streets to reach any needs they have, as opposed to right now, if you're living in this single family housing over here, then you have to figure out how to either cross a river or cross a major highway to get groceries or to take your kid to school. And so, that there's different ways that happens depending on the typologies, where if you're in a alien here, maybe you're walking over to this wrapper stretch along the new kind of main street to get your groceries and drop your kid at daycare. But if you're up in this like really major development we did here with the bar building, you live above, and by the time you get down, hopefully all your basic needs at least are met within the kind of commercial spaces we were able to introduce there, and anything else that might be able to kind of develop along these newer streets.
Wilfried.
Yeah, so you talked about risks and you did large scale analyses. So these are clearly in your face risks that we all think about. There are slow risks, and they are suburban lifestyles, functional and social segregation, decaying industry, and toxic sites. There are accelerating and persistent risks, and that is climate change. So between these risks, the question, what role are you ascribing to the 15-minute city? We can take different paths to achieving a 15-minute city. Central question is, how do you address the provision of amenities? These amenities range from commercial to educational to health and cultural. And so I would assume that one would have to think about what kind of amenities are going to be realistic in the future. If dense urban lifestyles are the things that we want to cultivate, these things aren't going to happen by themselves. Given Amazon, we are not going to have retail culture and landscape that we had in the 20th century. That has disappeared and not going to return. If I look at the strategy that you've adopted an object strategy of adding things to the site, and you're not adopting a spatial strategy. A spatial strategy would be one where you would analyze the public space to use a tool like space syntax, and you would understand how the network actually supports a 15-minute walk or cycle city. And within that, you would then embed certain things. So you've approached this from an object point of view. And then you're removing these objects on stilts or pilotis or whatever. And so, if you did an analysis, how long would it take somebody living up on the 3rd or 4th floor of your bar building to the northwestern part of your site next to the canal, walking down to get to an amenity? How long would that take? Just walking, right? As opposed to somebody who lives in the current suburban style development, couple of minutes, that person's outside the door and inside public space. And then from then the clock starts running, right? So you're using typologies of the 20th century to talk about a problem that is of the 21st century. And I think that that's a kind of a problem. I live in a 0-minute accommodation. I live in a live-work unit. My apartment is also my office. So, okay, that's my choice. It's not designed by the authorities. It was designed by speculators to enable people to lead these kinds of lifestyles in the 19th century, right? They didn't know who was going to live in these speculative developments. And so the question that we need to ask ourselves as architects and as urban designers is, what lifestyle is going to be possible in the 21st century? And we should design according to that, with all the problems in mind that we have to resolve at the same time. Besides, forest fires, earthquakes, flooding, there are far worse problems, the immediate problems that I mentioned: social segregation, decaying industry, toxic sites. These are really nasty problems which require enormous efforts. Even before we talk what has been mentioned just now, how are we going to deal with the value of property? How are we going to think about the financing of these transformations and of these cleaning up operations? So the task that you're dealing with is enormous, but I think that it is not going to be addressed by using an object-based densification only. I think you really need to design a lifestyle that you have in mind. It's a far wider task, and I think that task, you need to define what you mean by the 15-minute city in this instance. The people who invented this notion, the Parisians, right? I mean, it's like kind of a complete luxury. Of course, those people living in the inner city of Paris, they are in a 15-minute city, right? It's kind of a complete island. And how much of this neighborhood is going to actually be self-sufficient? In which aspect? Food? Apparel production? Water? I mean, will it be able to supply its locals with their own water out of wells or out of some treatment plant? Right, so what kind of resources is this place going to be able to rely upon without having to go outside this 15-minute zone?
Yeah, I think that relates back to what Kevin said about like the identity of this place for all of Seattle, which I think is something that we really, frankly, didn't, discuss much about.
Well, I mean, it's not, it's difficult, because if you look at cities and the metropolitan regions, you will understand that the inner cities that we are so enamored with only represent a tiny fraction of the entire metropolitan region. I bet you Seattle metropolitan region is about 80 times the size of the area you're looking at, or even more, right? The downtown area of Austin is 0.5% of the total area of Austin, right? It's frightening. The kind of, 2nd Street and all that, up to Congress, that area, down to the City Library and down to, on the east side of the downtown area, that's 0.5% of the total area of Austin. And your area is maybe 1% of the total area of metropolitan Seattle. So we're dealing with, it's a wonderful kind of romantic and luxurious topic. How do we densify? How do we secure, blue collar jobs? How do we bring in people without over gentrifying it, and blah, 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 blah. But it's kind of, the problem is in suburbia, it's 99%. Anyway, but if we do want to offer a lifestyle, what is that lifestyle that makes it inescapable or unavoidable for the majority of us? In Germany, 84% of the population do not live in inner cities. And that's a European nation.
So welcome to urban design.
Yeah, this is.
And I think it was tough because, you know, just from when we decided we were working here and you talk about someone walks out of their house here and they start walking, that's when the clock starts. But the fact is they can't really walk much of anywhere and get what they need. And that was one of the drivers for us, was trying to address that.
I recognize deficits, right?
Yeah.
You've identified the food deserts and all those kinds of things. That's fine. But I would like to see how much you are improving the other part of the fabric that you're dealing with, right? And if you are doing large objects, big buildings, you know, heroic modernist, you know, unités stranded in this post-industrial landscape, and lifting it off the street without offering things at street level, then I'm wondering what kind of notion of amenities are you talking about?
Okay.
Now, your bar buildings do sit on the ground, correct?
Yes.
So I think that, you know, looking at it, where you have the green ring, I mean, it seems very much like an embryonic city as far as the layout, right? It's suggesting these areas that you mentioned, like this kind of neighborhoodization of this area that was once just kind of this huge cohesive space. It just feels like it wants to have some center to it, some place where the spark ignites, right? Where there's, you know, there's enough of that amenity and housing in one area that something can grow from. Right now, it feels a bit exclusive, like I'm still separated out, I think is what, at least where Wilfred was heading with that.
The pink area in this map is a center, right? I
Correct,
mean,
but it's mostly an outdoor space, correct?
Everything that Christy and Catherine have done is to create a center, right? If you look at this pink area, it is the center of a larger neighborhood. The symmetric arrangement of the canals creates this other island. The existing housing and the northern part of the industrial part sort of flanks it. And we're talking about subconsciously creating a medieval city, all right, and in this kind of area. And then it's being superimposed with aliens and parasites and all sorts of things, right? But that's a kind of strange subconscious, a completely romantic view of what the city, you know, what the city can't be. This city can't be a kind of a not miniaturized, but maximized version of medieval city, right? If we did a kind of scale inversion, we might get to an Italian medieval city, but it's not going to happen.
I think a goal we had also that probably didn't ever read through, and the fact that we chose to develop the center of this one lent itself to that as well, but was, although this whole thing is our 15-minute city, we also saw these kind of natural divisions that we're developing, and we're envisioning that ultimately down the line, as everything got fleshed out, they'd become almost like smaller 5-minute cities, maybe like little or smaller neighborhoods. It's not that we're trying to make everybody who's out here come here for everything.
Well, I mean, that's
how things been reading.
That's known as radical version, that you don't have centers, right? That from every unit, it's a 15 minutes city.
Right.
That, as opposed to saying, oh, well, there's a core, and everybody who lives in the core is within the 15-minute, right? And too bad if you're not. Well, you know.
I think that's really interesting, that the idea that there wouldn't be a center, you know, and I think that's something that we struggle with when you're doing plans for small areas and things like that. When you're looking at kind of the capture of certain amenities and certain uses, how many rooftops do they need to serve, right? And so everything can be done at this very tiny scale that could be linear and along a walk street or something like that. But you know, that the kind of constellation of those amenities being within 15 minutes throughout the field of the urbanism is a really interesting arrangement. But I also think, you know, part of that analysis is to say, I need to make sure I have that many rooftops within 15 minutes of each of those amenities. And I think that that's probably the number one thing that's lacking in this, if this is a housing plan, is the number of rooftops. We don't have density here. We
Kevin,
low
let me just
density
let me just say one thing. You know, I've been educating. I've been involved in architectural education for a few decades now, and the thing is, you give somebody a piece of paper and you talk about, you know, a piece of city, urban fabric. Because there's a piece of paper, and because somebody's looking at an area, there's a natural tendency to create a center, some form of public space. And Christy and Catherine have done the same thing. So, you know, there is this kind of professional deformation that you give an architect or an urban designer a site to deal with, and invariably something has to happen at the center of the site. And question is why? It just happens to be a piece of the city that one's looking at, right? And there's no reason why there can't be a series of nodes, there can't be a network, there can't be, especially we're talking about, you know, a large city fabric, that's Seattle, with varying zones, of course. But what's wrong with an idea of a superstructure of public spaces, of green areas, of large parks at a metropolitan scale, things that deal with toxic sites and so on, reorganization of the river embankments. You know, I mean, the fact is, as my last comment, we're standing in front of enormous tasks, and I've just outlined them in terms of the risks. We're not even understanding the enormity of the work that we have in front of us and the cost that is involved. If we're not going to pay up for it, later generations will have to deal with it, right? And we're in a moment of pandemic, but if one just analyzes the toxic nature of the site and the kind of prevention of further development, because it's, you know, it's not healthy to live there, it's going to be a block on development for decades.
All right, guys, we got to move on to Reagan to try and get back on track here. But I appreciate the guys.
Yes,
I
thank you,
appreciate
guys.
the way that you guys have been able to kind of pull your argument together, especially, you know, first time that you've dealt with sort of issues at this scale, I know. I personally think urbanism is way harder than architecture, although they're not necessarily separate issues. So, you know, thank you very much for like really like putting your passion into the project and you know, really trying to tackle this thing head on.
Thank you.
Okay, Reagan, you're up.
Hello, I'm gonna share my screen. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so to follow up Christy and Kat, I moved down the river and studied an adjacent neighborhood called South Park. It's also commonly referred to as the industrial district because it has a pretty large chunk of it is just manufacturing, factories, industry. It also suffers a lot of the same issues as Georgetown, particularly concerning pollution from the industrial district and the airport, and then all of that sort of condensing along the Duwamish River. So throughout the semester, I was particularly interested in green space. So my first study on the left was a mapping of current national parks in the Cascadia region and how their boundaries have contracted or expanded throughout time. And then the boundaries of these three cities, Vancouver, Seattle, and Portland, and how those have also changed over time. And then on the right, I zoomed in a little bit to Seattle, and I highlighted the current parks in dark blue, and then the proposed future parks in this lighter shade of blue. as well as the levels of socioeconomic risk in the community. And those range from light brown being the least amount of risk to dark brown being the highest. And I saw a clear relationship between park access and socioeconomic disadvantage, which I had suspected, but this further cemented that. So South Park was particularly interesting to me after doing those first two maps because I knew it was a highly polluted area. It has industrial pollution from the plants in the factories, which make up a huge part of the area. And then it also has air pollution from Highway 99, which cuts through the neighborhood, and then Highway 509, which runs to the left. And then it has a lot of noise pollution from the airport, which is to the right and a little bit north. So as you can see, the neighborhood's bordered by all of these two highways and the airport, and it rests right along the river. And the King County Airport serves mostly small commercial passenger airlines and military aircraft, but it has quite a lot of noise pollution. It's estimated that a plane flies over the neighborhood every 90 to 180 seconds. And one resident says she remembers going to see her son's outdoor play, and so many planes went by that they had to pause the performance and wait them out. So it's a pretty serious problem in that area. And then on this map in red, I've just highlighted the mostly manufacturing and warehouse district. And then the yellow shows the single family housing and some mixed use area. And then these two community centers, which have green space, but they're pretty run down, not very accessible. So in the warehouse and manufacturing district, there are a lot of asphalt parking lots, loading areas, non-porous surfaces, and a lot of pollutants from those factories just run off and go straight into the river. So that's one big issue I wanted to address. And then the smattering of houses within the warehouse district. There's a few. They're often surrounded by, right next to these industrial lots. So they don't really have a sense of community. There's, it's not very safe to live in those because of the pollution right next to the manufacturing warehouses. So right now, the neighborhood is the highest concentration of diesel and benzene and particles in the air of the entire city of Seattle. And the side effects for the residents are pretty serious. So they include asthma attacks, reduced lung function, heart disease, cancer. One resident reported that within 2 years of moving to the area, she and her husband and 2 kids have developed allergies and stomach aches. So those effects are pretty severe and pretty fast acting on the residents. On average, South Park has 2 times the average number of asthma hospitalizations among children than the rest of the Seattle area. And of all the air pollutants, diesel exhaust contributes the most to a person's risk for cancer. Finally, the life expectancy for the resident of South Park is 8 years less than the Seattle average and 13 years less than the comparatively wealthier neighborhood of Laurelhurst in northern Seattle. So here you can just see some examples of the housing in the South Park area. Many of them, as you can see, are right next to warehouses and just sort of factory areas, parking lots, many of them without a neighborhood or with, as you can see in this right one, a couple houses next door, but chain link fences, not even parking for their cars. So it's not a great living situation, especially for kids in the area with very few parks, very few public green spaces. So in my site plan, I propose shifting the manufacturing facilities north into this zone that's already mostly that and condensing them, pulling them away from the housing area, keeping that a mostly residential, mostly housing, and then implementing drainage canals, which you can see in blue all along that manufacturing area. And those will help to sort of draw the pollution off of the roads and filter it before it reaches the river and help protect the residential area as it moves down the river. They'll also help filter runoff and just make those streets more accessible, adding sidewalks, which maybe 1 or 2 of the roads in the whole neighborhood have sidewalks. So there's a huge need for pedestrian safe transit. So then finally, I'll add some wetlands where you can see where the blue condenses right here. Add some wetlands that will further help to filter that water and create room for a green space and walking trails. So in the perspective, this is just showing a little bit of what those wetlands would look like. They'll have public access, a walking trail for residents. They'll help to clean the water and filter the river, and then also help with some of those air pollutants, and then create just a community space that's accessible to a lot of the residents. Turning the area, instead of just parking lots and manufacturing, turning it into a place for public use and for resident health. So I also propose using housing, multifamily housing, as a sort of buffer, as you can see in this orange zone, between the manufacturing in red and then the single family housing, which is not colored. So I also would like to throw in some green space, especially along the highway. And then this green axis just shows widening the roads, adding some green filters and sidewalks along these main access roads, just to bring the area together and create a buffer for all the pollutants that come off of that highway cutting through the middle. And then this zone particularly, which I want to turn into public and safe for residents rather than just manufacturing. So in this housing diagram, I'm just showing housing serving as this buffer zone between the manufacturing and then the single families. I propose adding this green space here, and then this just shows, again, the green space along the river. It will grow in height and density as it approaches the manufacturing district. So a lot of these are smaller scale, and then they grow into a 2- and 3-story scale housing here. And then you can see this long green corridor. This will have public green space. It will also help filter those pollutants and just sort of create a way to separate the housing from the manufacturing, but still provide connection through this main access road. So this road running through the housing will be sidewalk and biking and public access, but not road for cars. So that also creates a more nucleus, unified neighborhood area. And then this perspective just shows that sidewalk through the middle of the housing, and you can see it's public access. People can bike, walk, they can travel down this corridor and access the green space along the river. It creates a nucleus of housing away from the pollution, the manufacturing warehouses, the cars, and the traffic, and fosters community, which there's a huge need for a community space and ways for these neighborhoods to interact with each other. And a lot of them are cut through with patches of manufacturing roads with no sidewalks. So this just creates a way to make a little mini nucleus within the neighborhood. Provides residents with a safe way to travel and a way to move to the river park without having to drive. And then this housing diagram just shows the 3 typologies I am imagining for the system. And the first one is single family. So they'll have the most individual green garden space, a little patio for each one. And then as you move to the duplex, these would share a common green space. So they're a little bit more public. And then the larger form in orange is apartments, multifamily housing, and they would share a courtyard space between 2 to 3 families. So they increase in density and size. And then all residents of the housing system and the neighborhood could have access to that green corridor and access to this interior road and these interior sidewalks. And then the blue just shows some retail space where local businesses, there's a lot of small local businesses, fish shops, grocery stores, local restaurants. They could take up some of that retail space. So it provides sort of a buffer for the community to this main access road, and then also residents can walk to these businesses easily. Then finally, this is just a perspective of the green corridor, and it shows that it separates the industrial zone on the right and then the housing system on the left. And it's just a space for residents to enjoy and gather and help filtering the pollutants, but also creates a space, a unifying access and a space for everyone in that neighborhood to sort of be able to use as their own public green space. And that's it. Thank you.
Reagan, where are your amenities?
Meaning
What
the
are they?
businesses?
Your amenities. I mean, if we're talking about the 15-minute city, okay, let's start the other way around. What's your definition of the 15-minute city?
So most of the neighborhood is within 1.5 miles width and height. So it's pretty walkable, but the main issue I saw was access through lack of sidewalks, lack of bike paths. So there's a lot of local restaurants, local stores, but not a way for residents to get there.
Where would they be? Where would a grocery store be, or a school, or a daycare center?
A lot of them are interspersed in these small little housing area where the existing housing is, and
So you're not providing any in your development. Your development is simply housing, purely monofunctional housing.
with a few options for retail along that road. Yes.
And how does, sorry, go ahead, Wilfred.
I mean, just to complete this, I'm concerned that you are, you're showing you are open to the problems of the site, and you are doing kind of a clean-up version, but then you're aggravating the situation by adding more monofunctional lifestyle to this, and you're not bringing diversity, sufficient diversity to make it into a kind of, let's say, a mixed use, mixed social part of an urban fabric. And it's kind of an end of pipe way of dealing with environmental problems, and not fundamentally thinking about how are we going to change urban design and architecture as a result of what lifestyles are going to be possible in the 21st century.
Regan, how does, if I live in specifically, say, the single family housing, how does an automobile interface with those residences?
Yeah, so I planned for there to be a street here, and then in this green corridor, there's a street along there. So the sidewalks are between the houses, but there's parking on both sides.
It's parallel street parking.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there sufficient to actually service this entire area? It does not appear to be. So I'm not a defender of the automobile. I do like to ride a bike, and I love public transportation, but I think I'm dubious of the idea that the US is going to let go of its stranglehold on the automobile in any future, especially with Mr. Musk out there trying to make it even more exciting for us to use them. So I think that the reality of the amenity, like the sympathy for the dweller of these units, I think part of it is what Wilfred is saying as far as amenities. Like, I'm sitting in my bedroom right now because my children are using what I would typically use right now as an office space for education. And I think there's some aspect of that, this idea that there are little community areas that allow people to have kind of more functionality. But I also think there's the reality of who is going to live in these homes, right? If I have any kind of decent income, I'm going to choose a house that has more amenities in its area and has more accessibility to a vehicle and more public space. So it feels a bit like this is going to move itself towards more lower income families, which we have now then created the lower income family as a buffer between those that have the ability to have a single family house from the industrial area. So it feels like they want to be moved actually further away rather than pushed up against it, perhaps. Or at least that there needs to be more needs to be more open air, more porosity, more kind of space around these things. The density of them, I think I appreciate from, you know, the idea of it, but it feels a bit like we're using people to create a buffer between those that have a single family house and this light industrial space.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, so this is this strategy is, you know, been played out throughout our history. You know, that it's kind of one of the quintessential environmentally unjust approaches that we've taken to zoning is creating multifamily housing as a buffer to single family housing, which is kind of in simple terms what Brian was kind of saying is that it's putting the people with fewer means, and a lot of them, but, you know, buffering the rich with the poor. It's like, you know, putting a sidewalk beside a freeway in order to protect the trees and vehicles from hitting the trees. You know, the way that we design roads today in Texas is we're willing to sacrifice the people so long as the cars and the trees are okay. And this is, we're willing to sacrifice the poor so long as the single family homes and neighborhoods are okay. That being said, like I think that your exploration of high density, low rise housing is really interesting. And I would definitely emphasize what others have said about access to mobility and access to the city. You know, people aren't going to live here without the ability to have access to amenities and access to the city. You know, no matter how much we want to design a 15-minute city, it's going to exist within a metropolitan area that folks are going to interact with, right? And so in South Park right now, that means a car or a really long bus ride. And I think, you know, it's interesting because you're playing with some early ideas that we've kind of played out already with these improvements to the industrial district. I think that's really interesting, playing with those canals, and I think that was probably among the strongest pieces. Like, you know, we can help remove pollutants by integrating kind of a dispersed green infrastructure. But, you know, South Park is probably one of the most affordable neighborhoods still in Seattle, and I think that, you know, that this is something that we've experienced a lot when we've addressed environmental injustice, is that when we fix the injustices, rich white people move in.
Yeah.
Right. And single family, once the injustice is removed, the marketplace comes into play, and the injustice of our entire society is then revealed.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that, you know, single family neighborhoods as a preservation, once you've improved it, these folks aren't going to be able to hold on.
I see.
There's not an income tax in Washington state, just like there's not an income tax in Texas, meaning that property taxes are really going to push on people a lot. And I think that you're going to, you know, the folks that are able to hold on to their homes just barely today won't the second that you put in a park. Not that this is a reason not to improve the lifestyles in Georgetown, but there needs to be thought into not just a new typology that exists in the reclaimed pieces from what used to be blue collar jobs that maybe these folks worked at, but also how does the single family neighborhood change to continue to be affordable through, you know, whether it's market means or it's you know, some sort of subsidy. But, you know, there's a lot of exploration that can go into that around, you know, how do these folks take it? How are the existing homeowners that maybe because of the single family zoning aren't able to participate in the growth of the Seattle real estate market? They either sell and they leave and they go somewhere much cheaper, far away, or they hold on and try as hard as they can to save that asset for their future generation. How can those folks stay in the neighborhood? Well, you know, perhaps using their backyard or something like that to gain wealth and be able to maintain their existing home or a part of their existing land well, making a lot of money from the growth and the pressure that's on this area. So, if you're going to improve an area, it's going to change.
Mhm.
How do we deal with that change is kind of an important piece of urban design, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting in Austin relative to property taxes, how, yeah, they are exorbitant. I mean, I, for one, am barely holding on to my house in terms of property taxes. But what's interesting is that the city is shifting the way they evaluate property taxes from improvements to the amount of land, right? And so there's the whole sort of algorithm is shifting in how the city wants to sort of decide how much they're going to charge you. Which brings up an interesting question as to whether or not there actually might be a virtue to high density, low rise, smaller plots of land as a strategy, right? So not necessarily as just an edge condition, but it's sort of, it goes to ADUs and the end of single family zoning and all that other sort of stuff. Are there ways in which the whole single family district could actually be, let's call it, some sort of recurrent geometry in terms of land ownership or whatever begins to happen across the district that then allows people who sort of are in a house to maybe get additional economic revenue from, let's say, rental property, which is the traditional kind of ADU mechanism, right? So I wonder whether a sort of, in the end, it might come down to strategies of reducing land area relative to overall housing densities.
Are you guys familiar with District 51 over by the State Cemetery? The State Hospital Cemetery. It's off of 51st Street. It's not exactly what I would call a phenomenal example because those properties sell for between $500,000 and $750,000 these days. But they are kind of that low rise, high density living. I think the one thing that they benefit from, whether I agree with this or not, is they do have garages, and that garage does allow somebody to actually, make some form of living, or at least the opportunity of doing something with that space, which I think can be important to the success of some of these areas. But like I said, in a city like Austin, they're probably benefiting from property taxes being lower because they just have simply much less property than, say, I do a street over. But the cost is still astronomical. Just the barrier to entry is pretty huge.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to the last one in the morning. Elgin, welcome. We haven't met before. I was just reading your bio. You're at University of Virginia, is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So real quickly, we're doing 4 projects this morning. We're about to do the 4th, looking at Seattle, asking students to do a sort of larger mega region analysis and then a city analysis and then identify a site and then identify a proposition for that site. And I'll let Manasa, who's up next, describe what she's up to.
Thank you.
Let me just share my screen real quick. All right. So I was looking at Seattle as well, and like Reagan and Christy and Kat, we all kind of started at this regional level of Cascadia. Sorry, one second. My PDF is acting up. Okay, just gonna leave it here. But yeah, so looking at the region of Cascadia, I particularly found the Cascadia Innovation Corridor particularly interesting. And I think it kind of serves to show how like these three cities in the region are like increasing in population and connectivity. And that kind of leads into why there might be like increased need for like diverse types of housing and more dense housing. So looking at Seattle in particular, we first started looking at the transportation systems, and Seattle already has quite an extensive public transportation system, and it's only getting more like more connective. And this map to the right is particularly interesting because I looked at displacement in general throughout the Seattle area, and the darker red kind of shows where new housing units have been added in the last decade. And you can kind of see like through these yellow dots where there have been like property foreclosures, and the purple dots kind of show these like new condo conversions. But what I found particularly interesting is this kind of like black weave shading that goes through the city is the mandatory affordable housing mandate. And particularly looking at this like ring right outside of downtown in the Queen Anne neighborhood, this like ring of like mandatory affordable housing was particularly interesting to me. So that was kind of where I chose to look at Queen Anne in particular. And so you can kind of see that like the character of Queen Anne right now as like a very like single family neighborhood. And it's kind of like characterized by like this really like steep hill in the center. And when looking at it through the lens of this 15-minute city, I kind of created this model which looks at the 15-minute city in terms of a series of like rings. And at the center, you have like the single family houses, which are kind of surrounded by this multifamily housing, which is like surrounded by a series of like amenities, and then finally like transportation, like major public transportation that connects them together, but also like in many cases like bleeds in between all three rings of the 15-minute city. And if you kind of look towards the center and the south closer to downtown, you can kind of see these white dots represent like different amenities that we looked at, such as grocery stores, medical centers, and stuff like, and pharmacies and stuff like that. And they do kind of like form in these like, you know, areas around the amenities, around the housing units. But what I did notice was that in like the northern area of Queen Anne, you kind of see like the same like, you know, population of amenities is not exactly there. And it seemed kind of riper development and like kind of like recreating the similar language in that area. So looking at like the concepts that I was studying for 15-minute city was creating access to these amenities and like mobility through transportation, as well as like a diversity in like population types that would live in that area. So and then another important consideration, I guess, when choosing specifically like, you know, which area I wanted to work in was looking at the social character of the city, of this neighborhood, and how like, again, you can kind of see in the north that there's like a little bit less in terms of population density, and a lot of these.
So we're not seeing your drawings. We're just seeing your at least I am, just seeing your kind of files. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know why.
Can you make this full screen? Can you just sort of make this full screen, and there you go.
Hopefully it loads.
This is a PDF that you're using?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Is it on your desktop?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay, great. So yeah, just picking up where I left off, looking at the owner occupied rate as around like 16% in these primarily like
single family housing areas, and then how like that kind of led us to look at like this like northern area. And solidify this kind of region as the 15-minute city that we wanted to look at, which is right now kind of linked by these like major transportation corridors that go down this end, and a new proposed rail line, as well as this major street, which has a lot of like bus stops that go along it, and like kind of cut off on the other end by this other like rapid bus line, and like kind of looking at these bridges as like a form of connectivity between this the two sides of the Washington Canal, which is this primary body water that runs between Queen Anne and the Ballard neighborhood. Sorry, the pages are taking a little bit long to load, I guess. Okay, so I guess like to kind of like sum up what we were looking at was we were thinking of proposing this kind of like waterfront like snake style development along what was primarily like industrial and kind of like warehouse district. Has a lot of like empty kind of like land space or like inefficient use of the land kind of in that area. And particularly looking at this like capstone piece at the bottom where like you could potentially like see a transition from like the single family housing to more like multifamily denser housing style. So yeah, when considering this site in particular, I thought the importance of the connection to Ballard and looking at how like they had done their waterfront along the canal was a particularly interesting study, because they have a bunch of like office complexes that kind of link the public, link people to the canal through like public space and kind of activate this waterfront hike and bike trail. So looking at that in a similar sense, like in creating maybe like a retail corridor that kind of exists already along Nickerson Street. And then also, I guess, just map kind of just shows you the general distribution and cost, which is like in the $500 to $1 million range of single family homes, as well as the red dots, which kind of show you the multifamily developments that are already kind of in that area.
But you're in the zone that you mapped for affordable housing, correct?
Yeah, this is still all in that zone that's mapped for affordable housing. It's just like along this kind of like canal front, which is the site that's kind of highlighted red, was like where my proposal for a multifamily housing development would be. So then I guess the first thing I wanted to look at was like making like this primary like street something that was more like permeable, which like, and more pedestrian friendly. So looking at just changing the streetscape to allow for like crosswalks and bike lanes and things that would make it easier to cross, so that people from this part of the neighborhood can like access any kind of new public spaces and developments that are happening on the site, as well as the hike and bike trail that already exists. So this is kind of like a preview into like what I was thinking of my project, which looks at like kind of creating these kind of low rise, high density that scales up into these more dense towers, and creating that kind of diversity of unit style through increased density and scale. So the kind of the key parameters that I was looking at when looking at a massing strategy for housing was a diversity of unit size, which lends itself to like this like the modular approach that I took, and looking at this basic unit as like the dimensions that would fit on the back of a truck bed. So that way you can like look into like having these units be prefabricated and easily assembled into like making larger unit sizes. So that way you can accommodate for more like these studio spaces that are more affordable, as well as more luxury units or high-end units. And then second, looking at increased density and scale by creating like a gradual change in density as well as scale. And then looking at creating private and public outdoor spaces. So you can kind of see in the unit configurations that they kind of incorporate this like private yard or balcony space. And that's like kind of built into the unit structure, as well as these like light well kind of voids that allow you to like aggregate in like a much more dense way, but still like, you know, create like enough like light to enter each of the units. And finally, looking at activating the waterfront through like pedestrian corridors that kind of weave through the project and stitch the existing neighborhood to like this new kind of proposed development. So looking at like how in a like a basic sense, how I decided to aggregate the units was like basically piling as many as I could into the given area, and then like shifting them to create space for circulation and like a light well in the center, as well as this axon kind of shows you how like I aggregated specific units in the tower structures to like make, to allow light to filter through into the bottom units as well. And so this kind of shows a site plan of how the pedestrian corridors follow these street lines and split like the project into three distinct kind of buildings that sit, and the buildings that sit atop like these retail spaces below, and kind of connect you back to this green space that's already in front of it, that already takes up the canal front. And these two primary bus stops that are already existing on Nickerson Street kind of create like a nice like linkage through public transportation to this area. So then these like accents kind of show you those in the parameter sense, like the vertical circulation, the private yards that exist within each of the units, and how the ground plane kind of interacts with these pedestrian corridors, and how people can move through kind of the retail spaces at the bottom. And this kind of gives you an idea in terms of a perspective of how that might look with the like bike lanes along the side of the multifamily housing, and kind of that increase in scale along the pedestrian corridor and the cut of the pedestrian corridors. So in plan, you can kind of see the different, like potentially what units could look like, as well as how the retail space kind of functions, allowing for people to kind of filter through these spaces, but also like how there's like a hierarchy of the public space as well, in terms of like, these are the primary corridors that get you to the hike and bike trail, but there is a way to filter through the amenity spaces that exist at the bottom. And then finally, looking at the project in section, you can kind of see how the topography affects the organization of these like unit styles, as well as the cut section here kind of shows you how there are those like 2-story, 3-story, low-rise, high-density units as well, to kind of relate you back to the single-family housing that also exists, and not make it such an abrupt transition between like, you know, just dropping a skyscraper in like a residential neighborhood, but kind of like easing that transition. And yeah, you can kind of see here, like it cuts through one of those like retail spaces with the public space that kind of shows you how people can like move through, kind of filter through the site that don't necessarily live in like these housing units. So then like finally, just looking at how I guess housing can like, you know, frame this kind of public space, and, you know, how the housing kind of sits atop these like retail amenities and allows people to, you know, activate the public space, but also create like a higher density in the area. And that's it.
Can you return to the site plan where we have the overall development? Yeah, thank you. So all of the larger, no, back to the ground floor of the ground floor of the overall.
I think I hit it too many times.
All the larger spaces at the ground level are retail units, right?
Yeah, and potentially, sorry. Yeah, they're all potentially retail units as well as amenities spaces for like people who live in the common.
If you were somebody running a shop, which preference would you have? Where would you want to be?
Possibly along like this main street.
Yeah. Along the street. Why?
There's like access to foot traffic.
Because of exposure, right? What about inside in the top row there?
Yeah.
What about that? Would that be attractive?
Probably not for like main retailers, I guess. Yeah. But I guess that's why I was kind of thinking.
Okay. What about the alleys that take you along the side of the retail? Yeah. What do you think happens there?
So those right now, I guess, are primarily just how you enter the like corridors for like vertical circulation into.
Okay. Do you think that that would be an attractive space to walk along? I mean, you are the architect, right?
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit like, walled on either side.
Let's go to the other courtyard on the left.
Oh, this one?
Why do you not allow a view through from the street side to the waterfront? Why do you close off the direct view? In other words, it's in the evening, it's winter, it's dark, there's artificial light. Would you voluntarily go through that space? You have a choice. You can either go around in the space which are larger, on the left or on the right. Would you voluntarily go through that space?
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit tight in that sense.
It's a little bit obscure, right? So, modern architects, and you are a modern architect, you are designing in the logic of modern architecture, have a tendency to create labyrinths instead of clear public spaces. You have a lot of public space. You have a lot of perimeter, but you are not creating clear public spaces. So, number one, I think that the idea of densification and whoever runs this or whoever owns this could be an interesting project with additional landscaping, could really be an answer to the problem of a lack of density. I don't actually think there's a lack of density in this area, but let's just put this aside. I think it's a strategy that you could apply not just here, but probably a lot of different places. But please, if you do have an opportunity to design something like this, do not create labyrinths, right? It's not necessary. They are not going to work commercially. They're not attractive socially. So why do it? Okay, so, I mean, the idea of modular construction and all that is fine. There's a lot of technology now, especially in Canada and also in parts of the United States, where prefabricated wooden construction is taking high-rise technology to another level. All that is available, and I recommend that you look at that. If you're interested in dense development, if you're interested in sustainable development and construction techniques, that's one direction in which one could look. Right, so Typologically, the idea of including green spaces within the private units and including green spaces within the public space, fine. Nobody is going to object. But if you design, please develop an urban strategy that creates safe public spaces that are attractive, that are clearly overseen by other users, by streets, eyes on the streets principle, that are not going to end up as narrow corridors that are places where people fear to go.
I have an interesting perspective. I used to ride through this area every day because I lived actually at the top of the hill in Fremont, which is on the other side of the canal. This is not necessarily. I would say on the other side of the bridge is Fremont. Ballard's more to the west, and it's definitely not Queen Anne over here. It is. I know it has a name. I couldn't tell you what it is, and I lived right next to it. So it is interesting to make this a center in a way. I do think that it is, obviously deeply connected to Fremont, downtown Fremont, which is across the canal. And that bridge there is one of the only ways to get across the canal on bikes safely today. I actually took the Fremont Bridge this summer on bike and thought I was going to die. I don't recommend it. But this is literally for miles, one of the only bicycle bridges that's viable. But connecting, massive urban center, not massive, but large urban centers for Seattle. And so this is an amazing site. And I think that what you've done a really great job at is, and I usually wouldn't say this. Usually I say that this strategy is nonsense and folks need to stop forgetting about the street. But what you did a really good job of is saying this linear piece that exists between the canal and kind of the other street grid that goes up the hill is another thing. It isn't part of the continuation of that street grid. It's another stratum of the city. It's kind of exists in its own grid, its own kind of mobility. It's linear, but it isn't part of the existing grid. And I think that why it's so compelling is because there is the bike and the multimodal trail that exists along the canal there. And what this does is, because I've ridden that canal so many times, I know that is such a predominant experience of this place is on bike. This is in so many ways the crosshairs of the bicycle infrastructure between the north and the central parts of Seattle. And so an extension of that pedestrian bicycle sort of infrastructure that really, really says, no, this is just a part of that sort of infrastructure. It's an extension of that, and it's densified hugely, is really compelling. And I would say that, you probably do still need to think about connectivity between one side and the other, but I think the way that you could do this in a totally different way. The obscure way that the streets intersect here isn't particularly safe. And you've created a really nice separation, having a bike track on the north side of the street and then going into a primarily pedestrianized space. I think is pretty compelling. And I think it works for the context. For not having visited there, it's kind of a really kind of amazing, intuitive sort of approach that I think really works for the site. I would echo a lot of what Wilfred said. I think that I'm really compelled by this scale that you've brought in, that it's both really high density verticality, but also really fine grain, which is amazing, right? That idea that you would have these pieces that are broken down to such a scale, because oftentimes, we're dealing with such an auto-dependent reality, trying to park huge numbers of cars either below or above ground, but the resulting structure because of that strategy is very, very large. Regardless of density, it's very large. And especially when you're dense, it becomes a mega structure. And so I think that, well, I would echo what Wilfred said. I think that the idea that this could be broken down, living in a pedestrian realm, the pedestrian dominated realm, and somehow at the kind of the crosshairs of this active mobility network, is pretty compelling. And I think that you know, I feel like the scale here feels so much more human than a lot of the mega structures that we're seeing. And kind of the juxtaposition of the lack of a street grid while still maintaining a human scale is really compelling to me. I do think the details need a lot of work.
Yeah, I think the organization was a little bit off in terms of like creating the right kind of corridor, but I did want to kind of segment, like do that kind of like fragmentation of the mega structure while still achieving that same level of density and height without, yeah, like you were saying, creating a kind of mega structure. But I think, yeah, that does kind of result in maybe some slightly unsafe corridors.
Yeah. And I think that as you're thinking about, you know, if you think about this kind of project again, think about the climate as well. Seattle has very few sunny days, and so capturing natural daylight is super critical. And I do wonder about some of the ways that you've put your architecture together with the yards and the voids. Seem to be internal to the, you know, more facing the vertical circulation in some cases. And in a condition like Seattle, southern facing windows are a huge asset. So, you know, if you have a chance to build a building here with such density, it would be great to have those amenities and that open space and that access to daylight and greenery and whatnot, and views, capturing a lot of sunlight, because it is a very great place.
Yeah.
And I think that one thing that was really missing for me at the beginning was you kind of started laying the groundwork for this being a 15-minute city, but I'm still not seeing it as connected to anything. I know personally, because I lived here, how it's connected in some ways that are already just kind of latent. They're already there. The potential for them to be there is so easy. But if I'm gonna, you know, if you're gonna build this, maybe not the most efficient structure in the whole world, you know, it's likely gonna be expensive. Maybe there's subsidies and so forth. But you obviously didn't play with that too much because you didn't get into that level of detail. But I think there needs to be a very compelling argument to say that I can do this really amazing building that is of a pedestrian and human scale because I don't need parking, right? And that argument wasn't really telling, because that bus stop that sits on Nickerson Street here is like, I don't even know if it's every 15 minutes. It's not even one of Seattle's accordion buses that has really high capacity. It's primarily, I think it's primarily for the university that's just to the right of this or the left of this. And it doesn't get a ton of, you know, it gets a lot of use, but it's not very, it's not well stitched into the rapid system, network system. And it's not enough for this kind of density to connect it, to be the primary connector to the whole city. Across the canal, there's far better bus access. And so maybe better access across the canal. Maybe this is, you know, if this is going to be a center, you need more than one pinch point, right? This is a problem with Seattle in general, is the pinch points especially for bicycles, and let alone for cars, and are very few and far between. So, you know, I think a little bit more development of like how this is connected to the greater 15-minute city and how we can access the grocery store that's literally a 5-minute walk from this building, because it's just across the bridge. And what a beautiful walk. You know, having a connection to understand what the city is, not at the largest scale, because I think you did an okay job of that, but really how are we connected to that? And then how are we connected to the rest of this 15-minute city? And what, you know, aren't there already amazing amenities there that we don't need to provide everything?
Right. Okay.
I wanted to share some ideas about just the social character of Manassa that you're talking about in your project. I found it really interesting at the beginning of the narrative when you started to talk about the 15-minute city. I was kind of yearning for a bit more about the demographics of Queen Anne itself, thinking about the workers that are there. I'm just trying to go back in my mind to when I lived in Seattle, of the type of neighborhood versus the neighborhood that you're proposing for this space. So I think it's really important to kind of set out, these are my aspirational goals of what I could see happening in this space. There was one graphic that listed out income, which then sets up a different kind of polarity of what's possible here. But I also think it's a great way for you to strengthen your argument a lot to the way Kevin was speaking about the way this space is connected. I think what that you could do is to be really focused then on those in-between spaces about how hyper local they could be. You know, I openly wondered if there's a retail space that connects to a space that's got, say, for community center, that can basically fold into each other. Is there a way to make those entry spaces feel more like squares within this? I think it might be a protective way to set up a relationship here that speaks back to the way Queen Anne feels. I mean, let's be honest, Queen Anne's probably almost 100% tech workers who are going to be living differently than here. And your proposals that you want to create more of a sense of community, that would imagine that kids would be playing outside on a playground next to the school, connected to a retail facility, almost kind of hearkening back to that last image that you have. So I would just push you to think about, when you kind of further develop the plans, to think about what those spaces would be. I mean, your housing then could build itself next to this hyper local space, where if you're in that kitchen of one of these spaces, you can look out and see your kid playing in this protected area, which is in this hyper local space. And what you're pointing out in your design is that these are special moments in creating that are the in-betweens that aren't located in this area. Therefore, then it becomes this different push. It becomes this relationship where you've got these new spaces within, as well as a pedestrian crossing as well. The only thing I would think about too, have in my mind, is about the trail itself. I openly wondered a bit about the trail and the amenity of it and how inclusive, so to speak, it is. I wondered about how it connects to your site, and perhaps could your site then start to hint at different ideas. And I say that to say, when you had that image that showed the different bike paths, just the width of them, to be really specific about them, but to also think about the paths themselves. I recently did this project where finding out about how your joints feel, right, is different on the path that you're on, which is different than the path that's there for bikes. And so to think about really even taking this language of, what do I have in my squares that creates this hyper locality that can happen back out onto the plans for what the trail is there as well.
Definitely, I like that. I think that's like kind of the stitching kind of that I was like trying to get, or like, you know, like bridging that scale between having maybe like your own private yard and then the large public space, but then like something in between. I think would be like a nice way to scale that transition as well.
Okay, Brian, I'm going to let you get in the last word because we're already like 20 minutes past what we're supposed to be. And we have to start the next session in 10 minutes. So
I will be extremely brief. I mean, I think Manasa used the word filtering a lot, and I think it's interesting that other people have brought this up as well, that the connectivity from Queen Anne through your site to the river seems to be blocked at every avenue, with the exception of maybe the diagonal avenue on that cuts through from the lower left to the upper right. And just wanted also to say the visuals of your presentation with the site section suggests that you are actually quite radically changing the character of the neighborhood from people that have views out to the city beyond, and creating actually a screen that now kind of blocks their view. And I think that looking at your site plan, I don't think it is quite that way, but I think your site section suggests that. If you look at, if we were to go back to that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just that, you know, that those people that are used to seeing out to the city. Now, whether it makes sense that we should not do high density housing in support of very wealthy other housing, I'm not sure if that makes sense either, but just something to comment on. But I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
okay, I'm going to stop us so that people have a chance to take a break. And I guess, Elgin, you're scheduled for the next session, and Wilfried, you as well. Kevin, I know you have to go back to work, and probably you too, Brian. So thank you so much for your comments this morning.
I really enjoyed being a part of it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great work, guys. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you.
Brian, you work?
What's that?
You work?
Do I work?
All right, I'll see everyone in about 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. That was a quick one. Because we didn't have a chance to do it last time due to some technical issues, I do want to take the time to introduce our reviewers. First off is Professor Simon Atkinson, who's been teaching urban design here for what, 40 years, a long time. Hopefully many of you know him. He's also taught at the undergraduate level, sort of issues of urbanism and housing. Wilfried Wang, who is the O'Neill Ford Chair here also at the university and has his office in Berlin with his partner Barbara Hoyden, and recently a finalist in the Berlin Brandenburg 21st century vision of the city kind of competition. And then Elgin Cleckley, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, is joining us from the University of Virginia. And I only know what's written down here in the PDF they sent around. We haven't met before. You're a principal of empathic design, which looks at pedagogy and practice focusing on race and cultural landscape. Hopefully I got that right. And presumably you are part of the architecture program there, I'm guessing, although it does say that you've been teaching design thinking university-wide, so presumably that's at all sort of levels of design thinking. For Elgin, I know you jumped in at the last sort of, on that last one, but to kind of, but Simon's new, Wilfried's been here, just to give you a little bit of sense of what we were doing this semester. So just as a sort of an excuse, I have a group of students, largely Bachelor of Architecture, MArch 1 students, no urban design students, many of whom, if not all of whom, have only limited exposure to kind of issues of urbanism. So I decided as an excuse to kind of piggyback onto the Landscape Architecture Foundation, University of Pennsylvania, Columbia's sort of Green New Deal initiative that's going on. But more precisely sort of pose the question of the idea of the 15-minute city and how could they begin to use that as a way into sort of developing an architectural project. They started out the first 2 weeks of the semester mapping an issue relative to the Cascadia mega region. And then they were given a choice of Seattle or Portland to begin to map issues at the sort of scale of the city, which then hopefully would get them sort of down into choosing a district within their chosen city, which they would then analyze as a way of sort of developing a strategy for adding new program into that district, the fundamental component of which is really meant to be housing of some sort, but supported by other kinds of programs that might be necessary in order to deal with that. So they all have chosen their own sites, their own cities, developed their own thesis based on what they mapped, etc. The first, and they were also given the choice of working individually or in groups or whatever the case may be. So we have 4 individuals that are going to go during this session, 3 of whom actually worked together pretty collaboratively for the first sort of 2/3 of the semester, maybe even 3/4 of the semester in terms of their overall analysis, and then began to take sort of diverge into 3 different kind of propositions, but they're tied to a kind of collective analysis. So what I think we're going to do for this one is go through the overall analysis, then go through the first of the propositions, then have a discussion about that, and then go through the second and have a discussion of that without sort of repeating the larger sort of analytical framework that they studied as a group, if that makes any sense. Okay, and so the first three students, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
All right, so Andrea, Amanda, and Victoria.
Yes. Thank you, Dean. Let us just get to full screen so we can start. And thank you everyone for joining us today. We want to start, Dean already kind of said this, but we wanted to start with this idea of the 15-minute city agenda and what that means for us. We decided to work in Seattle, more specifically in the Ballard neighborhood. And the first few minutes of the presentation are going to be about how we came to choose that neighborhood as our study area. And after that analysis is going to be our individual projects. So in the interest of time, we are going to try to go through the group presentation, ask if you have any questions, and then jump into the first proposal and hopefully have a discussion after the first one and after each of the individual projects. So if you go to the next slide. Just to introduce, we wanted to present the analytical maps that we did of the overall city of Seattle. And it's basically, we each took on a very broad category, or we each decided to focus on specific aspects of these very broad categories that would make a sustainable intervention in a 15-minute city. And we're going to talk more in depth into these maps, but we just want to say that by studying these different aspects in Seattle, we came to realize that Ballard had some deficiencies or some insufficient services that or aspects that made it a good candidate for a joint study and later on for our specific proposals. So if you go to the next slide, thank you. So we want to start by talking about the neighborhood of Ballard, and more specifically the Adams area, which is an industrial zone. It's a heavily industrial zone in the middle of this single family neighborhood. It's near the shoreline, and historically Ballard was a fisherman's town, and it still to this day retains some of that quality of a small town. But as we'll see through the analysis, that kind of quality of localness is starting to fade for different reasons. And even though the other thing that we want to point out with this drawing is that this industrial area is, even though legally and it's part of the urban village. So let me step back. Urban village is the concept that the city of Seattle has employed to concentrate certain amenities to like residential neighborhoods. So even though they're part of the same urban village, they don't function jointly very much. So if you go to the next slide. So then our thesis became that growth on Ballard has been following tendencies that are slowly driving it away from this idea of the 15-minute city, because what once was a vibrant intergenerational fisherman town has become basically a socialization hub for employers of the tech industry, Google and Amazon mostly. And we just want to, we have agreed that, and what the analysis is going to try to prove is that Ballard needs to take a different approach to growth, basically by bringing back the working class to the neighborhood and diversifying programmatically and opening the options for different kinds of population to come back to this neighborhood. If you go to the next slide. So a little bit about the history of Ballard and its development. It started with this, with the blocks that are painted black, with this commercial core near the shoreline in the Industrial Revolution. Basically, people came to the area to work in the mills, And that's what it began its growth. After the Great Seattle Fire, just the single family neighborhood that is on top, kind of in a dark gray, began to consolidate, and we'll see photographs of some of the houses that still remain from that period. Later, down the line, the axis that you see in the center of the image is called Market Street, and it's a very important commercial axis that still remains to this day, and it's kind of the transition between the commercial core and the single family neighborhood that is on the top. And finally, in the 1950s, kind of the walkable friendly growth and local scale began to shift towards development that was mostly car oriented. So everything near 15th Street, which is the main vertical axis of the neighborhood, are amenities for cars, basically, like made for cars, and not very walkable, but we'll see that more later. If you go to the next slide. So this map is trying to highlight that industrial area. And basically, it has become sort of a barrier of activity between the local scale, the single family, and the shoreline, which feels like they should be more open. But to put a little bit of context, this shipping canal, the shipping activity, it has completely modified and influenced the morphology of the town, because it has a major role at a global scale. The Ballard locks, which is the bubble most to your left, are responsible for millions, or if not billions, of dollars of revenue. So it's really interesting how something of such big scale and global implications is right there in coexistence with the local scale, and we'll try to, on all of our interventions, are going to try to mediate that relationship. If you go to the next slide. So the first thing that we took a look at in the analysis of the neighborhood was local employment. Basically, retail and service sectors are the biggest employers of the area, and mostly concentrated in that core commercial district, which is actually called Ballard Landmark District, and is a very important tourist attraction for the city of Seattle, and it still remains pretty. If you see the first photograph, remains the characteristics of the historic characteristic and the historic values of Ballard, but that's mainly that only applies to that triangular shape. If you go to the next slide, so we saw that the concentration of employment is retail and manufacturing, of course, in the industrial area. And in contrast that with housing, which is this one, basically the only kinds of housing options that are near those amenities are these very specific kinds of housing that are like the last photograph on your right, block size, multifamily, 5-story buildings that have pretty high rents. And everything outside of that is a smaller multifamily, like the third photograph, or just single family housing, like the first two. If you go to the next slide. So land use is pretty much just that summary of non-mixture of program that we noticed. We have a concentration of amenities that's true. They're just not like a network of or a distributed amenity system. They're like concentrated in this area. And if you go to the next slide, sorry. The walkability map shows in numbers the amount of walking, the time it takes to walk certain segments of the city, as well as the quality of certain streets. So the blue color actually that is concentrated in the triangular shape, I apologize that it's a little light, but basically those are the only quality walkable sidewalks. Whereas in the north, it's still walkable because the front porches and it's a very natural shaded trees, a lot of vegetation. So in that aspect is good, but there's no amenities really to activate walks up north. Okay, so I think that's, if you go back, one thing it's important, the green dots are called street ends, and they're the city's efforts to provide some kind of public space along the shoreline. The problem is that these are pretty inaccessible because they have to pass through the industrial area to get to those, and they are pretty insufficient. They are the first photograph to your right. Yes, they provide a view, but they are not like a consolidated public space element that works as part of a network of the city. And that will be a point that we will like explore more later. If you go to the next slide. So this is the amenities map, and again, it's just showing the concentration and the different kinds of amenities that exist within that core district, and how they are in terms of food and markets and everyday amenities. They are basically retained in this circle frame. If you go to the next slide. And this is our summary of what we think are the necessary strategies to turn Ballard into a 15-minute city. Are gonna be, if you go to the next slide, I'm sorry. So basically, the urban strategy implies that we're gonna work on the single-family neighborhood in a project called Interconnecting Ballard that will use the single-family housing and the available space there to create a network of walkability and begin connecting it to the shoreline, which is the second intervention is called Detoxifying Ballard, and it will be a representational example of what we think the shoreline should be populated with and the kinds of intervention that will begin to counteract the high pollution of the area and all the negative side effects of like being a heavily industrial area. And Feeding Ballard is an attempt of using food markets and local food culture to begin populating and create infill interventions along 15th Street to make it a more like a walkable urban axis that people feel compelled to travel through, which is actually next to the 14th Avenue, which is the avenue that it's gonna have the light rail. So if we go to the next slide, I think at this point, we're gonna begin talking about the individual interventions, but I just wanna pause and ask if there are any questions this far.
Andrew, I had a quick question about
Of
the
course.
public spaces on the shoreline. It's those green dots. Do you mind sharing just a little bit more about how public they are?
Well, they're mostly used, if you can go back to the one that has the picture on it, they're mostly used by the workers of the industrial area, and they're enjoyable spaces, but they are really small, and we just believe that not only the people that are working in the industrial corridor should have access to them. It should be something that is really porous. That whole shoreline should feel really porous and accessible to everyone, because this canal is actually something, and it already is, an activity that people go there just to see the ships pass by. And we just want to like amplify this tendency that only the locals know to something that can be part of life for everyone that lives in the neighborhood, hopefully. Does that answer?
Two things to clarify really quick. One's a data point. 45% of all the seafood in the United States goes through these locks. That's just huge. And so, if you've ever seen, while you're flipping channels, whatever that crazy show is of them dredging crabs up in Alaska, that happens out of here. So that's really pretty interesting. But that whole community is getting displaced, and most of the people that work in that community actually live down south near where we saw some projects this morning in the kind of, more heavily polluted near the airport kind of neighborhoods. And then, of course, there's the separation that Andrea talked a little bit about between Adams and Ballard. Like, they really see themselves as not connected socially, economically, or otherwise. So don't let me put words in your mouth, Andrea, but I think that part of your idea is to try and stitch these two communities together a little
That's
bit
right.
more actively.
That's right. And we're gonna discuss more in depth these maps because now we're gonna talk about our individual agendas. But in general, all the strategy is to try to tie this back together, because even if you visit the website of Ballard, they don't take Adams, they don't mention it. And we just thought of that as really strange, because there are like people living there for sure. It's just not, they don't consider it part of the overall urban village of Ballard, and the community associations and whatnot don't recognize it. So we found that strange, and that's what inspired this exploration. But yeah, if
I am finding it a little opaque, Andrea. It's almost as though I'm looking at it from a satellite, and yet what you're talking about is very much about street grain, people, neighborhood, ranging to outworn industry, toxicity, working class. I'm trying to pick up the words versus what we're seeing. I think it would really help you if you could take us really into it. I don't have a strong feeling about any of the demographics of what are the profiles, how together is it as a neighborhood. Dean has just mentioned the disjunction between these two pieces of neighborhood, but we don't know why. Age, unemployment, homelessness, all those things that we're guessing, but we don't know because we're looking at mapping.
yeah,
And I'm not opposed to mapping, but it's very difficult as an outsider to really engage or quite know where we're going to go to. And it may be that there's some device that you're needing where you could say, before I tell you anything, what our team of three are really going to try to achieve here, or the values underlying this project, are the following. So I'm really talking about two things. One is getting more into a scale of people and buildings, and the other is, where are we going to go to?
yes, absolutely. This presentation is just briefly to provide an overview, but each of us, as I mentioned really early on, are taking on like economic, environmental, and social aspects. But those are subjects that are all of your concerns are actually, I think, addressed in once we begin talking about specifically the economics, the social. But they get really inside of the neighborhood, but we decided to just give you an overview at the beginning. If hopefully by the end of the first, or by the end of each project, you can begin to get a better idea of this, of the profile of the people that live here, work here. That's about to come. Hopefully, we can give a better explanation. If we just go ahead and start, Amanda. Like I said, we're gonna start with interconnecting Ballard, which is the project that I decided to take on. I decided to do an economic study of the neighborhood of Ballard, and this aspect of the 15-minute city in the single family neighborhood. If you pass to the next slide, we're just going to zoom out a little bit to talk about what we initially took a look at when we studied the mega region. Briefly, I was interested in studying access to communication infrastructure and digital equity in the mega region, given how much the workforce currently relies on access, and not only workforce, but every aspect of life. And what I found is that the percentage of households in urban areas that don't have access to internet connection is about the same percentage as the people that don't have access to the service in urban areas. So it's pretty much the same percentage, close to 27%, but for different reasons. In urban areas, I found that there are multiple gaps in the infrastructure. So the pink lines refer to fiber optic infrastructure. And basically, what I found is that service providers concentrate in higher income areas, which are represented with the density of dots in the background. So you can have a higher income area that has like 8 providers of internet, whereas some areas like in the downtown of Seattle, right there in the middle, the yellow area represent the percentage of households that don't have access to internet connection. And I just found really weird that in the middle of Seattle, there's that amount of households that don't have access to this service. And I just wanted to figure out if that was like a lack of infrastructure or it has like a deeper reason that has to do with where the private companies decide to lay out the infrastructure. So this is just like, I wanted to take a look at what's available in that and what's already there and existent. If you go to the next slide, in the mega region. But when I took a look at Seattle and it was my interest is to push for a more distributed system of employment in which people don't necessarily need to commute or they live close enough to their places of work that they don't have to commute. So what I found in Seattle is that it comes like urban villages that such as Ballard, which is the bubble to your further left, concentrate some amenities and employment, but the people that work those employments don't live in Ballard. They actually, if you look at the diagram to the right, they live in the far south area and they commute to Ballard to work in this concentration of jobs. And at the same time, people that live in the area commute to downtown, where all the technology companies are concentrated. So we have these two flows in the city that just don't sustain the idea of a 15-minute city, and we wanted to tackle that as part of our agenda. If you go to the next slide. I wanted to point out, to bring back this map and talk about that only 6% of people that work in Ballard, that live in Ballard, actually work in Ballard. And it seems appropriate to push for that distributed system of employment. And because while what is happening is that all these flows in the city are creating carbon emissions, which are not part of what we want. You go to the next slide. Also, at the same time, in terms of housing, if we wanted the people that work in the manufacturing corridor to actually live here, the housing options are very limited. Because the land value is higher than what they can afford. So basically, we have 54% of people that live here are as a household of someone living by themselves and working a high wage job that are and make incomes that are way above the average of the median of the city. If we go to the next slide. So this datascape shows a typical block of the city of Seattle, and that depicts property value. What we found is that property value it's mostly above the $1 million dollar mark, and the number of bedrooms is mostly four bedroom, and that makes the options for housing really limited to people that can afford this sort of profile of housing. So if you go to the next slide. basically the objectives are going to be to, and this diagram shows the underused allowable built area that could be used to just begin to insert some of the needs that we have exposed previously. And the idea is to increase access to everyday amenities, including work, and within a 15-minute distance, as well as providing spaces for local scaled public space and local scale co-working space, and just basically places where people can have conversations and innovation can begin to happen. So we can slowly turn Ballard into an innovation district. If you go to the next slide. So I begin to wonder, what's the available space in Ballard? And I mapped, and I decided to work with the alleys because they seem to just take advantage of the existent infrastructure that is just driveways. I just envision this becoming way more than just driveways. If we are, like I said before, we're trying to push away from the mostly car-driven neighborhood. So some of the pictures that I mapped, the opportunities, and the more that I mapped, the more that I saw that this can become a network, a secondary network of walkability in the city. If you go to the next slide. Basically, and this is a very broad generalization, there are two kinds of blocks. The alley block and the no alley block. And they both have ADUs, so accessory dwelling units, that I'm gonna be working with. Because they are, even though on the front, the houses have a very uniform identity, in the back alleys, everything becomes, well, way more individualistic, and it's disorganized. And I saw there an opportunity for intervention. If you go to the next slide. So the urban strategy is gonna then become transforming Ballard into a series of super blocks, within which the car access is very limited. It exists, but it's not going to be the main form of transportation. So basically, the surrounding the 7 blocks is going to be street parking and everything car oriented, and inside are going to be what I call hybrid streets that are going to begin to have wider spots that can begin to add some program to the neighborhood. And then inside of the blocks, there's the secondary networks of alleys and not alleys, and which each are going to be treated with a different architectural strategy. If you go to the next slide, basically the blocks that have already an alley existent, I'm calling this a void strategy, and it's about using housing as a way to frame a very specific and determined public space that is basically cutting through the block, and the housing acts like a containment. And the solid strategy is more this bar-like object that goes through the middle of the block and begins to introduce more housing options and more amenities. And the way that I see this playing in reality is that the ADUs that I mentioned before are being replaced by these modules, and some form of fractional ownership is going to take place. So the owner of the main house of the lot is going to have some kind of benefit from letting this intervention happen within their property. So if you go to the next slide, basically the module is this one, and it has as much to do with the materiality that we have decided to use for our interventions, which is mass timber, as well as how wide the average lot width is, which is 56 feet roughly. So a module that is 30 by 12 is what I'm going to be working with, and mostly in L shape, because I do believe that by creating containment, we can begin to frame just a different scale of public space. If you go to the next slide. So these are and I think, I apologize, but the names are wrong, but to your right, to your left, we have the public space diagrams. basically what I envision these alleys are going to become. And then to the right, we have the access diagrams. So basically how we get to from the public realm to the individual houses. If you go to the next slide. I am also going to introduce some amenities like co-working spaces and microeconomy interventions, local businesses, basically as close as possible to these wider spots that I'm proposing. And these wider spots happen basically where the available space of the existing house allows it. And for the bar strategy, I'm trying to concentrate them as kind of portals in the extremes, in each end, sorry. And then the diagrams to your right represent terraces of shared space. Let's go to the next slide. So as I said before, it's basically about introducing different options. So like the block itself can begin to contain way more diversity in programmatically and way more options. So within the 1-bedroom category, I decided to create studios, live workspaces, and 1-bedrooms. If you go to the next slide, 2-bedroom. Again, with that scenario of roommates and family, they're gonna be a slightly smaller units than the average size in Seattle. But the idea is that this is sort of incremental housing. So those shared terraces and that strategy can begin to, as time passes, can begin to grow within the same module. If you go to the next slide. 3 bedrooms, which in the roommates, they usually share some kind of outdoor space, and the families are more consolidated. Go to the next slide. And usually in the upper floors have some double spaces, and 4 bedrooms, which can also become SROs. If you go to the next slide. So this is what I envision that space to feel and look like, and that interlocking of the L shape and the different double height spaces within the same module, and how to access those through exterior prefab stairs. And basically this drawing shows how I see that relationship being with basically shared backyards with the already existing housing, and these different layers of green to kind of mitigate this the privacy aspects. So if you go to the next slide. And this is just the architectural outcome of and how I see this people inhabiting this wider space and these wider areas of public realm. And the idea of this is that since it's a sort of a strategy that can adapt itself to the majority of the blocks, in repetition, this would create a whole new network of public space that allows you to navigate the neighborhood in a different way, kind of like the first image that we show. If you go to the next slide, and allow it to be active at multiple times of day. If you go to the next slide, and begin injecting different programs such as restaurants and things that begin to activate it at different times of day. So spaces that are co-working areas from 10 to 4 in the afternoon are at night become restaurants. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you go to the next slide, I think. Yeah, this one is the beginning of the next project. But anyone have any questions?
How many people are you accommodating on average in one of these developments?
I think roughly I did, in terms of families, don't know a specific number of individuals, but at least 20, at least 20 different families will be able to live here.
So 3 to 4 people, 80 people per block.
Yeah.
And how do you imagine they access these their units on foot and bicycle?
Yes, that's correct. Actually, if we go to the 6 blocks site map, the idea is that people can access with their cars to these corridors, these hybrid streets, but in a temporary sort of way. So they're gonna be like street parking, so people can access the front of their home to put groceries inside, for example. But as they do that, they just take their cars back out to the border of the block, and it just results in a 2-minute walk to household, which I think can make a significant difference in terms of healthy lifestyle.
And so the aim of increasing the density here is what?
Basically bring back sort of the mixture of populations and intergenerations. So right now we have a very uniform profile, basically high wage people that live by themselves. We want to insert families. We want to insert we want to insert families. We want to insert, for example, young professionals. We want to provide options for people that are not necessarily following this profile that exists there.
But you are providing residential only, right? So this is just housing.
Not exactly. In the lower floor, it's supposed to be co-working spaces as well as micro economy retail, so local businesses, and even the life work unit is supposed to be some sort of workshop as mixed with a living space.
So, and then how are deliveries organized? Also as temporary vehicles accessing these spaces?
Deliveries like Amazon?
Products.
Okay.
If you've got micro spaces, things might be produced, and so they need to be collected and delivered and so on. So there are these kinds of issues.
Yes. So the idea, if you go back to the side with the 7 blocks, is that the pavement, like the character of the streets will change and the morphology. That's why it's all wavy, but cars are still able to come in a temporary fashion. So yes, there can be the deliveries. They can be like activities that are necessarily made with motor vehicle. But if we take out just the cars that are just for residential commute purposes, that leaves the car inside of this blocks, like just to those activities that are necessary by car, and just giving them back to the pedestrian with public space and just materiality in them.
And the time frame you're thinking about is what? This transformation process is taking place over what, 5, 10, 20, 30 years?
I believe it's a reality that is realistically like 30 years or more. This is, and all the projects are really with a vision of Ballard that basically fast forwards through the tendencies that are happening now. So like the transition to more remote work, all of that, that's very just starting. So something that if those tendencies become commonplace, what does that mean for the developments that so far have been car oriented, and like the very division of a block is individualistic, and it goes back to I don't know how to say it, I'm sorry, but it's very individualistic. But how can we envision this in a more shared space mindset, especially because we need density in cities, and that's a fact. But how can we drive this density to take the turn that we need to take for healthier living, not just density?
I'm basically, I mean, first of all, there's a lot of work here. There's a lot of analytical stuff, and you're treading very carefully. And so the question is, okay, so you're treading carefully. You're trying to be respectful of the scale of the existing fabric, etc. And yet, one of your key audience, so to speak, is families. And metropolitan Seattle is pretty large. It's something like 5,800 square miles. I just looked it up, and it's metropolitan because that's where suburban development has happened. So how do you make life attractive for families in conditions like this, where the image and the lifestyle outside the inner city, and this is still inner city, is probably more attractive still because of the areas that would be available to children, etc. And so, you know, how attractive is this really for families? That would be one question.
Okay.
Assuming that it is it going to make a significant difference to the modal split that you're thinking also about, right? You are saying you want to reduce the amount of commuting, you want to provide more local work and local living facilities, etc.
Yes.
And you know, I'm just somewhat impatient because everybody says, "Oh, yeah, there's this window of opportunity to combat climate change." The window has closed. So, you know, if you think this is the approach to tread lightly and, you know, to be very respectful, I can see that that is probably the realistic one, given the political circumstances. But the question is it really the one that is going to fundamentally change the quality of the cities that we're going to be living in? And this is the big dilemma. I have an opinion, and it's no better or worse than your take. That's, you know, I make that very clear. But I if I were your age, I would be a little bit less patient.
Okay. I agree with that completely. As a matter of fact, one of the other frameworks of the studio was the Green New Deal. And the Green New Deal lays out the very urgent need for change because we're past the deadline. And I agree with that. I just really put myself in the position of selling this to someone that lives there. And how can I make it attractive, not only for the people that are going to be living in the housing units, but also what does the person that's already there have to gain, or not only gain, but like how is it not an affront to just property and what people have experienced their whole lives? So it has, in my mind, I guess I went for an approach that would make it would be a middle ground.
I understand fully. Let me just say one final sentence, and that is, if you go to West Campus, you know, a planning decision was made in conjunction with the owners to increase the density, the FAR, from 0.4 to something like 12, right? And what has happened is that, I'm not saying the urban design is great, but it has changed the nature of commuting for tens of thousands of students, and it's changing the nature of Austin. So there are means to select certain areas and to transform it radically.
I see.
But also, Wilfred, it's a great point of gentrification in the city. West Campus has become the most expensive, or one of the most expensive points in Austin. But I wanted to go back, Andrea, and say, firstly, so far, the background information you didn't need. But let's focus on this. I'm looking at it from a very different point of view, which is, why on earth should these people do this? If you've got people who spent $1 million on a house that become very protective, and their adjacent owners become incredibly protective.
Yeah.
And one of the things you learn very quickly when you try to adapt mid-scale environments in the city is that there is incredible resistance to the slightest things. And so it's really coming back to, yes, we have an urgency. Yes, something needs to happen, but possibly you need to recast it, firstly, in terms of the whole block engaging this. So let's suppose for a moment you do. So I'm looking at the one where you're putting the small alley down, it becomes a sort of urban muse. Everybody joins in. Why do they join in? Because they're going to get economic benefit. If they get economic benefit, the housing becomes rather cute, and it becomes a trendy neighborhood, but it's expensive in relative terms. So you get a certain type of diversity, but you certainly don't get another form of diversity. And then, which I think you were missing with respect, one of the more important things, because many cities won't allow backland development, is where the windows are and where the lighting is and how much you're blocking the sunlight, particularly in a place such as Seattle. So I think that the microclimatic studies, I mean, the worst thing that you want is either a well-lit window shining at you into the night. I'm speaking of this from the point of view of the closeness of London and what people object to, and you don't want people looking at you in your underwear, and you don't want the sun taken off your garden lot. And so these are the three often the key variables in terms of addressing this architecturally. I think if you could go to the next phase and do that, and then work out how this, which I don't think is necessarily going to bring affordability, and you certainly can't use eminent domain to take away people's back lots. I think that you could have a thing where these blocks say, yeah, more density in the area, more amenity in the area, but they put controls on it. So I've got a different answer to the way you answered Wilfred. I would say to live here, you will not have a car. That is part of why there is a climatic advantage. You absolutely won't. You will have a bicycle, and I don't think it will be in any way a deterrent, and you scale down the spaces, and you perhaps put in a lot of tree cover with us at the same time. So there's a sort of quid pro quo that not only are you getting more ground cover because you're putting down more foot plates, but the money out of this pays to tree line all the frontage streets in the neighborhood. So the whole thing begins to act as a transformative value of what a new inner urban neighborhood can become. But I think in saying, and I should give you a chance to talk around this, it's not around right and wrong, it's about how you build a thesis. And I think that to be much more action oriented, if you're going to do it, and see if you could get people to bind into it and then work out, is it going to be worthwhile? What do you get? How many units do you get? Of what square footage? One of the great things we learn about cities is if you have amenity, you have access in terms of transit and bikes, people will live in very small spaces. And maybe that's the trend of what you're looking for here.
Yeah, definitely. That's part of it. I did a summer course in that basically exposed us to that reality that basically new generations are less interested in the amount of space and more interested in access to amenities and local. So for that comment that you did, which I agree, that people are very resistant to change. That's why within this very tricky intervention in which I take over the backyard, I'm only taking lots that already have an ADU in it. ADUs are already authorized by the city of Seattle, and they are already being used by the owner to gain some kind of economic. So you mentioned something about the neighborhoods here making these efforts to buy a $1 million home. That's true, but they also, because almost every single one has some sort of ADU. So they are, for some reason, they feel the need to build this one-story structures to help afford the rent or afford the lot itself. And I'm taking advantage of that. That and the fact that Ballard and Seattle, is, I think, the 4th city in the United States that is has the biggest movement about yes in my backyard. So I do think that if there's a place in which this can be pushed forward, because it's already showing trends that people are already doing it, and I'm just finding a way to create these linear communities that organize what's sort of already kind of displaying. I think that if there's a place in which something like this could be put in place, it's here. Now, yes, there's ways to radicalize it in order to make it more, push the Green New Deal forward even more, and exponentially increase livability, such as just not allowing cars. I think that is probably the best approach, and I agree with that. And about what you said about the sunlight, I agree. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to come to an architectural resolution, but as you were talking about it, I began to think about what if the more horizontal land they take, the less tall it is, and the less concentrated horizontally they can be taller, because they produce less shadows, something like that. I began to just envision the system that can adapt the module even more to account for that. And I think that that's definitely something to work on. Yeah.
Andrea, there's something you just said just now that I really appreciated. You talked about the Seattle. You said that's the 4th city with the 4th yes in my backyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which I think is really powerful. Perhaps it's also about sharpening your narrative to really understand how you get there. I really appreciated the demographics that you started to talk about, but I think it needs to get deeper, where I wanted to know the racial background and historical sense of this area. And that also would include redlining maps of this area to understand what has been the history that's been here in this place. Because if you're going to say that you have such a positive sense that this could happen and change could happen here, I'd want to know the following: that red line background, the racial background over time. I'd also want to know voting background, because then you can understand how transferable it would be to come up with these concepts in this area. I mean, the idea that this would be super attractive to someone, I think you said 54% people in the homes live alone. I mean, already right there, you're starting to have an idea of who would live here. So I would really push it. So this idea of reparations, which happens all throughout Cascadia, I mean, Portland's a great example of what happens with the African-American community and racial covenants that have happened in that location, that this location then could be ideal. And everyone in Seattle who wants to see a more inclusive space, these are the measures this place would take. By the way, within that, I think you've got to be really specific about, I loved when you talked about the internet connectivity, but is that integrated into a cost mechanism? And when this new house is built and behind you is something that would be really interesting to push, right? I mean, the number one thing we're realizing right now that we don't all have the same technological access. So how therefore are you in your positions there too? I also would say that you've got to be really careful about the basics, such as garbage pickup, parking, allotment. Like the mundane is really beautiful, because to imagine what this would be is really important. To that point, I was really begging for a section that showed an existing house, the new structure behind it, and how my life would be shifted or access to that space. Because when you show that one axon, it felt like a bit of a block in the back. And I wondered if I was single in my space and wanted to go play hoops with the new kids who have moved in back here, how I got back through. Notice that I'm just talking about the real on the ground moments, but those on the ground moments are really great to talk about creating community. By the way, if I'm a Google tech and I work there and I want to help kids who code in the public workspace you designed in the back, that's one way to talk me through this. Sell me this space and say that I'm really in. I mean, these are all things that I would find really attractive in that area. Within that too, I would be careful. I think you had that one image that showed that one central space, but to really think about the usage, basketball, right? Play spaces, to really think about those spaces, about what the activities would happen in there as well. But I just really encourage you to get tighter on the demographics, because it's to your benefit, to your argument, right? Because right now we're all wondering, all right, what can I do? How can I give back? What could this be? And you could give that answer. And that answer also means that you have really accurate information on groceries, schools, what if schools programs are in the space. I would want to know that too, to combat the racial issues of the past, which inevitably have happened in this space that was inevitably redlined.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm sorry, I'm trying to process.
Oh, no,
but yeah,
but
yeah, all of that you mentioned, I agree. I do have some knowledge of all of this. I'm sorry that I didn't like the drawings didn't explain it, but it has been part of like the thought process.
Right.
As for this neighborhood is I think 76% white. As for like more, what can we studied this at the beginning of the semester. I'm so sorry. I do remember that as for the part where you mentioned like the basics, like that kind of garbage disposal and all that aspect, I just decided and sorry, I just don't know what to tackle first. But those things, I decided that like just instead of right now where each person puts their garbage out individually to their backyards, just like a 1 minute further walk to within the same block to a place that is designated that has access to the car's designated street to pick up garbage. That's at least the thought behind it. As what it was. As for programmatic nature, it's I just showed the axon of what I thought was the most compelling space, but basically, yes, you're right. The idea of introducing the sports, introducing outdoor co-working spaces where workshops such as the one with the Google Tech can begin to happen is part of the vision that I have for this place. But definitely, it's like an architectonic strategy that needs more support on the things that you mentioned, and I definitely agree. Just need to push it more.
One of my friends actually has a nonprofit startup called Geeks Without Frontiers. I know. And the idea is that they've been going into, he made his money through fiber optics. Okay. So they go into Africa and they're sort of advocating for this strategy that they call dig once, right? Which is, if you're going to make a road, you're also going to provide fiber optic cable. You're also going to provide all these other sort of infrastructural things. You just do it once, you lay it down once. I think one of the virtues of sort of using the alleys or this kind of easement through the backyard as a sort of, not a set of individualized architectural strategies, individualized ADUs, but as a sort of more collective strategy that people incrementally invest in, right? Is that you can build the infrastructure, which then supports the internet, the recycling, kind of infrastructure. All of that could be part of one sort of infrastructural strategy through the middle of the block. I think we probably should move on if anyone else has anything to say. We're actually on time, but so
can I just show one map?
Absolutely.
While I'm listening and so on.
Amanda, can you stop sharing? Thank you, girl.
So I just looked up patterns of commuting in metropolitan Seattle. So this is Seattle, right? Downtown Seattle, yeah. Can you see the map?
Yeah.
So everything that is turquoise is carpooler. or light blue single driver. These are origins of commute. So you see the problem. The problem, yes, you might have a drop in the ocean with the ALLE solutions, but this is a huge problem. We have suburban lifestyle. You know, you are respectful of the owners of these alleys and these blocks, fine. You know, that is, I applaud this respect, but we have a huge problem on our hands. And that's the map that represents the resistance to any kind of change, right? And these people are not willing to give up their suburban lifestyles. God
Except for
damn.
the people in Ballard who have the highest concentration of bicyclists.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right, we're going to move to the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So moving forward from Andrea's intervention, my intervention addresses more specifically environmental considerations within Ballard and weaving the industrial workers, commercial fishermen, et cetera, back into the community as they've been pushed further out, as we've been discussing, as housing prices have ascended with technology sector moving in and whatnot. So in forming my thesis, I first studied forestry within Cascadia, specifically in relation to the rise of using heavy timber in construction processes in the region. So if we move on to the next slide, I was curious about the management of forests and their implications and ramifications of the product's life cycle. So my research led me to the fact that Cascadia is a largely growing experimental grounds for mass timber construction, given its situational position, which we see on the left. And in 2018, British Columbia produced 29.2 million cubic meters of softwood harvested, accounting for 45% of Canada's total softwood forest. And within the United States, Oregon and Washington produced a total of 29% of America's total softwood harvesting. So even more interesting than that is that privately owned forest land, which we're seeing in orange, is 56% of that is owned by corporations. So this map is somewhat beginning to overlay the relationship of softwood forest and their proximity to innovative mass timber lumber mills and educational centers and whatnot. So with this information in mind, I began to study Seattle and their building codes, which have more recently shifted to encourage heavy timber construction. And Seattle's position in a liquefaction zone raises concerns for the heavy presence of unreinforced masonry buildings that exist within this area. So beyond this, given the industrial nature of the social bay, is something to take into account when advocating for healthy and equitable housing. So on the next slide, given that data, I uncovered about concentrations of toxic release inventory sites in the unreinforced masonry structure congregation in the Ballard neighborhood that caught my attention, particularly within the Adams district, as we've been talking about, which lacks certain housing options of density. And so housing in the Ballard area that surrounds it is single family, but we don't really see that bridge into Adams quite yet. So to speak to the history and the development of the canal a little bit, the Adams district is known for both the Ballard locks, which drive, as Dean mentioned, about 45% of all the seafood that goes through it annually. And also it has a rich history of lumber mills, which has formed a series of lumber mills over the water's edge. And so there was a large Scandinavian presence in Ballard and a rich history of that industry, and also craftsmanship with wood, which further drives the narrative of mass timber as a potential strategy for development today. And so another prominent feature of is the Ballard locks, which plays into the city's economy, as we were mentioning. So the prominence of maritime industry and blue collar work in that area does play an important role to the development. So on the next slide, my objective with the housing intervention was to create an equitable development that would reinvigorate the neighborhood. And here we're just seeing the presence of that industry again, and how much of the economy it really accounts for. And so on the next slide, we begin to see the main objectives, which I try to, in this housing development, hold priority with equity, environment, and economy, really tying those three together and looking at how I can infuse this research of heavy timber into this proposal that would allow for equitable housing opportunities, but also allow the building itself to act as a carbon sink, giving back to the neighborhood while also densifying it. And further reconnecting this population to Ballard would potentially promote local economic growth by introducing new dollars to the Ballard storefronts. So on the next slide, I conceptualized this project in 3 different phases. So the first phase being really a connection of fragmentation. So creating a more connected and functional fabric by returning the avenue to the community as opposed to the industrial nature. The second, positing housing and density as a precedent for the area. And the last, connecting residents to public spaces of the city and moments along the corridor. So we see in the next example that there are some key examples of the conditions as they exist in Adams today. We see roadblocks and gated access to the waterfront, which it seems to be a point of frustration of the members of the Ballard community. And there's also a problem of protected bikeway, as the Burt Gilman Trail, which is the bottom left image, runs around the edge of the northern part of the city. And it seems to be one of the most frequently biked paths. However, its fragmentation starts where Ballard's Edge starts and ends where Ballard's Edge starts. So it's the only missing link of the city. And many also don't realize that there is an active train running through the area, which has caused issues of people parking and not having their car towed, going to the local farmers market and coming back and finding parking tickets so that train can run. And then on the next slide, this is a proposal developed for Adams from street to waterfront, creating more of those protected bike lanes that I was talking about in the central portion of the street, introducing more sustainable features like using bioswales and rainwater runnels to make a visual connection to what's behind the front of the street, and reminding people of the water's presence, and just giving people more of a public landscape as well. So if we move on to the next slide, in terms of housing, activating and responding to the street and wanting to make a transition between this boulevard that's being connected to a more transitional space. This is where the introduction of the plinth comes in, under which program and parking sit, so that it somewhat resolves that problem of having people towed and whatnot, and also giving people a space to pass through transitionally so that it becomes a more porous threshold, and allowing for people to really connect to a public space beyond what they currently have. So in the following slide, in terms of the massing and geometry that was arrived upon above the plinth, the geometry resulted from a somewhat subtractive process of carving out views, critical views of the city, to really give people that focal point. The result frames views toward the most frequently visited gardens adjacent to the locks and also the canal and the hills and the Ballard Bridge, which is a prominent feature as well, and connects the southern portion of Seattle, I believe, to the northern portion and the historic landmark district also. That is where people visit the weekly farmers market that I was mentioning. So these also resulted in semi-private terraces that residents can take part in. And on the following slide, these diagrams highlight more so the views again. And so you can start to see here what you're seeing. And behind this slide, there are also diagrams of the communal spaces that are made. If we flip with the terraces resulting from the framing of views, the unit typology is infusing smaller units, 500 and 800 square feet, and larger units with higher views and lofted spaces with more square footage. And following this, this is more of a view of the site itself, creating a sloped garden and green kind of roof for people to take advantage of that space and to gather transitionally in those public spaces is really a part of the project. So if we move on, we see some of the views of how that starts to exist. If you, yep. So these are some of the critical views that you see in using this building to kind of be a somewhat of a lantern for the waterfront edge. but this is basically a proposal to create density, use a new innovative kind of typology to really offset some of the toxicity in the area, and mixed populations as well.
Victoria, I enjoyed everything except for the building. I think you are a terrific conceptualist. You had me absolutely on your side. The boulevard, I mean, everything up to the building. I'm sorry. The building is one of those exercises where your SketchUp model is sort of waylaying you into a Rubik's Cube of architecture that is not going to really be as attractive as you could produce something perhaps along other more, if you like, conventional lines of freestanding high rises where you're not so in your face in looking at your neighbors' units all the time. I think, how do we make life attractive downtown? How do we get people back to move into the city? Those people who've moved out to the suburbs. I'm not sure that you're going to do that with this kind of construction. Everything else, like improved landscaping, public space, the use of materials, it's all absolutely spot on, not the architecture.
So,
Victoria. Oh, sorry.
oh, yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Victoria.
Just in terms of the modularity, is that more so the conditions that it's creating, what you're saying of it?
There are a number of things. First of all, why do you make the building work so hard? Why does it have to have this bridge-like structure? Okay, maybe you can do it structurally, but it's an enormous effort. Why? Why can we not say, let's be appropriate, use technology, materials, and space and location, all these things in an appropriate way, that we turn the corner on climate change, we make the inner city more attractive, we make it more equitable, we make all these things, into a win-win situation, as opposed to, oh yeah, we've got this material, let's just celebrate what we could do in terms of, sky hooks and large bridges and things like that. That's where you've lost me. I'm sorry.
Maybe Victoria, I'm sorry, I'll give you a comment, then I have to go. My students have their final review soon. So you can imagine what that's like. I just want to say, first of all, your narrative is brilliant. I really enjoyed walking through it. I mean, it was just, at one point I stopped and I went, all right, I'm really interested. And so to that, interested in every material piece and everything you were saying. One point though was that there was a moment you have the most unbelievable diagram of the locks that was very small, that I thought was incredibly brilliant. Do you mind showing it real quick?
Yes, Amanda, can you go back to that image?
Thank you. And I say that because when I first saw that diagram, I almost thought that was the partie for your design, that it was almost the way that your towers could come out and actually start to suggest, if you start to come along the path, you see the towers and it relates to the reality of what's happened there, what's come into the port. And the CLT now does this amazing thing about equity, about giving a view that you normally couldn't afford. Like it just could be a really strong way. And then that big plinth park could be a real park that you just designed, right? It's got everything from the recreation you have, the natural elements. It could be this back and forth of respect to what's happening at the port, what's in the space. Because the way you started off with such that beautiful aerial that made us think about how we have not shown any empathy at all for the bay. Now this idea that your new structure does this and it brings you back, perhaps that suggests something where those towers kind of start to walk, move themselves in that relationship. And then that park becomes this real amazing moment that then connects to the trail that you suggest. I just thought that might be a really interesting way to set this up. I think it's really admirable to think that those towers could therefore then become this connection to those critical pieces. I just think you might want to push this idea of how you can say, all right, this is how I see sustainability working in this space. This is how I see the materials coming back, and this is the benefit. Within that, I think you have to be really minute about details such as the massive bike parking you would plan along the trail, the outlooks you would have. And I would feel like one of those towers, like I love that image you had in the perspective where you were looking out, but it's a public space where everyone can get up and get a view that's made out of CLT. Maybe there's a way that your structures that's, you know, that are designed here, just as the locks have facilitated and given us all this life, your space gives that life too. With that, I have to run. It was really great to see all of you. I enjoyed seeing all of your work. Thank you, Dean, so much for having me.
Thank you, Elgin.
I think you should take Elgin's suggestion and spend another couple of weeks designing just one building and just repeating it with different heights along the docks. And your portfolio would be brilliant.
Totally, because it's just such the way the narrative, and I would just really stress that locks. I'm sorry, Victoria, do you mind showing me real quick? It's up there. It just went by. I don't think I ever saw it.
Amanda's actually sharing. Can you go back to the image of the lock?
Oh, sorry.
One more.
No, one more. It's one more. It's beautiful. Yes. Okay.
The other way. Yeah.
There it is. That's the one. It's spectacular. That's spectacular. I mean, think about how much over time this has sustained our livelihood. And there's a way that your tower relationship can connect with this and make us really aware of how our relationship with the land. I mean, it really is the key of Cascadia, right? This is the livelihood of us all. And how can this play into it? Because what's amazing about this too is you show economics, there's history. I would push it to culture, first peoples, and economy, and you really are off there, right? I mean, this is the reality of this space. I mean, you have to think about what's happened in this that's created this environment to happen. All right, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Bye-bye, y'all.
Should we move forward to the
Simon,
third?
I believe you're muted.
I was saying, I had to switch off for a phone call. Your narrative was absolutely where it should be. It's very clear, you're articulate, it was interesting, and you wove a story. And I'm going to put the story together, but have a different slant on and take an equivalent take to Wilfrid. Firstly, it's obviously about wood and the history of wood and sourcing timber and the incredible hard work of people. I think you could have woven that in as well. There are lives of people involved in it. Secondly, it's about toxicity and the fact that those lives were in some ways jeopardized through that. And thirdly, you then weave in, it's about barriers and the lack of access and opportunity. So I looked at that and I thought where you're trying to go to is that here is a vast region, because you're not far from Canada as well, where you can scientifically source wood and you develop a revolution of affordable housing, land cleansing, through the understanding this process. So my take on it was that the great wood corporations are donating. And they're donating in two ways. One is they've got to clean up the waterfront systematically, step by step. Secondly, they're donating lumber. And so you've got free land and free lumber. And then we look at opening this up for everybody. So people, there's a yearning of everyone to reach water edges. So you make the water edge a democratic space. So this seems to be act number 3. Then I'm going very much with Wilfried, and maybe we might dovetail a little and saying, look, for some of us, your block is too near to a lot that became distasteful in terms of housing and architectural performance. And I don't see why you need it. I think that you could have a very reasonable density and configuration, but also you could use it to build community. And so this affordable waterfront community begins to emerge really quite rapidly as a city strategy. But at the moment, the difficulty you've got is, and I'm trying to find a way that I can put this reasonably, you sort of bottle up the problem into one tower that could go wrong, and seriously wrong. And then the whole thing cascades as a failure, and it becomes crime-ridden and problematic, and so on and so on. We've seen it before. And so maybe I'm too positioned, but I'm going to say I'm an advocate of believing that most people, particularly, and this is a horrible sweeping statement, that I think the more that people are in normal everyday life and jobs, the closer they wish to be to the ground, to the street, to the activities of community, and probably to the water edge. So I would keep what you're doing, because the thesis is incredible, and build on that. And somehow I almost want to take step by step, almost like a Lego kit, and disaggregate the block and spread it all the way down the harbor front.
Interesting, yeah.
Guys, we got to move on.
I see your point with the parking. Thank you.
Just one final comment for Victoria. Take a look at some harbors like Boston Harbor and other places like that. Take a look at this idea of low elements forming maybe U-shaped, and there are these lower elements, and then there are these occasional tall elements in between, right? And you achieve a critical mass. And the critical mass will bring life back, and density and urbanity.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Amanda?
Yes.
You're up.
Hi, I'm Amanda. I'm looking more towards East Adams over here, specifically 15th Street, which is a really car-heavy road, and it disconnects East Adams to the rest of Adams, especially this historical district that's right in here. So zooming back out, when I started mapping, looking at the regional scale, I was looking at Cascadia's vast agriculture. In the middle map, I was looking at Seattle and the surrounding areas' agricultural production, and the map to the right shows Seattle's consumption as a city. The lighter purple is the poverty threshold, and as the purple gets darker, that means there are more factors preventing residents from access to food, or only having access to small markets that don't even have a produce section. So 15th Street right here is this heavy auto street because of this Ballard Bridge that connects Ballard to this other side of Seattle. And although the overall goal would be to minimize cars to this area, it seems like a necessary street to connect it. And at least there's a lot of bus routes on that road as well. And then on 14th Street, that's where there's proposed transit to come through, the light rail. So they're assuming the light rail is going to come through here, even though it's not built yet. And so that's kind of informing that this connection I want to make back to this landmark district. You can see here, that's where the concentration of amenities are. And so we want to connect East Adams back over to that area. So Seattle has the third largest homeless population in the United States. The median home cost in Seattle is 3 times the national average, and the general living costs, including food and transportation, in Seattle is 80% higher than the average in the United States. And Washington has the second most crops produced in the United States behind California. It's first in the production of apples, hops, and grapes, and 3 of Washington's top 5 exports are agriculture related. And that being said, Ballard only has a few local market, 1 farmer's market, and many neighborhoods, especially near where the transit is going to come through, is now being upzoned to help the density in these areas. And we want to bring more local food to those spots. So there are 600,000 agriculture-related jobs in Washington. Agricultural jobs are a good transitional job for homeless people or people without education or experience. So using that greenhouse proportions, thinking of agricultural layouts, I began working with this 20 by 20 foot grid. So just to get an idea geographically where the site is, I'm right next to the landmark district, and I put up this, superimpose the grid on the site. Right now there's a weed shop, a brewery, and an auto shop that the auto shop I think would no longer be necessary with the transit as much, because there's a lot on the street, and these other 2 shops could be incorporated into the residential of the new neighborhood, the new block. So I'm just keeping that middle one. And if I keep this middle one, it gives us opportunity to cut through the middle of the plan to have walkability through the site. And then there's these U shapes to have porosity for the community to come in as well. And so in section, this kind of box is the 75-foot height limit for the landmark district area. And since 15th is a busy street, an important street, sorry, it's all about automobile, and 14th over here is where the light rail is coming through. So they're expecting a lot of growth. So with the historic district to the west, this block I'm proposing to be a subsidized housing block, where the right side is on the taller side, where there can be smaller units, and then the left side over here near the historic district to kind of respect these shorter buildings would be the more expensive, like condos. So it'd be a gradient from taller to shorter here, from less expensive to more expensive throughout the block. So for the units, I use that greenhouse module, and then I offset them so that there's personal green space per apartment per unit. And the site plan, the right being the taller, smaller units over here, and these being the larger condos. And in here, there's this greenhouse that has job opportunities. It's a functioning greenhouse, job opportunities for the transitional housing. And then this greenhouse shape is for the community. This middle building would be changed to have like a market that you can come through here and get produce from the greenhouse and other local produce. And then this is the market where you check out or get your reusable containers. And so this is an overall massing before I get into the diagrams to see it within the site. So the diagram is taken from this view where 15th is back here with these taller units and the historical districts over here with the shorter units. Circulation, there's these 6 spots throughout the site for vertical circulation. The lower U over here and over here, like lighter gray, are like retail. And this is the gradient of the housing again. And then in the green, the greenhouse provides potential jobs, as I said before, and these agricultural buildings in here have classes for the community to come in and learn about how to grow their own gardens or to work here, and to learn about hydroponics and anything else that is available in that greenhouse. And this is a section cutting through to see the change of the height throughout the project. And here we're looking towards the landmark district and towards that market space. And then this is looking the other way, looking at the taller side, and just some views of the 3D model. From here, this is kind of next to that building. I kept looking towards that market space. And this next view, it's like right up here if you're up one floor, looking again towards the market space at the units. And then in the other direction, looking at the taller side of the units. And this is one of those agricultural classes. And this is kind of an idea of what the greenhouse could be like. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Can you tell us the relationship between the first part of the main street of Adams and the block design?
So like kind of from this one, sorry, there it's loading. From this one is what you're talking about?
From that, I thought that we were going to go into what I refer to as street architecture and a whole refashioning of street around transit and road diet, and then you leapt into a block.
Yeah, so I guess because it's housing, I focus like just the studio, I focus more. These yellow are the potential like kind of open spaces. I just was using this kind of to link, because this is where there's going to be a lot of people coming through. I was trying to link it back to where these amenities are in this landmark district in here.
So where is the block? I think it would be really good.
Oh, sorry. It's right here, this yellow right here. And in this one, it shows.
I think having that as a startling color and then relating us at this scale back to the street so that you bring us up and up and up into the building and the relationship would really help.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I have, if we're going to talk about the block, can we see the block three-dimensionally? Crafting a block like this, that will do. That's better, probably. Crafting a block like this is admirable but difficult. And I may have a misreading, but the principle that relates the idea of individual home with variety of home, with social space, with glass house production seems admirable. But I wonder about how it can work with a glass house that is bound in the middle of it, where I would expect the social space to be. And I wonder why the growing part isn't on the roofs of all the block, rather than these two big sections that are taking away the sunlight and the amenity and the play space that the inhabitants of the block can use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I saw it as this one being the market kind of helps subsidize. So I thought it more as a community space, but it would have been good to have rooftop.
If I were to look into this, because I think I'm looking from the south, I'm not quite sure how the buildings on the other side of the market would get daylight, let alone sunlight. They may get daylight, but I think they seem to be somewhat inhibited. And I just come back to, is this crowded? Have we got a section through the two main blocks? Because I saw the individual section is the market. Yeah. It's if you. It's a tough one to see how the relation, and I'm taking it that these are galleries with double height apartments coming off the gallery deck access. I'm taking the right of the lower cross section, or the only cross section.
So this area right here, Simon, is SRO housing.
Right. Okay.
Similar 400 square transitional housing units.
You know, for giving homeless a way to get off the street, etc. This is sort of the next economic level, and then correct me if I'm wrong. This is more market.
That you could say is a little different, but again, it's straight into a greenhouse, Dean. That could be very interesting. It could have job creation schemes and whatever. We go the other side. Let's call this more everyday inner urban housing, where you've got, as I'm reading it, though it's small scale, I'm not quite sure if you've got gallery access on one side with the double height unit, with a balcony coming out the other side, which would make a great deal of sense. But
none are double height of the units.
I'm in that block where your pointer is.
In this one, these are they're a little larger, but they're like single family but small apartments. They're not double.
Are they 2-story apartments or single?
No. They're one, singles.
So you would have
a very apartments are only on this side.
Okay, so the east side would, as I'm reading it, be looking into a greenhouse and would be a communal deck that all your neighbors are walking along. So your best aspect is looking out west, I think.
Okay.
Am I reading it correctly?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to labor the point, or maybe I do. There's there's quite a lot of interesting developments of rooftop horticulture, and I'm just looking at a way that you've got something that I think could work, and I love the fact that which you didn't stress, that you've got an SRO in here, which comes in. We probably need to move away from that term, because you've got that working for young professionals as well as you have it for helping people who were formerly homeless. But we all know in the city we have, in some cities, more singles than in traditional relationships, or looking for small occupancy units anyway, or having to. But still, they need a quality of life, don't they? I mean, it's not because you're single or because you're poor, it doesn't suddenly mean you don't get sunlight or you don't have your own deck or whatever. So it could be that it would help to go into a little more detail there to show us the quality of life of the people living in that block, which I'm seeing as very different from your western block.
Yes,
part of the block. And I think that's really quite interesting that you would get a variety of types, and it could be that the western block could move. We've got interesting work now where you can have, for example, a townhouse that also has an apartment as part of the same part of that structure. So you layer it in interesting ways. But again, I'm looking and saying, isn't the courtyard one of the more attractive places I'd want to be in terms of inner city living?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I guess that's why I try to do these U shapes to have that courtyard for all the apartments.
Mm-hmm.
This site is on 15th Avenue and 17th Avenue, right? And northwest 50th and
50, I think 52nd is right here.
52nd. Anyway, I think it's the Lux Pot Shop on the corner, right? Pot shop there. And so question is, why do you make this kind of shape for the overall configuration of the entire composition? What does that give to the urban? What impact does it have on the street? What does it do for the units?
Part of it was to kind of shelter a little bit from this busy street on the right, to have this more inward looking.
Yeah, fine. But why do you on the south side have this indentation, so to speak? Why do you have this opening in the middle? No, on the south side.
Right here.
This area here, you have this indentation, yeah.
Yeah, it just, I guess, formally the bridge connecting the two.
Why do that?
Well,
what do you gain from, pushing things relative to each other, both in plan and in section?
Working on the plan with that, pushing back, I just thought it would bring in this more more street level access to kind of guide people in towards this, the bottom being retail, to kind of guide people towards those spaces, is why that's kind of open in that shape.
I mean, what's wrong with the rectangular, it's a rectangular site, what's wrong with the rectangular development? And number one, what's wrong with mixing everything? Picking up on Simon's point, SROs, what about just not stigmatizing these people as recent homeless, which will always stigmatize that part of the development as recent homeless, and make them part of the overall development. One of the great things about cities is that you don't always know who lives in an apartment building, whether it's it's somebody who's nearly bankrupt to somebody who's filthily rich. You don't know.
So maybe it could have been mixed differently.
And that's one of the reasons why cities are equalizers. They equalize because you have a degree of anonymity, and it gives people a chance to lead lives of their own, right? To have their own projection of the future. And so if you don't stigmatize people by putting them all in one building, by mixing them throughout, and even maybe, as Simon's saying, there could be some people who, need a place for 6 months, and they're in Seattle on assignment for one of these tech companies. They rent that space. Anyway, to make an argument absolutely concise and to make an urban design absolutely concise, how about designing something that is a generic design and is not seemingly circumstantial and seemingly specific to this site, because there's nothing specific to the site that you are doing, right? This site, the surrounding area, the surrounding neighbors are not really having an impact on why certain things are 3 stories or 6 stories or whatever, right? There is nothing there that gives you that kind of clue. There is a south side, there is a north side, there is daylight requirements, there are distances that are needed for privacy. There's perhaps a desire for an external loggia or balcony, yes. How do you achieve that on different orientations, on the north side of the block and the south side of the block, etc. Those are the questions, right? And accommodating different functions in one building. Is it possible to have retail? Yes. Is it possible to have greenhouses? Yes. Is it possible to accommodate that with living units? Yes. What else can you accommodate, right? So this is a topic for urban design to say, yes, I'm going to design a generic unit that, it's like a sausage, could be longer or shorter. There's a critical mass, it'll work. I'm going to resolve the corners, I'm going to resolve entrance, I'm going to resolve distribution, I'm going to resolve the ideal open spaces. But I'm not going to invent all these kinds of strange pushing, pulling, and so on, because unless they are contributing to a type solution, they are not really helping to clarify to people who might want to say, actually, I want to leave the suburbs. Let's see what's on the market, right? And if you can show, there is this fantastic steamer, luxury liner, or not even that, it's a social condenser, it's everything. It's a piece of a vibrant inner city that allows an elderly couple, an individual retiring or whatever, to go and leave that 6-bedroom house 25 miles outside the downtown area and come back to an oasis that has all these kinds of amenities, right, within the block. You don't even have 15 minutes, it's 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, you've got groceries, you've got your hairdresser or your barber, you've got your repair shop, and it's all there, right? And it's a self-contained in a way, but it's also addressing the city. And I think
I gotta move us on because we gotta get one more in. And
oh my God, have we?
Theoretically,
I thought this was the last.
Theoretically, we have 5 minutes, but that would be totally fair.
We have another review as well.
Yeah, in 35 minutes, there's another review. So if we can get Alexis, I don't know, Alexis, where are you? We can either move you to the next segment, or we could try and do this now. I don't know what you guys feel.
I would prefer to go now, but that's only, I guess, if everyone has time.
I have time, but maybe you don't want to listen to me. It's your choice. I won't be upset if you say goodbye.
I'm okay with going now.
Okay.
Simon, can you do another 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, as long as I can get a small amount of food between them, because I had a review butting up to this one. No food, no. Okay, I'll take holy vows and keep going.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so hi, I'm Alexis, and my project for the Superstudio 15 is the anchor. This is just like a quick little axon overview of my project, but I'll kind of get into how I got to this point and where exactly my project is located. Looking back to the beginning of the semester, we started with diagramming Cascadia, and I focused specifically on the transportation of goods in the form of freight, just because these three cities, Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle, are very large port cities for the West Coast. And I thought that this was one of the defining factors of this region. And then I moved on to diagramming Seattle, and I moved from transportation of goods to transportation of people, specifically looking at the network of public transportation within Seattle, just because as I was doing research into like what a 15-minute city is, kind of looking forward to what the studio prompt was, access to public transportation is one of the most like important elements to have included within that. So I just kind of wanted to see what was already existing within Seattle to know where I needed to start. And then from Seattle, me and my partner at the time zoomed into the Queen Anne area. And through these three different maps, you can kind of get a sense of the characteristic of the area. It has very steep hillsides, so it makes it really hard to kind of develop architectural projects in them. A lot of Seattle, I believe it's around 70%, is zoned as single family households. And you can see that kind of domination of the small family household within the figure ground. And within the Queen Anne area, in the last map, there are a few amenities. However, most of this, again, is zoned as single family households. So you might have a market or two or a Trader Joe's kind of sprinkled within the area, but all in all, it kind of seemed a little deficient to me. And I'm just going to take you a little bit through some graphics of Queen Anne. This is Queen Anne's history.
Alexis, if you don't mind, can you go directly to your project? Unless this is absolutely relevant, but we've seen that sometime in your colleague's previous presentation, there was less of a kind of an absolute relation between that analysis and the project.
Yeah, I mean, my analysis is really short.
Issue.
No, yeah. So then I just started to go through what I thought a 15-minute city was. And then you have kind of keywords such as mobility, diversity, and amenities. And these can be broken down into their different subsets. And then again, just kind of going based off of Queen Anne and the topography of the area, it kind of segregates itself into different 15-minute cities as opposed to Queen Anne just being one kind of cohesive neighborhood. It separates itself, and our project or our site is kind of the beginning of one of these 15-minute city zones. So in the left map, you can see the zone that I designated as the 15-minute city. I think the connection to across Fremont is really important just because this Ballard side has more architectural projects that are in relation to what I'm proposing, as opposed to including more of Queen Anne area and their single family households. And then you can see like how the network of transportation plays into the location of our site and topography. And with all of those elements combined, the narrative for this project being an anchor is to kind of redevelop the waterfront of this Fremont Avenue where there's a bunch of ships, and it's currently like inaccessible. Everything that you see in like the light yellow is currently pretty much industrial, which makes views to the waterfront not only impossible, but also just accessing this by foot. And this darker orange color that you see right here is the site that I'm proposing. And again, that's where it gets the name, the anchor, is just kind of being the first development in this series of developments along this waterfront. Very briefly, Nickerson Street right now is the main artery of this area of Queen Anne. There's a lot of traffic that goes through here, and currently the road is a little bit inaccessible in terms of crossing. So if I wanted to kind of make the narrative that I wanted to bring Queen Anne to the waterfront, I had to find a way to stitch Nickerson Street together to make this possible. So I just kind of did this by redesigning the streetscape to be a little bit more walkable. And then you go back to my first axon that you see. I started to play with different massing strategies, and that's pretty much what I'm going to show you guys today. I didn't develop one single building, but I believe that my project is more so a massing strategy with attention to like the urban kind of narrative. So I wanted to create porosity by adding passageways or alleys through the massing to allow people in the Queen Anne area to access this waterfront, but also reinforcing this idea of an alley by putting like retail spaces and urban landscape spaces within these alleys to really emphasize this culture. And Seattle is an area that's already abundant with alley spaces. And I'm just kind of, my project is a proposal as to how these spaces could be reimagined. I'm not necessarily going into an alley and trying to infill, but rather just trying to do a different narrative to an alley typology. So you can see that I have these passageways that are shown by the yellow arrows. And I also just wanted to be a little bit more playful in my approach to kind of creating an urban landscape to an area that's currently deficient with this like red pedestrian pathway that you kind of see interlacing within my massing strategy. I got a lot of my inspiration from MVRDV and how they take a little bit more whimsical approach, especially like within Copenhagen and in Europe.
So, sorry, do you really think people are going to use that?
I mean, again, I take a lot of my influence from like European architecture, specifically Copenhagen. And I know, having been there, that those spaces are really used. I know this is like a new idea for Seattle and specifically within the United States, but I have seen kind of radical approaches like this be successful. So I'm just kind of making the proposal that something like this could be within Seattle. And I mean, I just activate the waterfront, I guess, to an area that currently has nothing there. Just a quick few diagrams showing the green spaces that I plan to have, the passageways again, how I would access the waterfront by programming the space along the river with different programs. And then again, this walkable playscape that kind of meanders through my massing strategy. One important thing to know is that whenever the playscape or the pedestrian bridge meets one of the massings, it's public space or like green roof. So whenever it touches this building or gets remotely close to it, that's when you have public spaces within the housing.
So you're going to have people walk past units, right? And then they can look inside people's units?
Yeah, so I haven't like actually developed the unit specifically, but I would imagine that there would have to be attention played to like what's facing that pedestrian bridge. Like it's not going to be somebody's bedroom, but maybe a more public part of the unit.
Well, but I mean, you're taking at a high level, and people will be walking past some of the units. If you go to the center of your development with that taller element in the middle, and your playscape makes a loop around it. It goes straight up against the facade.
Yeah, there is a gap. It's not touching, but yeah, that's correct.
I mean, you've got what, 15 feet, and you're looking into somebody's unit.
Again, I would kind of go against that by saying that in these units next to these areas that would be adjacent to this bridge would be more public places, like not a restroom, not a bedroom, but maybe like a living room, also having like 2-story lofts and things like that.
And you think it's okay somebody walking past at a high level looking inside your living room? I'm afraid, you know, I'm sorry. You've just you're speaking to somebody who is an absolute detractor from MVRDV. I think that they have been a very, very bad influence on architecture, and that's my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me. But I'm just saying there are certain issues without talking about MVRDV. I think that we should spend more time on the idea of the courtyard development with the alleys and not talking about the red route, because the red route is detracting from your design. It's an unnecessary element in every sense of the word, but I think it's much more important to talk about what you're achieving in terms of courtyard spaces, rooftop green spaces, alley spaces, waterfront elements, and how you create a kind of a density to a part of Seattle, which I think in massing terms, it feels about right. It brings a certain degree of urbanity to this area. We can discuss all those things. I think they're very positive. Just think that the red element is a red herring.
Yeah.
Alexa, do you have more drawings?
I do. So this is just like a quick diagram to show how you would program the passageways. I guess like on a daily use, how you would see how these alleys would be used. And then I do get into more massing in terms of housing and how many units I would actually be bringing to this area. And in terms for it to be a high DU, in terms of sustainability, it recommends you have 200 units per hectare, meaning that my site would need to have about 400, and I'm bringing about 320, so it's not necessarily high density, but it's on like the higher end of medium density. And just looking more extensively at housing and how these massings would be programmed. And then I have a few sections cutting through the site all the way to the waterfront, which is like the most important connection that I think my project is trying to make. So this is a section through this alleyway, and you would see how walking within this alleyway along housing, which is above the retail and kind of like reinforced public space at the ground level, could become a really interactive and fun environment that could begin to influence how alleys in Seattle are seen. And then within these spaces, you could have things like art installations and different programs that start to give interstitial space that's usually seen as underutilized and not necessary as programmable and important. This is a section through the urban plaza. All of these masses right here don't necessarily mean that they're going to be built, but they just kind of represent space. So this is adjacent to the market, and this is how one would get all the way down to the waterfront from this urban plaza. I have a few like wetlands to retain water in terms of water drain off, which was an issue of the site. And then my last drawing is this section through the courtyard. So here you have housing on this side as well as on this side.
Let's just stop on that. I hate interrupting you, but we're going to hit a crisis if we don't step in and say, these are what matter. But let me take where I think your project is and what I think you might wish to do to complete it. You have possibly and probably two highly public areas. You have the frontage street and you have the water edge. And those are really important, and particular things happen in those sorts of places. And particularly if you allow them to happen, because you facilitate an architecture, a public space, and a democratic happening. So this is number one. Then number two that you were showing on the previous section is that you have the slightly quieter route through between the blocks. Very nice decision. Many things happen. Take the one before this. Many things happen in those spaces. There are people who can't afford nor wish to be on the frontage street. And so those little, quite often they call the many words in the English language for them, but simply call it an alley for the moment. That is important. Now go two more on. You come to the third part of importance, which is neighbors. So the third part of urban housing is, this is where I meet people I know. This is where the small children will be in this garden. And then there's a fourth part that you're not showing, which is the route to being private. You need a refuge in the city. You need a place where You hang out in your own small place and you read a book, and you end up eventually with a bathroom and a toothbrush. This is urban housing. There may be other parts to it, like rooftops that Wilfried talked about. I think the circulating snake is completely aberrant. And I would really stress what you're doing, because when I look at it in those terms, I'm not, when I'm looking at this, I'm not in any way a favorite of what looks to be double-loaded corridor housing. It generally doesn't work. It needs a lot of massaging to make it work. But apart from that, the scale, the intention, the bringing of life to street and waterfront, I think is laudable. I think if you somehow, I think one of the skills of being in an experimental studio is you then reflect on what you've done. And some things you scale back or obliterate, and other things you add. And I think you're at that point. If I'm trying really in no way to be arrogant over this, but I'm saying, you know, if we were looking at this and you were a short period from home, you're 10 days out from the final, I think you've got every opportunity to get there. I would love to see some street perspectives and some idea of what it's like to be in the place. Mm-hmm. I'm going to suggest that most of the main body of this is got quite a lot of potential. But I really would like it to go further. I think you've got to get us now to the units and see how they work. And you have something very good.
With this being like an urban studio and us kind of being very zoomed out for a lot of it, I didn't have time to develop the urban landscape and the units at the same time. But I think that that kind of privacy that you're speaking about would come from actually getting into the housing, the circulation in the units and the aggregation of units, which I didn't have the opportunity to do very well.
I think Alexis, let me jump in here. I completely agree with both Simon and Wilfried about the red ribbon, right? I think I haven't seen that before. It just sort of showed up. I think it was a crisis of authenticity, right? Like, I think one of the real strengths, I think, in fact, the massing, the sort of partie diagramming of your project, I think is actually really strong. And I think one of the strengths of your project is the way it is trying to make, you know, a kind of urbanism in the site. And I think maybe you had this sense that, you know, the architecture was too generic or something. Yeah. I don't know. And so you need to kind of some level of invention, but actually you don't. You know, like one of my lessons about going and visiting Wilfried and Barbara in Berlin is that the most incredible architectural moments are windows. You know, they're not the sort of weird Dutch, like, you know, self-referential moves. So I actually really do like your project a lot. But I think the red ribbon does all the things that Wilfried was talking about. And I think it's a distraction from what the real strengths of your projects are.
I think if I just may reinforce that, it has really great value. You should understand that. And the greatest value lies in the fact, if you can go to the axonometric.
Alexi, I'm going to have to leave you. I'm sorry. But I concur with what has just been said. Keep going with it.
You, Simon.
Feel good. Sorry to leave you, but I believe I've got to go to some ice bridge in the Tyrol at this. Take care.
Thank you.
Alexis, one of the key problems in doing courtyard donut type developments is what you do in the corners. And as you're proposing to have different heights at the corners, what that does, it liberates some of the interior spaces and gets rid of that particular problem. Now you've got to resolve the vertical cause, but it creates another kind of typology that is not that usual. And so you should understand that there's a lot of strength in that, and that you can actually investigate maybe even having taller elements, more tower-like things that you've got right at the on the bottom left-hand side, right? That notion has a lot more mileage than sorry, the red ribbon, because you are dealing with a key issue of privacy, of access to roof terraces, and variety and views, and there's plenty of stuff there that you can use and develop. And if you really worked at that, you would have something that you could work through in later projects in your career, because you will come across these issues in the future. So, right. Sorry about the allergy that I have vis-a-vis MVRDV, but it sometimes, I go off crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that the overall scheme is actually really super strong. I just think that you lost faith in it right there at the last minute.
It happens, I have had students doing that, and you just wonder, my God, why do they do that? Anyway.
All right. Thank you so much for sticking with us all day, Wilfried.
Good luck. All the best. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back in 10 minutes.
Bye, Dean.
All right. See you later, Wilfried.
Thank you.
Juan, how are you?
Good, and you? Hi, Dean.
I'm good. I'm going to wait for David, hopefully, and then I'll sort of give you a quick overview of what we're going to do. We actually have 4 students, but we have 3 projects because 2 of them did one together.
Okay.
And they are all located in Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
The first 2 sessions of the day was Seattle, but as you'll see, we've been focusing on kind of Cascadia and then down to a city in Cascadia and then down to kind of localizing the sites. And I'll explain it a little bit once.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I mean, we can wait until David joins. How has it been going today? This is the last session of the last day, so I'm sure that everybody's ready.
I mean, yeah, we've had some issues trying to keep on time. Both sessions have run over relatively significantly, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes. I think the discussions have been good. As you might expect, the Germans have particular German attitudes and the British have particularly British attitudes.
Oh, you had British and German jurors before?
Yeah, Wilfried and Simon, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can tell you that that's a combination that is definitely going to run over time. That's a combination that for sure. I was going to say when you told me that you run over time, I said, well, do you have by any chance Wilfred and Simon? And you had both of them in the same one.
Yeah.
That's good. Probably for very good discussions, but very, very, very long.
Oh, I think they've been good discussions. And then I don't know if you remember who was a student here not that long ago, Kevin Howard. He has an urban design and a planning degree from here, but he has an architecture degree from University of Washington.
And is he a tall guy?
Relatively tall. He's a principal at Code Studio.
Yeah, I think I remember Kevin. I'm not sure Kevin Howard, but I think I know who he is.
Yeah, he was on, and then we had a visitor from UVA that I thought was really very good, but he couldn't stick around for too long. Okay, so David, you're on now. Let me tell you what we've been up to. So this is loosely associated with the kind of Green New Deal Superstudio that Penn and Columbia and the Landscape Architecture Foundation were proposing sort of nationally, which didn't really have any more to it other than, wouldn't it be interesting if people address that through design? But as I sort of got farther into that sort of national discussion, I realized that a lot of it really had to do with community engagement and all that sort of stuff, which we can't really do right now. So we do have a loose association with that agenda, but that's not our primary agenda of what the studio did. So I reframed it in terms of what we could call the 15-minute city, which is this idea that, you have everything you need within 15 minutes, and it's a kind of move towards sustainability. And it's what the mayor of Paris is doing, and Milan and Bogota and other places. So there's that component. And then the other component is that, typically in the fall semester, starting last year, and presumably moving through the next number of years, Maggie Hansen and I were trying to do this thing where we were studying urbanism in Cascadia. We're going to spend a couple years in Seattle and then Portland, Vancouver. We couldn't really do that either. We couldn't go, we couldn't visit it, A. And B, I don't actually have any urban design students this year because they've all deferred to next fall with the exception of 3. And I put those in Simon's studio so that he could have a critical mass of urban design students. So the students in this studio are MArch 1 and BArch students. And I don't think that it would be a bad description to say that this is probably their first real experience with urban design, so to speak. but it's not really urban design. That's sort of focused on urban housing, but then again, it's not really urban housing. The idea was for them to look at the mega region, spend a couple weeks mapping the mega region, come up with some issues, then choose a city, either Seattle or Portland, and begin to kind of do some analysis of that city, and then choose a neighborhood within that city, and then start to reframe that neighborhood in the context of this idea of the 15-minute city, figure out what's there, what's not there, and what they could begin to intervene in order to kind of rebalance it, right? Through a piece of architecture that has housing as its primary programmatic driver. But in the end, it was about them sort of cutting across a range of scales from region to site and developing a thesis. And so I didn't give them any particular sites or anything. I just sort of like let them go. So this afternoon, we've got 4 students who are who will be working all in Portland, Oregon. This morning and earlier at lunch, that was all kind of Seattle stuff. So we've got 4 Portland projects, but one of which is actually a joint project between 2 students. So we actually have 3 projects to look at, okay? And I'm just gonna leave it there and let Brittany start.
Hi, David.
Juan, how are you?
And I'm assuming I don't need to introduce Juan or David to the students, but maybe I do.
Nah. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Yeah,
cool.
you have a little black bar at the top of it.
I don't know how to get rid of that.
Yeah, that's probably a data transmission thing, I'm guessing.
Wait. There, is it gone?
Oh, yeah,
Right.
just went away.
Now it's gone.
Okay, cool. So welcome to Haven. Haven is situated in Portland, and I was drawn to Portland for a couple of reasons, which I'll get to later. But Portland, as it stands, it really stands out among the US, not only for its progressiveness, but also because it's currently facing one of the worst housing crises that it's ever had. And Haven can be found on the edge of an otherwise desolate divide between Micro and McMansion. It is the realization of the idea of Haven as it pertains to housing, moving towards housing as a right, not a privilege. It occupies otherwise wasted space within the urban growth boundary and employs curated strategies to maximize its footprint. It is a utopia, a daydream brought to reality, a reality of a life better than we know it today. So at the start of the studio, we were tasked with looking at Cascadia as a whole. And I was drawn to Portland, not only just like selfishly because I've been there and I think it's quite a fascinating city, but also because when I went there, I noticed that it quite clearly has a housing problem. And also it's a city that's growing quite rapidly, but then also it's quite a progressive city. So I thought it was the perfect area to kind of implement my selfish idea of impacting suburbia and like taking it over, kind of reclaiming suburbia, which I'll get to later. So here looking at the population around Portland, majority is downtown, obviously, and to the east of the highway and east of the river. And that's also where you can find most of the corridors and like kind of areas for potential intervention. But I didn't want to focus on the east because it's already kind of being taken over, whereas the west side and west of the highway is completely being untouched because it's suburbia. And the 2 sides are really drastically different. So I wanted to bring the city into suburbia. And just a couple of quick stats. Oregon as a state has a median multiple of 5.3, 3 being completely affordable. And the housing rate is 53.1% is owned by the occupants, which is 10% lower than the national average. And then the average home value is $178,000 greater than that. And then also the need for not only affordable housing, but just housing in general is far greater closer to downtown. And it's also quite stark because the amount of public land around downtown is like situated in downtown, whereas directly to the left of the highway, there's nothing. It's just complete suburbia, which is really wild how drastic those two are right next to each other. And then also the site that I chose is located on a hill, kind of overlooking Portland. And then looking at the street patterns, you can really clearly see kind of like this difference between downtown and suburbia, where suburbia, the streets kind of become more like noodles. And then in terms of completeness, again, this highway is kind of the threshold between a complete city and current 15-minute cities. And then like the complete opposite, which is suburbia. So what this means basically is that the amenities are to the right of the highway, and people living on the left side of the highway can't reach those amenities at all unless you own a car, which is really wild. So there's really only like one grocery store and then a school, and that's it. And you have to travel like at least half an hour to get to any of those amenities. Whoops. So what I wanted to do was not only bring the city to suburbia, but kind of abolish suburbia and take over people's backyards. Because something that I noticed was that while downtown Portland is very efficient in its use of land and what it's currently taking over, suburbia is just like totally the opposite. Like people have like 3-acre lots and it's just a tiny house, and then the rest is land, and it's completely not being used adequately. But then also the site that I chose has a lot of areas of potential kind of places where like shopping could be introduced, and more, or like food or like grocery stores and things like that can be brought into the side of the highway. So looking at it in 3D, you can really see the stark contrast between the architecture of the site that I've chosen and then the downtown, which is kind of like on this edge. So looking a little bit at Haven itself, what it does is it connects the downtown, primarily the downtown park that's kind of near Portland University, and really intersects that with suburbia. And in doing so, it provides amenities along the way. So like a dog park, you can grab a cup of coffee while you're going to work. You can grab a cup of coffee while you're coming from work. You can grab something to eat. There's like a little mart that I've kind of proposed. Maybe you need like half a gallon of milk and you can just quickly stop by there, as opposed to driving half an hour to get to the grocery store. And so as far as my site strategy goes, I took a little bit of lot from the existing lots, and then I split them up using the existing lot lines. And in doing so, I established a means of getting to the site, but then also getting to downtown, and then also moving through the site as well. And looking at the program a little bit more specifically, the right-hand side of the site is more commercial. It's where I have a restaurant, a coffee shop, bike shop, you know, like sitting areas. And then to the far right, we have more public amenities like a dog park, kind of like a little sitting area where, and like a place where people can play like basketball and things like that, which directly connects to these stairs, which are shown over here on the far right, that actually connect to the lower level of Portland, which directly connects to the downtown.
And those are existing.
Yes, they are existing. And then on the left side, that's more residential, and this is kind of like where I've prioritized more privacy and views. So I envision that these units are higher cost to subsidize the other units in the area. And so looking at it in section, you can tell that this is like clearly on a hill, and circulation really moves, kind of like progresses through all the units and moves upward. So you're kind of like running up that hill as you go. And as you go through the site, you're met with different program that you can engage with. And you can like either get to the center park area, or you could just hang out in the lower area, where that's where like most of the commercial program is at. And looking at the units a little bit closer, they are fairly open, and I wanted to make sure to keep the ground level kind of the same with the ground level of the topography to really kind of create these pockets of social spaces in between all the units, where one has to kind of meander through all these units and engage with the community as they move through the site. And then the potential best views are created by just like folding out portions of a couple of units to provide balconies and really take advantage of the view from atop the hill looking down at Portland. And looking at the units a little bit even closer, the exterior is a metal facade, and that's contrasted with a kind of like polycarbonate, soft, translucent kind of materiality that designates where like the office space is at. And as you can see here, I just varied the sizes of the units according to potential need, and I wanted to focus on making these minimum dwellings and really making them like almost barren and like not me imposing what people need for housing, but giving them an opportunity to establish that for themselves while allowing for the maximum density on the site. So here's just a couple of the plans and showing a little bit more how minimal these dwellings really are. And you start to get to see kind of this like office space that I've integrated in here as well. So the vertical circulation is primarily private circulation. And as you can see here, some of the units do include private decks, where the horizontal circulation is mainly public, and the perforations through the units allow for the public to circulate through the units themselves and really engage with each other as a community, which is a stark contrast to what suburbia currently is. And then just looking at a couple of like key spaces throughout the site, this is kind of taken from this little area where people have their own private space, kind of like above here, or you could have like a mix of public and private over here, and then like different levels of program. And here's a view of a potential viewing area where people could probably like come by here and just like chill and watch a movie post-pandemic when they can hang out probably on these steps which double as seating. And then a view of the potential coffee shop, which obviously is very big in Portland, but I thought was a very important and kind of like homey addition to the neighborhood that has nothing. And finally, just a closer look at materiality. Here you can see kind of that like polycarbonate office area. And yeah, that's about it.
And Brittany, how far is the site from the kind of big public park where the Rose Garden and the Japanese Garden are?
Let me see. Let me go back
It's
to the
completely the other side of the city.
Yes.
This is at the end of the long avenue with the Portland universities, right?
Yeah, Portland
Yes.
State University is right here.
Yeah.
The gardens
Portland's-
you're talking about, David, are on the other side of the river, up northwest.
They're this way. They're this way. Got it. Right. Right. So you're down here, right? Portland State's there. Got it. Now I understand now. So it's up that way. Got it. All right.
Yes.
Got it. Beautiful
And-
neighborhood.
Haven is the name of the neighborhood now, or you're giving that name to it?
I've given that name to it.
But there's what is the name of that neighborhood now? Does it have a name?
It does. It's called Southwest Hills, I believe.
What's the medium house cost there? Let's say what's a 3,000 square foot house there cost right now? You want to buy into that neighborhood?
Oh,
Half
I
a
would-
million? It's got to be more than a
think
million.
$500,000 is light.
It's light. I was going to say
I would say it's over
That's
a
true.
million.
over a million, 1.2, 1.4, probably even higher than that. It's so close to the university. You can walk into downtown.
That's
Yeah,
true,
and
absolutely.
the medical district is south of here.
Yeah, it's got to be closer to 2 then,
Yeah.
because given it's the West Coast.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll jump in first. I mean, Juan, if you don't mind. I mean,
No,
I
go ahead, David.
a terrific presentation. I think the drawings are beautiful. I think the development is I think there are things to talk about from the point of view of the architecture itself and the units and kind of comments out. But for me, the dilemma is how this might be possible, right? So, I mean, like in order, given, we've just had a kind of smart growth initiative fail in Austin, and it's failed largely because of the votes coming from neighborhoods precisely like these. Like I live in one of those neighborhoods over here in Terrytown, and none of my neighbors want smart growth at all, and certainly none of them want it none of them want the city to extend across the Mopac into West Austin. Are you out of your mind? Like literally, that's what we paid for, right? That's why
we built the highway in the first place.
Precisely, right. So the question is like, so for this to happen, really, and the reason I'm bringing it up is that actually it affects the programming. I actually think the programming is naive, and actually that you would think about it another way. The only way that you could reasonably begin to imagine this happening is to say that the mandate's not going to come from above, right? Because politically that would be suicide, right? I mean, every one of the houses up here on the hill pays the mayor, pays the city council, lines the pockets of, this is why these things don't happen, right? On the other hand, if you could kind of, I mean, you have to think of this like alley flats, except for alley flats in River Oaks, like alley flats in a high-end neighborhood. Like what on earth could prompt people to give away property?
Yeah.
In order to, and it's certainly not to put in coffee shops, and certainly not to put in kind of like, on the other hand, the possibility of homes for children who are returning back from colleges or daycare centers or Alzheimer's clinics, or like there's a whole series of other options, co-housing. Like we're in this situation right now. I'm 60, I'm thinking ahead, this house that we live in 10 years from now, it's going to be a problematic house, and I need to begin now to think about, I love living here. I'm not moving out of here, but what do I need to do to this house to make it livable, for me to stay here, right? So, the idea, because the funny thing that you're doing and making a proposal for is reaching a kind of maximum density given a certain framework of property understanding, right? I mean, it's not like this is a socialist takeover, right? And these houses are getting turned into apartment units, right? They're remaining. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's not in your proposal. So then for me, really, the thing that's more interesting is how these things could begin to serve as this secondary community that functions then within this other suburban community, right? Co-housing. I mean, I have a lot of friends in their 70s and 80s who are like figuring out co-housing situations, and trying to, so then you look at these units, you look at all the stairs, you look at the steps, you go, where are the ADA accesses, where are the entrances, where are the elevators, where are all the other ways? So my first kind of reaction to the project, which I admire, is handsomely presented, handsomely drawn, is that the programming is naive. And I would drive it in another direction.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll admit, I was kind of stumped when it came to the programming, and I thought, well, I love coffee. But no, I completely agree.
Well, I mean, I there's so many things to talk about. I mean, generally speaking, I agree with David's assessment that this is pretty unrealistic as is presented. I mean, and I know that this is an open-ended studio where you are free to think about the potential ideas, and that's the spirit. So architecturally, I like what I see from the point of view of your hand in your intervention, the kind of design sensibility that you're bringing to a sloping site with all the challenges that brings. Very nice quality of the architecture. Seems very much at home in that northwestern world, climate-wise and kind of the character of the architecture. It is almost impossible. I can imagine, Dean, why you had so many long conversations. It's almost impossible not to talk about the big picture introduction of because it's so interesting when we look at these highways and this way of reading what happens on one side of the highway and the other side of the highway. And I like the way you frame it like, hey, good news. We're going to take over all your backyards, but we're going to put great coffee shops all around and you're going to be able to walk there. Isn't it great? And I can imagine people, what?
But Portland is the one city you might ever be able to get away with that.
Well, I mean, I think that this is another thing that I wanted to mention. I mean, this is a little bit of how quickly we create myths about what places are like and what they represent. I mean, Oregon is probably the most racist state in the country.
The most racist state in the country.
It was defined as white only. It had until the 2000s exceptions for Black population to even move in the state. I mean, it was really embarrassing for the state to discover that they had those things in the books. It's almost like with the neighborhoods, like what David is, that you every now and then I work on a project and the deeds have not been, how you retracted. So you still have all those ugly, Negroes will not be allowed in this neighborhood. It's terrible. I mean, you still see those in deeds restrictions all over Austin that have been slowly being removed. But what I have to say is that Oregon is not what we think about when we think about Portland. And Portland is in Oregon, and Oregon is in a big state, and it has a lot of things. So there are a lot of people that are very, very much the way we think about Portland, but there are a lot of people that are not. It's just that this myth that in the East Coast and the coast, everybody in Trump administration is from the East Coast and Ivy League educated. So there's a lot of myths that we create about what places are like. And I don't think that this is that different. So it is, this is, I think, a neighborhood that I would not characterize as quickly as you are characterizing it as on the other side of the highway. You are not in Portland, you're in suburbia. Suburbia is I don't understand exactly that definition. I mean, what you mean is that it's a single family house neighborhood.
Yes.
When you say suburbia, but it's used too loosely in my mind, because basically Austin, for example, like Portland, has been traditionally a city that is made out of aggregation of single family houses. That's the essence of the city. It's not suburbia, it's the urban essence of these cities from its inception, from their inception. So in a way, it's important to make this more connected to the character of a city, that it has a history and it was founded based on those principles. So it's not some greedy developer that decided to do that neighborhood the way it is. It's the people that have always lived that way, in that, in a way, the introduction of the ideas about Portland downtown are the ones that came more as a novelty. That is not necessarily it's not that that neighborhood there is kind of the result of some type of anomaly or some type of strange arrival from another world. So it is the essence of what the city has been always. So it's not an easy thing to just decide to transform that way. And I think that it would, I understand that you need to have a kind of a sense of how to give a sense of mission to your project and how you can start working on specific architectural developments. But I think that probably the thesis could have been more based on moments in those neighborhoods. And this is the kind of thing that sometimes people like Sinclair Black here in Austin has been looking for, what he calls black holes, or moments in the city where you can experiment with potential neighborhoods that are, for example, in the case of David, it should happen in Brackenridge Tract. Right? There's opportunities where it's not necessarily about disrupting what is there in the kind of literal way that you're doing it, because it's going to come across as really the socialist movement that everybody claims that is coming if the Democrats take over everything and they're going to take everything from you. It is very, it comes that way. You said it even that way. We're going to take over the backyards of these people, and hey, good news, we're going to take your backyard. So I think that it has to be I think more of a positive kind of alternative, rather than, and I think that's the only way that it can change, because otherwise it's going to be, like David says, it's going to be a resistance that is going to make almost impossible. So I think that
or you need to write a scenario, right? Or she needs to write a clear scenario, right? Yeah. I mean, there have been periods of time when the federal and state governments has been able to step in and make claim to private lands through various means, but they usually follow depressions. So they follow financial collapse. So the very pressures that make the demand for housing currently in Portland, Portland, San Francisco, all up and down the West Coast, right? They're the generation of wealth, not the vanishing of wealth, right? If wealth collapsed, you could do what you're imagining, but then the pressure wouldn't be there.
Buffalo, for example, in Buffalo, New York, you could do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
could you go to your site plan?
Go ahead.
Keep going, David. I just wanted to.
No, I think this is a really interesting point, right? So I actually think that the site plan is reasonable. It's just that the funny thing is, like this particular set of communities, right? Like there are these kind of there are these kinds of shifts, right? You have these very large older houses that were imagined for a certain size family, right? And now that family dynamic has changed, right? And this is the key, it seems to me. The key is like how do these houses no longer serve the way that they should or could or might, right? And so then there are all these dynamics, right? There is the what used to be the grandmother apartment, right? That's mom who's got Alzheimer's, right? I mean, like, you know, that is in my neighborhood. This is a serious, pressing problem, right? How do you take care of the elderly at home? Wait, that college kid that didn't launch, you know, like, and is living at home, you know, like, I can't stand that asshole. Get him into his own little sub apartment, right? I need to have a place to work at home. Like, there's all the idea that you might need. So what's locked these people down, right, is that every single one of these lots is restricted to a single building, right? So, or almost all of them, right? You can't build an outbuilding, you can't, you know, so this is the key to going, all right, what becomes the basis for breaking the zoning code with regard to these parcels of land, right? And then you go, well, all right, then this is to say that you could actually begin to imagine what you're describing here, right? Because you would need to theoretically service all of these buildings in some way, right? For both for access and emergencies and so the actual service corridor, I think you've got running up and through here, I think is probably too narrow. It probably needs to fit some, like it might be a micro emergency vehicle, or I mean, like in the way you're imagining it. I think you also have to imagine that every now and then a neighbor opts out, right? And so the strategy has to somehow also address the fact that that you're going to get zones where this is not happening, right? Like, because the incentive here is for the person who owns the land to make more money off of the land or up the value of the land, right? And that in exchange for altering the zoning code, the city simply controls the design mandate for that, which you're imagining in this drawing, right? So then you begin to look at what you're imagining, you're going, it's actually pretty well done. I mean, there are interesting dilemmas here. I mean, you know, having to do with I think there's some crazy siting situations where you know, in order to kind of stay perpendicular to this kind of central road, you start siting perpendicular to the contours, which just exacerbates foundation conditions and nightmares like that. And so you actually need three kind of conditions. You need conditions where you're parallel to the contours, conditions where you're perpendicular to the contours, and conditions where you're diagonal to the contours, where you can then resolve those kinds of programmatic. I mean, in your units, you tend to get a tremendous amount of quite difficult vertical circulation, which is arguably problematic with regard to most of those programs, Alzheimer's care facility for mom or dad, or you know, I mean, it works for some. It works for the, you know, the starter unit for the non-starting children from the generation that can't afford to buy houses now anyway, because our generation ripped all of you guys off. Just to be clear, you're looking at me, Juan, Dean. We all own houses. We all bought them at a time when, you know, when the relative percentage of our income that went to that as compared to you. Good luck, Britt. You know?
Well, no, what's going to happen, I think, is that they're going to discover the next. They will be doing it in the next Austin, or the next place that is going to be the same that it was Austin when we came. So I'm saying that's probably the way most cities have always developed, right? People, you know, one place becomes too difficult, and people find another place. I mean, I think that's something that we don't know what's going to happen, but in a way, I wanted to go back to what David said. I think it's very true that in a way you can make this as an incentive for people to see this as a zoning opportunity that they didn't have before. So the question is whether people will take it. I mean, you know that there are examples. There's in Los Angeles, I think they did this change in zoning, and after years doing it, there was very little change, right? So the question is if the wealth is still there, is it ever going to be attractive for anyone owning these lots to do what you are proposing here? I don't know. It's maybe related to the topics that David is bringing that are very, very true. I mean, I know cases exactly the ones that he's talking about. the Alzheimer elderly parent, the kid that doesn't live, that doesn't work, that doesn't study, is at home and they don't know what to do with him. I've seen all those cases. So what would be different between what you have and the possibility that all this is more connected rather than being this independent system that you have like running along the back, that is somehow more related to the potential for these units to be connected in some way to the units that you already have. So you have almost like a parallel. I mean, this is the alley flat and you don't have an alley here in the back, and you probably talk about this with Dean. But I think that that's very realistic, because no matter what, I mean, when you look at many neighborhoods, for example, we worked last year in neighborhood in Mexico City that beautiful big lots, and all those lots were chopped down in families chopped them down into 4 or 5 different lots, in lots that were very big, and all of a sudden that densify in a different way. So if you allow for people to say, okay, you can have a separate lot here, this person may say, look, I have enough for a very nice backyard. I can sell this. It could be for my nephew or for my son or and all of a sudden you can start imagining something happening along the lines of what you're proposing, that it could be a little more organic in terms of that it happens, not necessarily with discontinuity. But I think it feels pretty realistic that there's another layer that can be applied to these neighborhoods. It's just how, like David said, what's the narrative that you come up with of how that can happen? It's not easy to come up with one that is proven that it can happen, because there are neighborhoods that have been trying it for a long time and it works or not work. But there are many cases of those secondary units in the back of very deep lots that are definitely happening in places like Austin. So I think that's.
So I agree that, I do think taking a deep dive into the demographic shifts and the economic potentials of the sites is critical to how you begin to kind of deal with this. The zoning's already changed, and there are already policies in place. I mean, single family zoning is actually outlawed in Portland right now. And so there's already policies in place for incentivizing these kinds of projects.
Mm-hmm.
The one virtue of doing it more as a collective project as opposed to a series of individual projects actually has to do with the provision of infrastructure, right?
Right.
Right,
you do one infrastructural move down the center of although arguably that's probably where some of the infrastructure already is, right? Unless it's under the street.
That's right. So it's dig once kind of infrastructure, right? It has your fiber optic cable and your sewage and all that other sort of stuff. And then there are some really interesting economic models too. Urvita, which is in Monterrey, is a really interesting one where you just buy shares in the development. You can live there if you can be an owner, you can live there, you could not live there. But it's set up as a way in for people who cannot afford a house to gradually accrue capital, so that eventually they might be able to buy into a place. And I think Urvita, like the minimum investment is $5,000. So
I think
there are ways to get into this thing.
Right. I do think there are other things that, I mean, the other kind of comment I would make, Brittany, because I really like your project, and it just sets itself up to open up all kinds of discussions, right?
Of course.
I mean, I do think that one thing that is worth noting is that you've got the situation where you've got house, and then you've got yard, and and the yard drops down, and then there's another house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you've chosen to do is put 2 things in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so basically you're densifying a certain kind of condition, right? Which then achieves its kind of theoretical maximum density, right? Until 20 years from now, someone says, why can't we put a tower over this, right? But the alternative would be to say, like what this doesn't do well, and I'm going to use, for example, now these kind of muse-streeted towns that developed in Europe, especially in England after the collapse of the royalty in the 1920s and 1930s, or the collapse of certain kind of royal families or like landed families, that you get estates like this, and then mews would get cut through, and then like outbuildings would get built along these back mews. But these would have a relationship. They would tend to form a space, right? So the one thing that you look at these things that you're doing and you go, yeah, but what is this space? What is this space? What's the advantage to this space of this particular condition? You're saying, well, the advantage is this person is drawn into this community and access. But I'm going, well, maybe. I mean, the alternative is that these things begin to imagine either as things that begin to form an inner kind of community that is conceived of as a kind of linear street, rather than this kind of endless kind of repetitive, oh my God, where the hell am I now along this line of these repetitive houses? Am I, you know, it never changes, right? Or one where actually, that's one option, that's that one. That's the one where you go, all right, this is actually conceived of where these things make a kind of positive space between each other. They form a kind of, they strengthen this condition of isolation in these buildings and the privacy of these yards. Or the other alternative is that you say, well, no, really what they do is they take advantage of the topography, right? And this kind of drop-in condition, and for each building, I do that, right? I actually imagine that these things, they may be one-sided, actually, this community, right? But I actually, as I go along, I take advantage of this particular sloping condition and say, well, here's a block of housing that I hide underneath this, so that I preserve this sense. I mean, there are these beautiful drawings of Portland when it was first imagined, right? These immense wooded lots, a kind of downtown area, and the dream and the whole dream of those Western cities is that lot of greenness, right? So the idea that you say, well, I'm preserving that condition, right? I'm preserving somehow the condition of this and that, and allowing even this thing that I insert to have that sense of isolation. Every now and then, this is what I meant about a type that runs with the contour, a type that sits below the contour, a type that sits across the contour. It's a third way of imagining it, which I think would be equally as provocative an idea. You know, again, what it would afford you is, like, if you begin to think of it that way, like if you now go to your units and the unit plans, like the amount of space that you have to invest in getting circulation to work, even with these kind of loft ladders, right? That you're going, well, we're bending the code once and we're going to bend it twice.
Yes.
You know? And then we're going to bend it, and then we're going to bend it 3 or 4 times, you know, and then even, you know, the ability. I mean, I do like the space very much, you know, because the issue of rain there and keeping rain off your windows, and the issue of eaves, and I mean, I do think there's some really lovely spaces that you made that are, I think, wholly appropriate in that situation. These kind of bright white interior rooms that are skylit, which in Portland, Seattle, those are among the most marvelous rooms to be in, you know, where you just get the feeling of lightness even when it's gray outside. But I think that if you begin to imagine these things less as a kind of new house thumb in your eye, right, like the new, and more as kind of things that collaborated with the existing set of houses to generate a continuous, that alternative would then give you slightly more horizontal buildings that would then allow you to not give away as much in these kind of, I mean, here you talk about getting good view, but the other way to get good view is to simply not have a building in front of you, right? That's true. You know, and to utilize the contour.
All right, guys, we got to move on. But
terrific project.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that in a way, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I think about, you know, when looking at the plan, I think that maybe it's even the way you introduce the kind of the premise of your project could change very much the way you can imagine this being a reality. But I think that this could happen if the right circumstances are given in that condition, you know, because I think that when you look at it at the end, it feels like very invasive, but when you think about other cities, you know, this is a very reasonable amount of space between the existing houses and when you're proposing on both ends. So, you know, so it could be very much something that everybody could enjoy, outdoor spaces in that setup. But the problem is, what's the story behind how it can happen, you know? And I think
I think, by the way, you'd have to you have to get a ground floor south facing on the south side, and the northern units, you have to have an upper level south facing unit, because sun, when it happens, is just like this thing. There's a whole other set of diagrams that you would have to make.
Yeah.
It's very nicely designed, so it's a very, very nice project.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate, you know, the single-mindedness with which you know, approach the whole semester. So yes, congratulations.
Yes.
Okay, Tristan, you're up.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Tristan, good. How are you doing? I recognize a lot of people in the studio.
We're all moving through.
I don't mean this in any particular way, but I have, let's see, 11 females and 1 male in my studio, and Tristan, you're it.
That's me.
11-1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that happened to my son once when we moved to Italy in middle school. Actually, in middle school. Like, interesting experience.
Studio Mexico, 2 years, I had 16 and there were 14 female, 2 males. That was the biggest imbalance. But 11-1, that's a very, very extreme.
No complaints. Okay. Thank you guys for showing up today. My project is called Portline, and it really operates on the idea of reconstructing a current interstate within Portland. And this is within the Lloyd district, which we'll talk about further, but it's mainly less of a concerning about the building massing or an actual architecture project when it comes to building fundamentals, but more of a greenway project that provides a link to existing and future operations. So here we have the site, which we'll dial in further, but this gives you a general idea of kind of what we're looking at and how the greenway operates and how the site is positioned. And this is a sort of breadth into the project. So there's 3 major approaches when looking
Where's
at
downtown, Tristan? Where's downtown relative to that?
Yes.
Just give us some sense of where this is in the city.
Absolutely. So this is downtown over here.
Got it.
And this is where you'll have, the entire downtown district. So it's a
These
very
are the
close.
3 main bridges. Got it. Right.
Exactly.
These are the
Exactly.
stadiums. These are stadiums right here.
Mhm. And so looking at this site, there was sort of 3 main operations at play that I thought were healthy approaches and sort of main key insights. And one of them was this North Interstate Avenue conversion, how it runs through the site. I thought it was very important to see if we can convert that, given the nature of biking, which we'll also talk about a little bit further. Another thing is low-income housing. Portland has, some of the most drastic issues when it comes to affordable housing for those that are working within the city. And this is not those that have the big fancy jobs, but those that actually have, custodial works or, whether it be, an hourly income, a low wage hourly income. And so providing opportunities for them is something that, we can really gain from this site. So that was the second point of focus. And then the waterfront interaction. It says 1, but that's actually the third focus too, is to actually harp on this interaction with the waterfront, given that it's a very dormant site. It's very inoperable, and to allow that opportunity to, fast travel through the site and to really use that opportunity. So looking into this project further, I started off looking at Portland, and we have the actual downtown over here, and here's the site positioned up north of it. But looking at, biking and traveling. And so this is a quick study in looking at amenities with these red nodes. You can see this is a 15-minute circle of amenities and, allowing a 15-minute city to operate within these nodes. So you can imagine that there's grocery stores, there's sort of pet care and hair cutting and things like that within these nodes. And so that was a beginning study, and also looking at the yellow markers, which is looking at transportation by bike. Given that this is the number 1 biking capital within the nation, I thought it was important to really jump on that. And so that was an initial study. But dialing in choosing this site with Professor Almy, it became an interesting one. So here we have the downtown area, and then this is where the site is, also in red over here. But looking at this as an opportunity to sort of revitalize this area and to see what amenities there are. So if we look at the diagram all the way to the left, you can see moving north, there's actually strips of roads that actually contain all the amenities that you would need. So this is perfect opportunities for bike travel. And you can see in the next diagram, the actual transportation methods and how they actually interact through the site. And
Tristan, can you zoom in each one separately?
Yes, I think I can actually. That's a great point. Let's see here. Perfect.
And where is Brittany's site is to the left of that?
What's that?
The site of Brittany's project. Where is the location?
Down over here.
Yes, that's actually more south.
South. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so this is north of the downtown and the bridges. And you have the Portland Trailblazer Stadium that's actually south of that. But this site has opportunities for travel. It has a lot of intersections when it comes to transit and biking. And we have the amenities north of it. Looking at the topography, and looking at the sort of historical value of it, there's a lot of opportunities here that we'll kind of talk about in the next set of diagrams. As far as program goes, the sort of main thing we see with this area is that it is located next to a rail yard. So here we have warehouses, we have our recreation, and we have the sort of industrial side where the rail operates, and where we kind of have our nitty-gritty side of the Portland area that's right next to the waterfront. With this rail, you can see in the northern side of it, it is very much accompanying and sort of bordering this rail yard. And then sort of in the other areas, we have storage, opportunities for eating and drinking. There's a lot of breweries in the area too, which can open up this greenway. And then the living is, absolutely zero, which we're trying to up that up with the building masses, and we'll see further. So again, looking at the site and the sort of, there we go. Just a sort of breadth into it before we jump into the diagrams, we'll explain the site further. And so we're looking at the language of the site. So within the Lloyd district and sort of the acting elements. So here we have the site, and then we look at the community transit and how it actually operates through this interstate. So here we have the North Interstate Ave, and it actually cuts right through the site, and that creates a sort of connective tissue, if you will, and a large opportunity. But we do have this mass transit, this community transit. It's a max light rail system, and that connects all of Portland. So having affordable housing within this area was something that's completely feasible. And also when it comes to biking, with Portland having 6.3% of the biking communities of the population actually incorporated into the biking culture. It's important to kind of harness this opportunity and connect the grid more north to these amenities, and to also have that opportunity within the site as well, which is also lacking and inexistent. And then there's the opportunity for recreation. So this is a very popular site. We have the Portland Trails Blazers and how they're situated within the parking, their entire stadium, the McHarg Center, which is in the southern tip of this site. And so much travel occurs within this area, and it's very popular. And so the opportunity for this expanding northward is almost inevitable too, within this industrial district on this site that we have. So very popular area, very big opportunities for mass gatherings within that particular section. And then another thing that was very prevalent was the excessive open space. So the amount of parking is quite excessive. When you go to every single block, you'll see that there's thousands of opportunities for cars to park, and these are vacant at the moment. So using this, looking further into the sort of opportunities that would come from future housing. And you can also see too that it very much borders and is encapsulated by a highway system that actually borders the outskirts of it and also interacts in between as well. And then these were the sites that were chosen as far as the opportunities go, as far as the openness of it, given the sort of dormancy of given shops and sort of vacant warehouses, and sort of looking at those opportunities to sort of grow potential low-income housing.
Hey, Tristan, before you go on, where is the tsunami line on this site?
That is one thing that I did not study, was the tsunami line, but I don't know if that affects it too much. I know some students in our class actually dove deep into that. But that is a good question. I don't know if anyone wants to jump in.
Sorry.
No,
It would be
it's
on
good.
my map probably, but I'm having a hard time that quickly.
Christy, you coming up? Yeah, we'll look at it. It's a crazy issue. But yeah. All right.
Yes, and so looking at the site and then in the sort of northern border, 3 different zones, and looking at the architecture of it, that being very much this zone A of the sort of essentially workshops and storage, zone B being this industrial side that would be untouched, given that it's opportunity for subsidized housing, and then the more so rail mechanics, which is on this left-hand side. But very much studying the architectural language of the site, and incorporating that into the actual building masses. Very important part of the project was connecting the grid to the north, and sort of indoctrinating an open grid system that's not currently there, and that connects this northern boundary for biking and to connect to those amenities. And also onto the right diagram, looking at this highway system and seeing that the amount of noise, traffic and congestion, and having that walled off by a series of two massings that sort of pave the way for a more bordered opportunity when it comes to this highway. But actually having it next to this highway creates this opportunity for subsidized housing and cheaper living, and also right next to this industrial area as well. So here we talk about the building massings and allowing these opportunities to not necessarily be in one specific spot, but to open themselves within the site itself. This creates a little bit more affordable housing and opening it up for those having less income, and positioning these right next to the warehouses, the industrial side of the site as well, and to sort of create an architectural language that makes them blend in. And then we come to the biggest part of the project, which is this greenway, and how this interstate is then transformed into an opportunity. And in the section at the bottom show the sort of very much concrete nature of it, and sort of the sort of language which we'll discuss further into it. But we can see here how very much it is a connective tissue in the opportunity that presents itself when we have the new green loop that will be introduced into Portland within the coming years. And so with the greenway, the main sections of this can be broken up into three parts. So we have the northern section of it, which is in yellow, which is very much accompanying shops. We have breweries. We have opportunities very much for a commercial district. And then moving down to the blue side of it, which is the mid section, very much opportunity for fast travel, for biking, for open lanes. This is opportunities for skating, for rollerblading, and really opening that up for a much quicker form of travel from point A to point B. And then we have our lower district, which is where the Portland Trailblazers actually are located. And so seeing that as an opportunity for open space and for gatherings, whether that be concerts or things of that nature, and then allowing that also opportunity for waterfront access, which we'll look at in sort of the interventions further. So breaking down the site, I thought it was important to think about how the site might actually interact within these three different sections. And so they're broken up, with this being the northern part of the section, which would be the sort of commercial district where we're located, with a couple breweries within this area, opportunities for food that are already within there, and then multiple shops that can be converted and retrofitted into whether it be the commercial side or things of that nature, and making amenities a little bit closer. So doing this, allowing the concrete pavers that would be precasted, and laying those in a way that allows for sort of articulated movement and sort of lateral travel, instead of it being straight line travel, and sort of allowing the greenery and things like that to sort of position itself and uproot from the base. But this being the sort of commercial side. Moving forward to the southern side, this is where we have the Portland Trailblazers. So opening this area up, and to further, we'll talk about the waterfront access, but allowing this to be a little bit more spacious, given that large crowds actually interact with this area when it comes to entering games, exiting games, and also this being a nodal activity for events and things that in the coming future as well. And then we talk about the sort of fast travel areas. So we can see that that we, in the position where we are with the red dot, this is an elevated surface. So it very much interacts just like a highway. And the idea is to open this space up for skating, biking, and areas for quicker travel from point A to point B, and just an opportunity for recreational activities involving sort of wheeled vehicular travel, if you will. And then we see another different opportunity too with this fast travel, and that there are opportunities for greenery, how it starts to expand and contract, and really giving a sense of how this can be transformed instead and from this interstate into an opportunity for gathering and a place for people to come from the city of Portland and allow this area to provide a better connective tissue that is already present. And then we get a sensibility from the section at the bottom about permeability and how we can actually allow water to not necessarily run off into the river and have like large flash floods, but to actually permeate into the ground as well. So this is a rendering from the southern side and how this greenway might actually be incorporated, what the actual use would be. We get a sense of scale and how we open up the Moda Center for a more better opportunity for pause. Another thing with this in attracting individuals to this greenway was to, and also to this waterfront as well, was to create a series of folies. And here we have two. And with these is to provide that opportunity. So this is a sort of viewing deck, if you will, onto the city, which would be to the left of us, the downtown area. And then another one as well. And this gives you a breadth into what this site could actually be, and actually putting in installations that interact with the community and provide an interest that is not already present. And that livens up this industrial district. And here we get an idea of what these might actually look like and how we might institute these right along the greenway. And how those might help the interaction with this waterfront and also the southern part of the site. And here we're looking at the northern part of the site, which would be the commercial side, which would be where we have a lot of our massings for the low-income housing. And is seeing how we can pull this from just being a road for travel and transit to now being an opportunity for pause and for commercial opportunities, points of pause going from one place to another, and actually creating a community of this within an industrial area. And that's the presentation.
Can you go back to what you would consider your main master plan drawing, the one that you would see?
Yeah, so here we have the site plan.
I'm trying to orient, because when you were showing us the vignettes that you were showing at the end, when you show us, hey Tristan, okay? Yeah, what I was saying is that when you were showing us the vignettes, you were doing it with a very diagrammatic drawing. It will be this one is an easier one to understand where we are in terms of all the different views that you show us. The thing that I'm not sure if I understand correctly is how much are you adding in terms of volumes that you're proposing of new square footage of new housing? Is only those pink areas on the north, or are there more areas that you're proposing more construction? Because this is mainly existing construction, right? The buildings that you are showing there are all existing.
Exactly. Those are the existing ones, the ones in gray. And so if we look at the red buildings, we can think of this almost as phase one of the project, and not essentially gentrifying the entire area, but actually putting in small massings and large massings to sort of create this sort of subsidized nature within the area. But I was seeing this as phase one, and sort of allowing this this sort of high rate interaction to create this border, and then this sort of trickle down effect that might come in the future years, and sort of turning this area into a much more larger opportunity for interaction within the people of Portland.
But do you imagine in a second phase more happening in all these areas here? There are a lot of empty areas here. Do you imagine more happening? Because you're proposing this very strong spine, right? Do you imagine more? That I'm trying to connect between very focused images of this very active sidewalks and all kinds of systems running up and down. But I'm trying to imagine what's happening on either side to really feed that space that you're proposing. And I'm trying to understand if you're imagining this to be the spine that grows over time as well, with more housing.
Yes, exactly. So my immediate thought was to convert, these opportunities and sort of have areas for residents to sort of tuck back into some of these streets. But the difficulty with this project was those buildings that were actually in use now and actually necessary within the site, which created these sort of satellite structures that interact with the current industrial buildings and warehouses and storage within the area. But I definitely see the second phase of the project interacting more towards the stadium, and whether that be more subsidizing and more expensive housing given the close nature to the stadium, that would certainly be the sort of next step within the project. But the first step, given there was a lot to chew within all this, was to looking at this northern part and how we can sort of take these zones and in this sort of really sort of interstitial spaces and how we can convert these vacant lots and warehouses into actual buildings for low-income housing.
Tristan, Juan's talking to you like an architect, not like a junior city planner here, man. He's asking you a question. He's asking you an architecture question, not a city representative question. Which I mean, it's weird. I know you. It's weird. I feel like this body snatcher has taken you and like you're being kind of. I mean, Juan's asking this question because like the thing that you're describing. I mean, it's a little bit like this discussion we just had with Brittany. This is the weird mystery of how planning works in the United States and how cities change and grow. I mean, right? Like, so, I mean, you look at every city that's done this, right? And these things become, it's just like Waller Creek in Austin. It's just like, it's set up for massive development, right? So like when the city invests in these kinds of infrastructural projects, they expect a return. And the return is not the construction of subsidized housing; it is the moving of subsidized housing elsewhere. Because you're opening up. I mean, there are rare examples where that's not been the case. I mean, one of them is in Houston, where the light rail from the medical center to downtown works well enough with the existing city fabric, since the city fabric was already there, right, and already relatively uniform, to where there has not been a lot of. There's been some gentrification, but there's also been a lot of instances where there have been lots and lot owners who have benefited tremendously, and certain neighborhoods have been revived that were sliding downward. But this is one of those weird situations, a little bit like the High Line, right, where in fact there's not a uniform urban condition, but there's a damn nice urban location, right? I mean, like I'm going to clear one's drawings here for just a moment, but I can't. But if you just sit here and think, well, all right. There's downtown, right? This is a bike ride that I can make. Every human being who's gone through the COVID crisis, both my brothers are lawyers, and they've both told me this independently. I'm never getting back in a fucking car. Are you out of your mind? Like I'm never gonna sit in an hour of traffic to get to my office again. You know, I'm gonna be working. You know, if I can't find a way to move closer to have my office move closer to me, I'm gonna be doing most of my work from at home during the morning and the afternoon, and then maybe driving it to work when I can. Right. So the idea of here downtown, right, all the tech shops along the west edge of this downtown, you know, the idea of this essentially what's going to be a high ground. This is why I was asking about the tsunami. I mean, like my guess is that everything down here is in the tsunami floodplain. I mean, almost all of downtown is, right? And it's a serious issue there. Like, I don't know, have you lived there in Portland?
No.
Now you should talk to some of the UT students who are interning there, who are working there in offices. Like they're working in some of these offices on the 5th floors in these places downtown. They're going, yeah, we put lifeboats. We brought lifeboats in. Like after that article came out in the New Yorker about the fact that every 500 or 600 years, a tsunami washes this entire thing out. Quite disastrous. They've installed. All these schools have emergency access and egress plans now. They've all gotten lifeboats in place. All the offices have lifeboats. Literally, now everyone has access to the roofs of all these buildings. That's incredible. So the idea that you're suddenly looking at a high ground that's now connected by a terrific kind of public amenity that links an alternative access point to the city in case that one's blocked up. You're going, this is like this is real estate where as the city evolves, all of these industrial things are going to be gone. They're just gone, right? So then the question really becomes, how do you, in the design of what you're imagining, begin to either make linkages to what those new things are, or alternatively, and this was the thing that it's really interesting to read, like when you read the architects and the landscape architects who did the High Line, almost every single one of them is quasi-apologetic about it. It's success, right? They're like, yeah, it's successful. And the thing that we didn't plan was how to protect those existing neighborhoods. We didn't actually think it through either as a legal strategy or actually as an architectural strategy, right? Like because in actual fact, the way this thing works is that it to a certain degree I mean, the High Line
attracts attention, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, what's really intriguing to me is how, in particular, there's this kind of more risky zone that you end up getting down below. I wouldn't be thinking of the project this way. I would be thinking of the project this way, right? That you go,
right.
There's a landscape here which is arguably going to become. I mean, there may be housing in it, but that's high risk housing, you know. And then there's a landscape here which is going to feather back in terms of cost. This is, you know, and where arguably the lower cost housing might begin to form up is back here, you know, along this zone back behind here, which also connects through. So for me, the drawing that really I think would follow from what you're doing is a kind of cross section where you begin to imagine how the city develops itself, builds itself up as a consequence of the fact that you've made what's arguably going to be fantastically usable, desirable land just adjacent to downtown. I mean, this is Dean's already experiencing this in Dallas, you know, and with the building the bridges there. It's certainly going to happen in Austin along Waller Creek. And I mean, I think it's a really great idea. I think it's great and terrible at the same time. It just has to do with the way American cities form. You know, they form, but the form follows money. You know, it just, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's an opportunity from the point of view of differently about cities also, in the sense that you have said that in this whole area there is 0% of housing, so basically no one lives there. To me, that's the biggest thing that you are trying. I mean, you're saying there's a gigantic opportunity here. And absolutely, money is going to be the one that is going to be bring developers here that hopefully can allow, with some government involvement, also affordable housing to come together. Basically, what I'm feeling is that you're showing us all these very pedestrian environments that require a lot of people living there, because, you know, otherwise, who are those people who are using that? So this needs to be built up a lot to justify the whole infrastructure proposed along that spine that has all kinds of transportation systems, right, going up and down. So I can imagine, like David's saying, I mean, I can how developers may say, well, from here we're going to have a spine that, I mean, a cross section along the spine that shows how you can transition with a more scale towards the neighborhoods there, and you can have like higher density. But it is true that this feels like it's something that once you build this infrastructure here, you want to create a very strong, you know, development potential for it. And I think that, you know, yes, every time that something changes and there's a new development coming, people are always suspicious. But in a way, you're saying, look, there's 0% of residential there. We need to bring people to live there. And I would imagine that a lot of people will be attracted, you know, because you have the bike lane, it's very close to downtown. So this looks like you have identified a very attractive place to live. I think it's reasonable for us to wonder what else are you imagining, because right now you're giving us a lot of detail about the actual movement side, but it would be good to show in sections. Maybe those renderings that you have shown could accompany with a transverse section and data about the expectation of how this change over the spine. So we can imagine all this evolving in a way that the investment is paying back.
Right.
Guys, I got to move us on.
Okay.
I was just going to say, and it will evolve. You know, Tristan, it's worth noting. I mean, I look out to downtown Austin, and I literally, every building I see has been built since I moved here. I mean, literally, I can't see a single, like the idea that this area might change. Oh my God, it's overnight, right? Like
huge opportunity.
It's not just a huge opportunity. It's just that and Portland's a real city, for crying out loud, not like Austin. I mean, Portland's you know, I mean, this is just. I think the issue is Juan, and I think it's really correct. I think the question really has to do with how do you now make an amenable section, right? Like how do you make an amenable section? Because I do think that Portland is one of those towns where. I mean, Portland is, man, there's money, there is serious money there, right? But there are actually public interests that unlike Austin, theoretically, you could charge with civic responsibility. So I think I think your project is kind of you've just gotten to the point where you need to actually now say, all right, what is the civic section? You know, is it tall building first? Is it how do I begin to negotiate these relationships? It's a real problem. You know, is it in New York? It's handled by a back door and some apartments kind of around the back side. How do you literally build an equitable section within development that satisfies all of these different parties that are at play? That's all. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Trying to keep us on schedule. We've got one more project with 2 authors.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Tristan. Is it Ali and Kara? Are you guys the next project?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Awesome. Is this y'all's last semester?
Next spring.
Yeah. I was just going to say, nice. Yeah.
Okay. So, hi, Professor Heyman. It's been a while, but I hope you're doing well.
Glad to see you.
Professor. We'll find out soon enough. We're not as familiar, but my name's Allie Pease.
And I'm Kara Bristow.
And this is our project. So when it came to deciding between Seattle and Portland, we were drawn to Portland for a number of reasons, ranging from its variety of, its vibrant atmosphere and strong population of young adults to the range of landscape from mountains to waterways. So within this, the 15-minute city, the idea of this is essentially the concept of a primarily walkable grouping of neighborhoods that encompasses infrastructure for work, retail, and leisure, all provided within 15 minutes of the inhabitant's home. And since the downtown area easily meets those requirements, we sought to move a little further outside of that bubble, where we found the Sellwood Moreland neighborhood. So it's located along the Willamette River, just south of downtown, next to the Wildlife Refuge, and the neighborhood is packed with opportunity for outdoor activities and a thriving social life. And as you can see in this diagram, it even has 2 and kind of a 3rd train stop just outside of the neighborhood, making it really accessible to the rest of the city. But for all of the opportunity that the area presents, we did note a very severe lack of gathering spaces, as well as non-vehicular passageway for residents. And we found that the neighborhood happened to be relatively diversity deficient, both in age and race. And so these all became a primary focus as we began to develop our development strategy.
So in analyzing Sellwood Moreland, we began to notice a series of axes that ran through the neighborhood, and smaller diagrams which focus on topics such as outdoor recreational zones, transportation stops, healthcare centers, and commercial hotspots highlighted these paths as datums, connecting these categories through a series of roadways. And our goal to help transform the neighborhood into an ideal 15-minute city, we focused on the 4 themes of livability, accessibility, community, and recreation. And we found from our analysis that Selwood Moorland had the foundation for each of these 4 pillars, but lacked the unification necessary to optimize the lifestyle of its residents. And so our initial goal was to increase the connectivity between these zones by creating a series of through streets along the already existing east-west roads, and joining the major green spaces on either side of the neighborhood to the central retail sector and focusing on the non-vehicular requirements of that transformation. And from there, we selected a more precise site for our live-work complex that would elevate community involvement and development and act as an anchor between the zones we were working to stitch together. And then taking a closer look at our 4 main concepts, we broke those down each of those themes into a series of components. And from there, we were able to reference our earlier diagrams and weed out which of those concepts were already accounted for and which we needed to bring to the neighborhood, such as affordable housing, workspaces, green streets, green spaces, community gardens, cycling networks and athletics and anything like that. And bringing the residents' needs closer to home not only makes their lives easier, but it supports the concept of a more walkable and eco-friendly city. And this allows paved ways to be repurposed for more community-driven projects such as the public gardens and sporting activities. And as we've seen throughout this pandemic, some communities want to come together to help one another, and the real worth of cultivating a strong community spirit has become clear that social cohesion and inclusivity are a key part of every human's mental well-being.
Oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button on my computer and now it's frozen. Oh no.
Somebody help Allie.
Ah!
Somebody in the community help Allie.
Oh my gosh.
Can you exit? I can share it.
No, it won't. It like the whole computer is frozen.
So crash your computer. Kara, you share yours, and Allie come back and join us.
Oh my gosh. We might actually have to do that. I don't know what to do.
I think that the only thing you can do is restart. I don't know.
Are you able, Dean, to like kick her out as sharing or no? Is that possible?
To what? Kick her out as a sharer?
Yeah, because I also have it. I could start.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Kara, do you have the most recent one though?
Yes.
Multiple participants can share simultaneously. I just set that up.
Okay. All right. I got it.
And Allie.
Let me see if I can get on my phone.
I just stopped your sharing theoretically.
Well, it's my whole computer.
All right. So, Kara's
computer is just socialized our Zoom talk. It's just taking over all of our property.
This is so bad.
I just made her go away.
It's working. I think
it's working.
Well, I just kicked her out. So now, Kara, this is your screen, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. She's going to have to come back on.
Okay.
Kara, pressure's on you.
She's been having issues with her computer ever since we did this project because her computer is so full that it's just like crashing every 5 minutes. So
that's the problem with vector data at a GIS scale.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised.
All right. So why don't you go to whatever slide you guys are on, and presumably she'll be able to come back on as soon as she restarts her computer.
Yeah. I guess we can look at this one a little bit more in depth. We made this diagram in hopes of trying to figure out and like put together what our ideal 15-minute city is. And after that, we kind of talked to Dean about it, and he really pushed showing what was deficient in this neighborhood. And so we pulled those out, which you can see are highlighted here. And then
so what's highlighted here is what works in this neighborhood or what doesn't work in this neighborhood.
What doesn't work right now. And so this is what we wanted to really push in our complex. And
Great diagram.
thank you. And
Super clear.
and then we kind of zoomed in and looked at what the benefits of the addition of these components would be and how we would implement them. So like community, we really wanted to focus on volunteering and community gardens, which you'll see later we did implement into our complex. The connectivity we used through streets, which we kind of talked about a little bit, but we'll go into a little bit more later. Obviously affordable housing.
Can you set this on full screen?
I'm literally on the PDF that she sent to me through, so I have to download it. Hold on.
It's pretty good. I would not mess too much with it.
Don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. Just keep going.
You haven't downloaded.
I mean, if once she gets restarted, she'll probably start sharing again.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kara, it's your moment in the sun. Take it.
That's right. You're like the understudy that stabbed the lead actress.
Totally. Like stab her in the back now, man. Take it over.
All right, I'll go to the next. In progressing towards the design stage, we began looking at a series of precedent studies, two of which stood out to us the most. The Kooning-Eisenberg's Belmar complex is centered around the idea of a public walk street, a program that we felt would amplify our idea of community gathering and act as the basis for our residential complex, while Jonathan Siegel's Continental utilizes the idea of maximizing the potential of a space. This, we felt, kind of mirrored our plans for transforming dead zones into pocket parks and relying on simple apartment floor plans to increase compatibility and clustering between the unit types. So we really, once you see like our actual complex, we really wanted to focus on the idea of a public walk street and creating these streets that were mainly focused on the pedestrian or the cycler, and also by maximizing the space that we had and creating a lot of different types of units that could be potentially either affordable units or more expensive. And then, so let's get on this page. One of the first steps was to decide on a plan for the street alterations throughout the neighborhood. And in the case of prioritizing the non-vehicular traffic, this meant adding bike lanes and double wide sidewalks without discounting the need for drive lanes. And to boost safety measures, protective dividers ranging from 2 to 7 feet in width were situated between the main drive lanes and the bike lanes. And these dividers, been mistaken for standard planters and parking lanes, work to collect rainwater as it moves downhill from east to west, which is then repurposed by the new residential complex and community center.
Did you guys find many other towns that are allowing that 16-foot wide double lane?
We did not look into that.
No worries.
Yeah,
no worries.
I mean, okay. And so the design basis for the complex was a series of factors. First, we wanted to extend both the visual and physical boundaries of the east-west roadways to create the through streets between the central commercial strip and the wildlife refuge. Second, we wanted to highlight the edge condition of the refuge drop-off and take advantage of the extensive views that were otherwise underutilized. And finally, we wanted to mirror the layout of the neighborhood, which with public amenities and retail opportunities scattered throughout the residential structures. Okay, and so the complex is divided between affordable housing and the more expensive units. The southernmost building and the 2 standalone buildings off to the east hold the affordable units, while the northernmost structure capitalizes on the expensive units because of the expansive views and of downtown Portland, and with the views and height acting as defining factors in price variation for everything in between. And then so each set of buildings holds an array of studios, single and double units. with an emphasis on the double unit clusters located adjacent to the middle school that is next door. And a simple central line of circulation runs throughout the buildings, providing a clarity of movement through the scattered community and public spaces for residents and townspeople alike.
So that means there are like riverside and city side units, or
Right.
double units mean that they cross over that hallway?
Well, double units is just a larger unit. It's a family-sized unit, but it's
they're basically double loaded. They're all double loaded along the course. They don't stagger across.
No. And then, so in the ground floor plan, you can see the easy access through the through streets here, these three, and all the amenities. So cycling lanes, workspaces, retail, and affordable housing are among the many like prioritized amenities. And by implementing a volunteer space, which is right here, and a garden, we hope to bring the community together even more so. And the second floor plan, which is, if it goes, right here. The second floor plan focuses more on the layout of the housing units in particular. And in addition to the clustered units, we have created pockets of communal space for working, leisure, and athletics. In each level of the complex, we wanted to include work from home space to accommodate for the transitions in the workplace that we are being presented with as of recent. And atop the volunteer space, we have an athletic court that is available to the residents and the public alike. These decisions were driven by our earlier diagram that we showed before, the circle one, and focused on the components we thought of as the priorities. And this is a perspective view that is looking from the west up at the complex from below the drop-off of the refuge. And so, all right, these are the sections Allie actually. Oh,
I could talk about that. So this is the north-south section that runs through all of the complexes. You can see the relationship between the southernmost building and the rest of the structure, where we tried to kind of connect everything. Although we do have that one central structure that is kind of like a standalone hub for everything. It contains the fitness center, an upper shared green space, and then a co-working space. So as Kara mentioned in the floor plans, we did want to include a set of co-working spaces within each of the structures. And then you can also see in this section the Skywalk Lounge that shows up in plan, but it's kind of hard to tell what that is. That helps shape out the courtyard and provide a connection between the two most northern buildings.
Sorry, I forgot I was controlling
now. This is our southernmost cross section where the boardwalk, the lookout edge kind of becomes more visible. So moving from left to right, you have the lookout ledge that that wraps around the western side of the complex. Another green space that is elevated, an outdoor seating area that is used for both public and residents. More shared green spaces to get the community kind of out of their residence, and then the basketball court and community center. Kara.
It's taking forever. Okay.
And then moving up north, you get the cut through the resident lounge and lobby, as well as the activity field and public rest house. We did want to include public rest spaces to try and really encourage that community involvement. And then the next one. And then here is just the set of retail shops in relationship to the courtyard, and then the other outdoor seating area. And the next one is just our boardwalk and lookout point perspective. So this is a view of the boardwalk bridge that kind of branches off from the rest of the boardwalk. It has lounge style seating, and then behind which we have a series of ADA compliant ramps that bring you down to the hiking trail that runs throughout the wildlife refuge, because I was doing some research on the trails in Austin, and this one is actually one of the more fully accessible ones. So we really wanted to capitalize on that and make sure that we were making this a space that everyone could utilize.
Remind me again, what's the programs in these are, I'm assuming, private units. These programs again, remind me again, just
so,
and then this space.
The one directly on the right, that's kind of looking into the co-working space on the first floor.
Units.
The main lobby structure, units, and then the next building over between those two sets of trees on the first floor, that's retail.
Got it.
Between that open space is the courtyard. And then that squiggle inside the glazing is another co-working space for the northern building. And then in front of that is the outdoor seating area.
And then what's this space that, who has the right to access that space right there?
That's fully, wait, which one?
All of the stuff behind this rail.
That's fully open.
Yeah, that's all
the public. Everything outdoors, essentially, and the retail space is fully public.
And this rail is just there to keep me from falling into that thing right there, going down.
Yes,
all right.
There is a set of stairs right behind the perspective, the person's perspective. So it's a couple feet down. And then the next perspective, Kara, is the front view of the complex from the southern end looking north, with the public basketball courts atop the community center here on the left, and the enclosed restroom and seating hall on the right. We did want to make sure that that was an enclosed area so that when there is outdoor activities, like Portland gets cold, so you can transition inside if need be. And then from this angle, you can see the widespread use of glazing that we were trying to focus on in terms of that porosity to strengthen the visual throughways out to the eastern side of the boardwalk.
And does it actually work? Do you actually see all the way through the building?
Not in, like there are sections of-
It's a sign, it's a signifier of porosity.
There are sections that go all the way through. So in a lot of areas you can see all the way through.
And then tell me about this space, these green spaces. I'm just asking questions because there's a lot. This is a terrific project, and there are lots of questions about where it's soft, where it's hard, where it's strong, where it's weak. Tell me about these spaces. What happens there?
So the one with the boy in the denim jacket is meant to be developed into a community garden that goes with the volunteer space. One thing that Kara was really adamant about adding into this project was having a big volunteer community center where if we're giving these people these amenities, we want to teach them kind of how to care for them and give them a place to come together. And then the other side is meant to be used for general, neighborhood activities, events, those sorts of things. So it's kind of like a
that's a community garden. Yeah, so programming wise, in the end, they would say, we want all of this for community garden. Trust me on that one, but neither here nor there. I mean,
okay.
I just wanted to note it to you. You can't make enough community garden.
And I think that it could expand into that. That's also going to be a place where like a farmer's market would happen once every week. And so it's kind of just an open space for like whatever is happening. But yeah,
it's an interesting discussion. There's a really interesting diagram here, and I'm trying to get a handle on. What I'm trying to get a handle on is how this thing. I mean, like you guys were talking about doing this kind of connections, right? And then essentially you've made a building that kind of runs this way, and then where the kind of low cost stuff is you just cut it open, and then where the expensive stuff is you make a kind of knuckle to where it's harder to get through there. But the truth is, like it's actually a kind of, and then it sits over in this greenery over here. And there's a couple of questions that I have about that. I'll save. And that's the only reason I'm asking. I'm asking about what this relationship is, and I'm just curious to understand it. I'm sorry. I'll just keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation.
Oh, that was it.
Okay, got it.
I think like the way we laid that out was based on our first kind of sketch plan idea, where we wanted to create this kind of acupuncture of pocket parks and kind of taking over these spaces that were underutilized, and kind of created this main park right here. And we kind of just scattered little parks around to create a more unified, because as of now, this neighborhood has two main green spaces, which are mostly like forest or a golf park, and so I literally don't
golf
know
park.
Why don't you put up your
golf.
larger site? Put up your larger site plan, the one that sort of shows the building in relationship to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's back 5 or 6 slides.
And also, I may have missed it when you explained this at the beginning, but what is currently in this site?
Most of it is open.
Most of it's open. It's actually
Part of the park?
No. So, okay. It was actually the site of the funeral home.
Wow, that's a nice funeral home.
Yeah, it was like this massive funeral home next to a middle school, and it was utilizing this space, but it wasn't utilizing the views or like the passageway through it. So we were kind of talking to Dean, and we were like, listen, this is a really great site.
I mean, what I would say is that, in a way, I think that what you're proposing is one of those, I mean, in a way, from Britain's project at the beginning, that is very kind of, in a way, utopian in terms of thinking about how that can happen. I think that this feels very realistic. I mean, it looks like this is the kind of thing that you probably need to put more energy in trying to say, okay, if these neighborhoods want to stay the way they are, just leave them alone. Let's look for opportunities where you can bring something else, and you are bringing that something else that is very attractive. So you're saying, look, you may not want anymore to live in that house. You know, you may want to be here because you have a lot of convenience. You know, there's the convenience of all the amenities that you're bringing. You can walk your dog, you can meet your neighbors, so you're creating a sense of opportunity that it will involve some super. That's the problem with these things, that these projects come along and then you always worry about the affordability, right? So you need to work. That's where I think that the public side of things needs to intervene to help make sure that these developments incorporate affordable units, because it is a very attractive place to live. You have created a very attractive place to be. I mean, just from seeing your drawings, it feels like, wow, this could be a great place for people to move into. I mean, it may not be so obvious that it's much better to be living in that house than to live in this apartment. That sometimes these choices are given in ways that it feels like people will say, well, I prefer the house. You know, here you are in front of the park, you have the water, you have the amenities. So this is, in a way, I think, the way you can make the case for how these projects can bring another layer to cities that are fundamentally single family house, driven, and that have been that way for a long time, and I think that you're making a reasonable case as to how to make good, positive alternatives, in terms of you still have, you have even a gigantic parking structure right underneath I mean, I didn't understand very well the parking, but the parking is running along the whole block there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're saying cars go away. That's where I think cars should go, underground, and then you don't see them. And then, but it's very dreamy to think that cars are going to go away tomorrow. But they're not part of your everyday experience. They're just going down there, and from there you go to your apartment, and you have the potential for community gardens, whatever. I think that you have developed this far enough. I mean, it's reasonable that you don't have every single thing resolved, but I think that as a general scheme, I think is very well identified. I mean, I think you have identified a site that can be the kind of site that has the ability to really create an alternative to that single family house that everybody wants to make the culprit of all the problems of the city, but in reality is there to stay for a long time. So just may as well try to provide an alternative that is viable and that is attractive and is not trying to be confrontational in a way. You say, hey, you know, you want to be there, you can be there, but if you want to have an option, you have an option.
I mean, I think just following that though, I have to say, I mean, I also agree that this is very realistic, and I think it's incredibly, I think it's actually very well done. I'm very pleased to see it. And so I think you have to, the comments, I want to offer the comments with kind of respect for y'all's accomplishment, your presentation, the way you thought it through. It is very much like something that you would see right now in the marketplace, both with the advantages and all the disadvantages of that. Right, like following from what Juan was saying, right? Like if you say it's an alternative to the single family house, right? You go, yeah, but it's a hard alternative, right? Because now I live here, and now essentially there's a wall between, there's a whole new scale which is entered, right? And so you go, you look at the site plan and you go from here to there. These blocks have essentially been cast in the kind of shadow of this thing. No matter this. I mean, it's better living, now it's better to live farther away from the park than it is relative to close. And I think the interesting drawing for you guys to make would be to go, well, what, given the fact that now all of these houses are under, I mean, a really great place to see this transformation is West Campus, right? Where it's being done in exactly this way, where localized, parcelized thinking about how the neighborhood might evolve means that the alternatives that are even within that are no longer valid, those small houses, but each building now makes it impossible for the next building to take any advantage of the situation. If you walk a couple of blocks west of Goldsmith Hall right now, there are two slab buildings that are essentially from one you can't look into. It's really tragic. It has to do with that fact that that whole area was given over to developers over the university's dead body. The university was not allowed to purchase that land. The state legislature disallowed the university to purchase land so that it could master plan all of West Campus, right? This huge nightmare. And so then what you begin to say is, well, all right, what happens next? So then the next person that builds here, they're probably going to build like this, right? They're probably going to build something where they can get a series of units that can somehow get views this way, right? And then the same thing here, right? So now the space that is theoretically, I want to talk about this space in a moment. That space now is essentially cut off from, so if you began to think of this thing as part of a larger, essentially transformation of the scale of this portion of the city, you'd realize that this wall strategy has some real dilemmas, right? It probably wants to be opened up 1 or 2 floors at least to allow this space to move through, and then to connect along this surface to something here that is arguably not, I would have argued against this being a luxury housing, and probably argued for this being a school or some other civic program that as you begin to think about, like really not so much what you've done well, but what the consequence, the collateral damage is of what you've done. I mean, that's the history of the American city, collateral damage, right? It's one private interest and then it causing a ripple effect in all of these other considerations. Now, the reason I was talking about this space right here is right now, I mean, I think we can't not talk about it, right? Because I think your project doesn't really, I mean, the criticism of the way the American city has formed, it's a really great book, The Possibility of an Absolute Architecture, the first chapter of it by O'Reilly, where he talks about the fact that the way we think of cities and the way our cities planning essentially follows a kind of Roman idea rather than a Greek one. We don't generate civic space. We don't actually have an idea about how to generate civic space. It forms up by default in many instances. So in theory, here it's the default we've left over this nature reserve. Or in theory, in y'all's project, you kind of note it with a boardwalk, but over here it's going to get formed up by the central space between these private concerns, right? So even I think having an idea about giving some kind of order to civic space, which you have an idea over here, right? By saying, well, there are these streets, we're going to note them. They have a kind of order. Even the one that we're responsible by default should theoretically have a kind of rigor or an order, I think. Right, and I think that's where to me where the project is a little bit thin. like where it's, and I know why it's thin. It's thin because I think that you two have been very careful in your composition to try to break these scales down, which I think you've done well, especially from this side. I think the view from this side is maybe a little bit less intriguing, but for me, the real dilemma is like, if I come here, what's the demarcation of civic space, right? That I get through this threshold, and in your project, it's one of two things. It's either this absolutely fraught kind of leftover space, or this kind of space of kind of minor local consumption that you get as you go along here. That's why I think the idea of putting a school here is really vital, or something where you go, having gotten through this threshold and having made it, and having brought myself into this kind of realm that is arguably this kind of default civic space that I mean, look at downtown Austin. If you think about it, in all that construction, like zero collective civic space has actually been generated that's not privately somehow programmed, which is absolutely bizarre, given it's one of the criticisms of Austin, right? That we've given away the golden goose for tax incentives, right? That like all the possibilities that of requiring a kind of larger civic order, we've to a certain degree let go in favor of a kind of space of consumption. So I mean, it's a weird thing. I think this project is incredibly well done. My primary complaint about it is the way you've conceived this surface, right? Like how you've thought about what that is. Like, you know, I mean, there's two options in my mind. One is that it is you come through and you arrive at a kind of civic forum on the edge, and this should probably be a hard line defined by a couple of additional programs, ones that you engage in civically in a kind of normative way, school, museum. I mean, you've put some of them there, right? You put place to buy, place to get coffee, place to engage in some quasi-public activity. I would add a couple more. The other alternative is that you go, it's this space that's come through in some way that actually I begin to conceive of some of this land, you know, that I, you know, as an extension of this world back beyond here. So that somehow, I mean, as much as I appreciate this, I think pulling these programs to a certain degree back. I mean, Juan may have a different idea about this, but actually, you know, beginning to try to engage this space with this thing that you've made over here, which right now it's really weird. It's arguably the least successful thing. Like you go, we're gonna improve these streets, but we're not gonna figure out a way for the space where these streets end they just kind of come to an end without actually carrying over. I think community gardens is a spectacular way to do it. I mean, a spectacular kind of intermediate program, you know, that you go, well, we're going to imagine that there are, we're south here. Yeah, you're gonna have to work it out somehow, right? That, you know, that there might be a band of intermediate, you know, community gardens that jumps over and that these streets come into it and they drop you off through that. So you've already passed through a kind of threshold before you just get to the end of that. So it's a tough call. I think that the strategy of how you make scar tissue here around this thing that you're proposing is the dilemma in your project. And I don't think it's so much a programmatic one. I think it's really an architectural one where you say, this is how we want to solve it architecturally with we come to a threshold, there's a void, then we pass through a broken threshold into this view, or it's like you literally structure it in your head how you want it to be architecturally, and then you begin to add the programs to it. My sense is y'all's instincts are really good. And it's really heartening to see. But this is one of those kind of moments where we're looking at the two of you and you go, Kara and Allie, I need the two of you to be meaner, you know, tougher, meaner, a little bolder than you've been. And where you see that really in your drawings, I think the least interesting drawing. Could you go to the drawing, the perspective view from looking up to this thing? And again, I'm saying this with so much respect. There's so much work here, and it's really well done. Yeah, this is the one where you go, yeah, really? You know, you look at this thing and you go, I think that part of it is, you know, that somehow this whole combination of things. I mean, this has a chance to be a kind of like from this view, and almost like anywhere else, right? This would be the Parthenon. in a way, this view, right? This is the shining pieces, the thing, and somehow it doesn't quite come together. And I think partly that has to do with the fact that it's all privately conceived to a large degree, and then also it's to a certain degree conceived of in this kind of collagistic formal manner, which breaks it down to human scale, where you first need to establish a kind of civic scale. I mean, a good example of an attempt to do that are the two buildings that Larry made in a similar situation, around the city hall, where you at least try to give some kind of larger repetitive civic order, whether it works or whether it doesn't. I think that's the thing that's sort of slightly missing here. Juan, I'm taking over all the airspace here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, if we go, you brought Austin public space twice, before and now again with the city hall. I mean, I fought big battles in that regard too, and I can say that public space is a conquest in a way, because it really is. No one thinks about it. I mean, and I think it's very true that that's one of the things that many times we forget, especially here in Austin. So anything that is not provided for, by private developers, it feels like the city doesn't feel any obligation to defend. So that would be a long story, because I spent a lot of energy convincing the city about creating a public space in front of the city hall, and after the city council agreed that it was the proposal that we made was what they should be building, the developer basically ignored the resolution of the city council. And they didn't do it. I mean, they just didn't do what the city council told them to do based on what we told the mayor and the city council that they should do. But that's a long story, and Sinclair had fought that battle too. So I don't think that's the essence of this project. I mean, in a way, I think that you are more at the neighborhood scale, but you are providing a lot of public space. So when I look at this and hear this discussion, I would say, hey, David, not bad. When you go and you look at some of the renderings that I'm seeing, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of spaces that people living here can see as theirs. The question is how public they feel, and how, that's why David was asking, what about this railing? What about this? Who's going here? Because even when you say, oh, it's public, it's not quite as public, depending on how it's designed and how people perceive it. They are invading someone else's space. So public space doesn't mean that it's just open and then anyone can go. I mean, you need to make it welcoming. You need to make it very clear that there's a sense of everybody feels welcome. So I don't see it quite yet necessarily. I mean, I think that, but there's definitely enough potential. If you go back to the plan, there's a lot of potential for that publicness to complement this scale of this project. So when you look at this project of this scale, if I were the city controlling this, I would basically say you need to have, I mean, there's always a back and forth with the city about the amenities that you are, asking to include, in exchange for whatever the developer is going to need from the city for a project like this. So the cities need to be a little more assertive in making clear that, for example, another thing that when the city council was making the Block 21 RFP, we went there and I told the mayor, I said, you need to include some cultural amenity here. Why? Well, the consultant retail says that we don't need it. You need it. And they agreed to include that. And they put it in the RFP. And I'm very happy that, I went there and I showed a model and I told them, and, you need to put a cultural amenity here. But the city is like, what, really? Yes, it's your block. You can require whatever you want. Why are not you asking these things, to the developer?
You clearly still have a chip about that.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that it's very clear what David is saying about. Sometimes it's like, hey, you are the city. You can decide certain things for things that are, especially when it's your land. So, but the city feels like, oh, we need to ask developers for opinions, and then the developer says where they have done already, and they just that's the kind of vision that they have, whatever they have already done. So
it's not just that; it's just that they make this remarkably strong project, right? It's more or less a series of blocks, right? And and having set up a grid, you pass through them, and you come into this threshold condition, this long, and so you go, man, that's a spectacular. That's that thing where you find in Italian cities where people walking back. There's a small museum. There's a church. There's a it's the actual architectural situation that you've set up that warrants that more than the actual programming thing. It's what you've done architecturally that strikes me as being so. It's a very beautiful idea, you've made it, and now it's there. And now this is the one where Juan, you build a model of it, and you suddenly go, "What a fabulous place! It's a promenade back and forth.
Yeah.
There are these beautiful ways to get down into the thing. Now I expect to find things on it, not just coffee shop. I expect to find some, and then this is what I meant about like where, and I think you're doing it, like where you go, these mid-block portions, I think this is correctly done. These mid-block portions are where you connect back through at that kind of first and second level to the street behind. That thing right there that we've circled, which you're calling luxury housing. That's what I'm saying. That's the school, right? That's the library or the museum or there's another low piece down here that I come to visit. That's the. I mean, there are good examples of spaces like this working. Deck Park in Dallas is a good example of this kind of linear space that generates, blah blah blah, whatever.
Can you go back to the plan real quick?
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you have gone pretty far, and I understand that you're not going to have time to design everything, but I can see the potential for this general layout of the housing blocks that the streets go through. And then there's that other scale that is landscape, smaller buildings, public spaces of different kinds. I think it could be incredibly rich, all this zone here. In terms of like how it relates to the park, how you go down, how you connect with the neighborhood. So and I know exactly what David's saying about, hey, someone that lives in this corner, they're saying, oh, what a second, now I don't have like another single family house across the street. Well, that's part of what it means to be, now you are very close to a lot of amenities. Congratulations, that's another way to see it. So there's not much you can do about the fact that there's going to be change in the city. So these people.
This consolidation happens, right? So
one thing you guys did not mention, and I do agree that this is, probably the most sort of, let's call it, unresolved relationship of the project. But one of the things that you guys I think you need to kind of pay more attention to is the fact that that is the school, right? And that this was the recreational field of the school originally. And so, maybe there's a way in which some of this territory, I don't know, is sort of recreational with the kids that are in the school. Like there's some relationship this way that I still think is pretty unresolved, given that you've removed that part of the school's program. And you sort of need to replace it, I think, somehow, in terms of that interaction.
Yeah, I tell you what, honestly, this project's really, what drives me the craziest is this soft curve. It just makes me, I'm having an allergic reaction to it.
Which one?
I really am. This soft curve.
The Corb Alto.
It's just driving me crazy. I just want, it has to do with the fact that your building is so soft. Right, like it's one of these buildings that it's this kind of collage piece. There's a good example of a building like this sits right across from the Denver Museum of Art. Right, like they it's this kind of collagistic thing. It's all broken up, and so so you don't sense what it's actually doing, and so it needs something very, very strong. It seems to me against it. So I mean, this is where I just think this thing should just be flat, hard, ruthless. Like literally classical. And like you come to it but that's neither here nor there. That's essentially what I'm saying. That it begins to make sense of your whole project. But I don't want to belabor this. I think this is a great project.
Yeah. So.
Okay. And also the two of you have done so much. There's so much stuff that we haven't talked about. But so I do want to mention this, that when you're on a design review, right, and you're looking at a project, you're spinning through stuff that the students haven't mentioned. Egress, reasonable size. Is that working? Is that not working? And we never congratulate you on that. Like these units, they're believable, right? Like there's stuff that Juan and I both were, you're just checking off in your head. Did they get that done? Did they get that done? Did they get that done? Is it reasonable? Yeah, and then we never congratulate you for that. But I wanted to congratulate you because actually there's so much work that we have not talked about. Yeah, we haven't talked about it because it's like, check, good.
So good job, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Okay, well, yeah, we're done for the day. Students, hang on for a little bit. And Juan and David, thank you so much for a lively and provocative discussion.
Who else graduating in this group? Is anyone no one's graduating?
I need to go, but David, good to see you, Dean. Thank you. I'll be in touch with you this weekend. Bye.
Bye.
I think we're going to get some graduates this in May, presumably.
In May from this group. All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. See you later. Nice to see everybody. I love the projects. Dean, thank you for the invite. I love the project. It was terrific. I actually liked it better this way, where the students were let loose to kind of find what they had to find. I think it worked out really, really well. Congratulations. Christy's graduating, right?
Yeah.
Technically, no, because I'm going on PRP, because those of us that got screwed in the spring, they gave us the option to reapply.
Right. So now what you're going to do is you're going to stay out there and you're going to keep that job and you're going to screw everybody else. Is that what you're saying, Christy? That's what you're saying? That if I were the rest of you in this studio, I would be staring daggers at Christy right now going, you are not staying past up here.
Christy, are you going to go to Portland?
I am.
Yeah. Are you, is it worked out, Christy?
Yes, I'm going to Allied Works.
Oh, congratulations. It's a great firm. And you're going to land in our giant pod of alumni out there and have a
yeah, I definitely have a landing pad, which is nice because it was
really nice.
Second thing, I had 2 other opportunities fall through this semester. I was going to go abroad, but they both fell through as COVID kind of ramped back up.
Right. Well, have a great time out there and say hi to all of our alumni at Allied Works and a great firm. Congratulations. Bye, guys.
So I won't keep you all long. I want to say that I think this was, I think it's really difficult to do a project that you're not kind of given any parameters whatsoever. And you just kind of have to find your way through this sort of open-ended provocation. And I think, the whole sort of trajectory that all of you were able to develop with sort of regional scale, city scale, neighborhood scale, various degrees of architectural scale, landscape, etc. I suspect, since none of you are really urban designers, it was a bit of a culture shock. But I think you all approached it with great enthusiasm and joy, maybe. And I really appreciate that. I mean, it's so much easier for me to just say, all right, here's a site, make a school, and I thought the discussion today was really great, all day, obviously the Germans are going to do what the Germans, everything must be typological. And David's going to do what David does, although he didn't use any crazy metaphors like I'm going to glue a monkey onto the side of my face. But what was really great for me about the discussion today was that generally it wasn't so much about the architecture, which I didn't expect that it would be about anyway. It was about the agendas. Right. And so I thought there was a lot of really, really great discussion about the contemporary situation, what we're dealing with the city, private property, economy, social justice, all these great things. I didn't know the fellow that joined us from UVA, but I thought he had some great comments, even though he was only on for a little short while. Kevin was Kevin. He has real agendas about what he thinks we should be doing. And so I think that it was the, let's say the provocations of all your individual projects is what made the conversation great. So thank you all so much. Congratulations. Have a great vacation, life, whatever. And hopefully I'll see you all again.
Thanks, Dean.
Thanks so much, Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good break.
You too.
Also, Allie, your dog's really cute. Oh, she's just saw a dog and it was really cute. Bye.